Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Yesterday, we saw teams rise from the ashes, and the leaders of the challenge season start to buckle under the pressure. It's day 4, and this is where we start to see the true colours of our 8 remaining teams, when everything is on the line and there is no option other than victory. So, welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Till a player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse, suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
Yes, welcome to the Brawl Stars Challenge season, and yes, it is of course the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Barney Banks and I am your host, and joining me in this very schnazzy studio is of course Sunny, Ark and Trav. How's it going, team? Once again, I'm going to start with you, Ark, because I want to talk to you a little bit about this point right now that we're in, we're going to surpass the halfway mark in the challenge season after today's matches. So who are you feeling more for right now, Zeta or Queso?
It is that make or break moment, isn't it, really? I mean, I've got to say, I mean, you know, I give Team Queso a very hard time, as you guys know, but I feel for Zeta right now. I mean, you know, they are the #1 seed in the EU&MENA region, have been all year long, and it gets to Season 4 off the back of being the champions of Season 3, and they are 0-3. I mean, that is heart-wrenching stuff for them. They've now got to win consecutively every single match that they face, or they are out, effectively. I mean, if they get, you know, a couple of losses more, they're done.
I think an uphill battle for Zeta is the understatement of the century at this point. But Sonny, I'm going to come to you. Let's talk about something a little more positive. Let's talk about who your kind of your MVT, as it were, most valuable team yesterday. Who impressed you the most?
I have to give it to the two teams that we didn't see in Season 3 at all, namely Nouns Esports and Totem. They arguably faced two of the strongest teams yesterday. Nouns Esports beating FUT Esports 3-2 in a very close matchup. So overall, they are now the leader of the leaderboard, and they're not even from this region. So they did a fantastic job at learning about their opponents.
It did indeed. We're going to talk more about Nouns Esports as this broadcast progresses for sure. But Trav, how's it going, mate? You good?
I'm always doing good, you know me. I love to be back for some Snapdragon Pro Series. You know, it's one of my favourite competitions of them all. So I'm really excited to see how the teams are going to progress today. And obviously, as Ark said, it's make or break for these teams, definitely at the bottom, and for the some of the teams at the top, they could be already pretty much almost stamping their tickets to the challenge finals.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes to Zeta at this point, we've already touched on them. Is this where your prediction brain? I want you to click it into gear right now.
It's turned off.
Is this where they say? Is this where they turn around and say, enough is enough, no more messing around? Or has that ship sailed?
I mean, for the two teams at the bottom, I think that they definitely need to switch on. I don't know if Queso will be able to, but you'd expect Zeta Division to be able to do it. You know, they've faced pretty much 3 of the hardest teams in the competition, the same as FUT Esports' route was last season, and they made it to the challenge final. So I don't doubt that Zeta Division are going to be able to make it happen. You know, there's never a time where I'd go into it and think that Zeta Division are counted out of a game, never mind the entire season. So I feel like they've still got what it takes.
We've given them ample opportunity to make a first impression, but you know, some people, some teams just don't want to make friends. But speaking about making friends, make sure you follow us on socials if you want to keep up to date with everything that is going on in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Or maybe if you've missed any of our broadcasts, you can go on there and you can catch up on all of the highlights. Just check for your chosen platform in the lower third and make sure you follow at ESL Mobile. Now, we're going to have to move on to our tournament breakdown because we need to discuss a little bit of our format, how the tournament operates, because if you are new to the Snapdragon Pro Series or you haven't been catching up with everything up until this point, don't worry, we've got you covered. And guess who's got you covered? It's Sonny. Sonny, can you talk us through the tournament, where our teams have been, where it's all going to end?
Of course, we have 2 open finals behind us already. Each of them qualified 4 teams for this challenge season. And from this, 4 will move on to the channel's finals. We have money on the line on each and every stage of this one, which is lovely to see.
It is lovely to see, isn't it? And speaking of that money, you know what you spoke about on the casting desk yesterday, Ark? I'm pointing, but I promise I'm talking to Ark. I should really say your name, shouldn't I? You talked yesterday about throwing some prediction money on the table. But let's talk about the real money. What are our teams fighting for in this part of the competition, the challenge season?
Huge stacks of cash, you know, in a nutshell. 11 grand on the line here for the challenge season, 39,000 as well if we get to those challenge finals, and that is where everyone is striving to be. And as we've witnessed over the past couple of weeks, the competition has never been fiercer, and you know, these are life-changing sums. These players are all looking to get that lion's share, and you know, you'd expect nothing less, and that's why we've seen just so much intense gameplay over the past few play days.
Indeed, and as we push into the challenge finals as well, $39,000 is going to be on the line. We've also got a very cheeky leaderboard to show you all that we'll probably show very shortly, but at the top of that leaderboard right now, Trav, is Nouns, a team that is not from Europe or MENA, might I add. More on that later. But Trav, has it been a surprising turn of events for you, this leaderboard that we've got at the moment, the top 3? Would you have anticipated it at the beginning of the challenge season?
I mean, I think for Nouns especially, it's not what anybody expected coming into the qualifying stages, but they proved themselves with pretty much a snap of the fingers so fast. They won a couple of those Open Cups and really show the EU teams what they had. And I think, you know, EU need to up the game if they're going to be heading into, you know, the later stages of this competition, the later stages of the Brawl Stars Championship being the World Finals in just a couple of weeks. They need to up their game because at the moment, the best team all year long through Europe is sitting 0-3, and that's quite frankly embarrassing.
Well, Trav, I'm going to stay with you because today could be a turning point for many of our teams. But, you know, if they don't turn it around at this point, like we've mentioned, the two teams that sit at the bottom, they may as well get in the bin, right? So why don't you take us through our schedule for today, and our audience can decide, let us know in the chat if you agree, who is going to spice things up on our screens and who has the potential to take this victory.
I mean, I think the big games are 1 and 4, as Ark said yesterday. I don't know what he said. He said something like some kind of golden sandwich.
Golden sandwich,
I think
The golden
perfectly on point.
Nice.
SK versus FUT Esports and that Zeta versus VN Esports are going to be the exceptional games, at least in my eyes. And that fourth one, definitely very, very meaningful. And the same with match number 2 as well. I think that's a pretty close match all in all. And Ark said it just before. It's going to be the one match that Team Queso probably have the possibility of winning the most, he would say. And, you know, I'm a big humble supporter, but I do kind of agree at that point as well. So matches 2 and 3, very, very big as well for all these teams, whether or not Nouns will be able to remain undefeated or Reply Totem will start clawing it back even further.
If any of these matches smell of desperation, keep your eyes on match number 2 and match number 4. Two teams that sit currently with 0 points so far after 3 matches. After the round robin so far, it's actually been devastating for many of us. We've talked about it plenty. And tell you what, if you're watching this at home, we're going to talk about it some more. Make sure you talk about it in the chat as well. So, some say it's lonely at the top, especially for Nouns. But others say that the view is better. I don't really think it matters. I think all you're going to be doing is sitting up there and counting your money. So, that being said, let's recap. Day number 3, the reigning champs at this point have no points. A team that is not from EU or MENA is currently winning the EU and MENA region. And no one got a prediction right yesterday, which I'm flabbergasted with. Ark, why don't you take us through this recap?
Yeah, honestly, I mean, this was such an exciting matchup, and Nouns really have just thrown down the gauntlet on the EU and MENA region. They are just looking unstoppable at the moment. I said last week that I felt like FUT Esports were the team to beat in this region. Well, now it's looking more like it could be Nouns. I think that FUT Esports, though, are still looking very consistent for the most part. I mean, this match went all the way to the 5th and final set, and not an easy thing to do. I mean, they kind of made it look the most convincing against Nouns, and you know, Nouns, of course, going to be feeling very, very good about today, and I feel like as well, their prospects of getting to this challenge finals is looking really promising. So
it definitely does. FUT Esports was their opponent and they look just as strong. I do feel like those two teams probably look the best at the moment. They're also at the top of the leaderboard. After that, we had SK Gaming versus Humble, and SK finally started winning something after not having the best start in week 1. They have today their rivalry number 1, you could call it, have to play against FUT Esports, and it's a match that I'm looking forward to. It's also the match that has been playing out in Queso Cup finals.
Trav, are you hoping to see a little bit more chuck and heist?
No. No, definitely not. It was possibly some of the most difficult gameplay to cast I've ever seen, because it's just back forward. You know, I said it was a bit like a tennis match yesterday, and it really wasn't the most intriguing of tennis matches either. But no, it was. We can hope that we won't be seeing much more of that. But from there, we saw VN Esports versus Team Queso. A couple of us had a bit of faith in Team Queso, and that faith was clearly misplaced as they still couldn't get that win that they've been so desperately playing for over the past couple of seasons. I mean, you know, at certain points, I think they look pretty good. Ark was having a little argument with him earlier and, you know, arguing his case, but to be honest, I think Team Queso didn't look bad at certain points. You see, they were set up at some points, only needed 1 more to win it, but they just couldn't ever get that killing blow.
They couldn't. And now we actually have the leaderboard on your screen so you can see from number 1 all the way down to number 8. Most surprising, I would imagine that all of us can agree, is probably SK Gaming sat there in 6th with 1 win and 2 losses. But everything else just kind of seems like it fits. Obviously, apart from Zeta Division being right down there at the bottom. But is this kind of the expectation that's there? Where would you have put Zeta Division if you were, you know, a betting man at the very beginning of the challenge season arc?
I mean, you'd be foolish to not put them at least, at the very least, in top 3. I mean, I was still surprised by SK. I mean, they, you know, obviously got a win yesterday, very promising for them, and not too late to turn things around. But I mean, if they lose today, for example, they're still going to be sitting on like a 3-1. I mean, that's not going to be good for them at all. And I mean, again, far from out of the woods in that regard. Certainly, this season is just not what I was expecting coming in. There's still some time to turn some things around and kind of get things together more. But I mean, this is just not how you would have expected things. You know, with the, like as Trav mentioned, the World Finals just around the corner. You know, all that year's hard work to gain that number 1 seed for Zeta, and at the moment they are dog bottom. I mean, it's not looking good. Today's the day they've got to turn everything around, and that comes with an immense amount of pressure, and that can really affect how things play out. It's not going to be necessarily what we're used to seeing from Zeta Division today, because they're not normal. Well, they've never been in this position before. That's their problem today. That's going to be their challenge to overcome.
I love that, though. Throwing a spanner in the works there, not meeting everyone's expectations for the tournament. Creates a bit of a story, doesn't it, Trav? Anyway, don't have to answer that. One thing I'm going to go through to now is we've got the top picked brawlers from yesterday so that we can assess kind of who people are leaning into, what comps are really beneficial at this point. Sunny, talk us through this.
I said yesterday that we're probably going to see a completely changed meta this week from last week, simply because we got added a few more hypercharged brawlers. Now, Bull's still at the top there, kind of proving the opposite of what I said yesterday, I guess. 8-bit there as well as Otis, Shelly, Sandy, Nani, Buster, Cordelius. It's pretty much the same, honestly, apart from maybe Sandy coming in a bit more now, which makes a lot of sense in my opinion. It also is a good counter to the Bull whenever he is in his super.
You know, admitting defeat is fine, though, isn't it? You know, you said one thing, the other thing happened, but don't worry about it. We can talk about it, and I'm sure something different will happen today, possibly because, Trav, yesterday we were talking a lot about Maisie, weren't we? We were hoping that maybe Maisie gets used, am I right?
Yet again, not really for me. I don't really like Maisie either,
Great.
to be honest
Okay,
with you. But,
cool.
you know, for the sake of Hypercharge coming in, I kind of wanted to see how it fared a little bit. But talking about those top bans as well, Shelly, right at the top of 23. And I mean, that is a real big stat as well. Cordelius all there with her as well. Squeak, Nita, Barley, Nani, Eve, and Buster all there showing their face. And, you know, a lot of these brawlers, even though they were banned so much, they still showed up on that pick phase and that the top picks, I mean, and that just, I think it goes to show how strong so many of these brawlers are at the moment.
Okay, well, we've reflected on the carnage that was yesterday's matches, so now let's focus on namely our first match. A true clash of titans, let's call them the Comeback Kids versus the Rising Stars. It's going to be SK Gaming versus FUT Esports. SK came back in style yesterday with a 3-0 masterclass. The SK Gaming of old, Ark, am I right?
This is just the ultimate rivalry for me this year. It really is. I mean, every year these guys go neck and neck, head to head every single time. But when you look at the, the challenge finals of season 3 and just kind of how that all went down, for esports, that was their ticket into the world finals. But it could have been SK's. It was stolen out of their grasp on day 2 in a sweep, no less. As for esports, really just took to the mantle, took to the challenge. Great trick shot yesterday by OP. It really, really was, wasn't it? And that left SK in a bit of a rut. Now they did perform exceptionally well at LCQ to make good on things, but no doubt that is the scoreline that has stung the most, and it will stay with them and stick with them. IKEOS, Yoshi, OP, and of course Pedro, their coach. Today, like I said before, they are not out of the woods. Their scoreline is looking marginally better considering that win from yesterday, but they've got to keep that consistency up. It was definitely a slow start to the season for them.
Trav, could you identify any of the main differences in SK from week 1 to yesterday? Because obviously it looked like they just switched something on. Better draft picks, better synergy. What could you identify? What did you think it was? I
mean, it's got to be Chaos's complaints on Twitter finally coming around, hasn't it, really? All these metas that they've got to play in and eventually they start doing well. I think it's got to be that, the meta that they've probably locked down the best, playing, ladder, power league, that kind of thing. All the hypercharged brawlers have been in, so that's kind of what they're used to in comparison to them being banned out. So I think that's probably the main thing for them. But I mean, there's still a long way for them to climb, and regardless of having such a firm grasp on the meta is something that's pushed FUT Esports right to the top of this leaderboard.
It has. And now we can turn our attention to FUT Esports. Their only loss so far has been against the leaders of the pack right now, which is Nouns. I feel like SK's saving grace at this point right now is that FUT are straight off a loss. So their mental game might not be quite there, but I feel like that might be clutching at straws, Sunny.
Well, it was a very close matchup yesterday after all, so I don't think it hurt them too much. Coming out of the challenge finals last season, as Ark was talking about, they were the runner-ups, they were the second place in the end. Then also the runner-ups in the Queso Cup, losing towards SK Gaming in the end. And now in this season, now in the present, they're looking a lot stronger than them. So I do think they have what it takes to beat them. At the same time, SK Gaming, if they want to beat a team, it's this one. So Lena, Drake, and Symantec didn't have an easy task at their hands today, but I couldn't decide either way, honestly. Both of those teams, if they want to beat a single team in the whole competition, it's today's game that is going to be their top priority.
This is going to set the precedent, isn't it? Ark, I'm going to come to you first and foremost. You're sitting to my left. You're in the god seat, let's call it.
I love that.
Should we call that that? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Let's not.
No, we're starting the day on a high. Let's go with that.
I agree with that.
Let's kick things off with the prediction. I want team, I want scoreline, and I want you to stick with it, and no one's allowed to say the same one.
Oh, guys, that's a bit unfair because I think they're going to copy me.
Let's not do any of
They
this.
always copy me, Banks. We've got to allow it.
No more holding, you know, no more sharing the frame of shame. This is your own thing. And if you're at the end of the line, it's just tough cookies.
I feel like FUT Esports might have the edge. So I'm going to go with FUT Esports. It's going to be close. Well, it could be. I'm going to say 3-1, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was a 3-2.
Okay, that's a FUT Esports 3-1. Sonny, talk to me.
Those two are always playing to a 3-2. Last time they matched off against each other, it was a 3-2. SK Gaming. It's my vote.
3-2 SK Gaming for Sonny. Trav, what about yourself?
I mean, even sitting at the bottom line, I've got exactly what I wanted. I'm going to go 3-2 to FUT.
Oh, okay. But we're essentially all in agreement that it's going to be a tight match, though, right? I mean, I feel like FUT coming into this, we've already mentioned it, coming off a loss yesterday, SK coming off such a dominant win, we can't really throw the mental game into it too much because SK Gaming are off, 2 losses previously as well. So, I don't know. I am going to lean towards FUT Esports because I feel like they're back for revenge. They want
3-0 sweep then.
3-0, yeah, why not? Why not? I can't have the frame of shame. This is my game here. We're going to wait for the draft to come up on our screens very shortly. But Trav, like ahead of this game, are we feeling like any individuals in particular are going to have to show up at this point? Because we saw Semantic show up yesterday in a big way, but they still didn't manage to get the victory.
I mean, I think the thing is, at the moment, it's very much a Lenane show for FUT Esports, and Semantic definitely played some great individual plays as well, and I think Drage is the glue that kind of keeps them together at the moment. But for the side of SK, it's very much the same. Chaos has always notoriously been that flashy player. He's the man who makes the plays, but OP yesterday was doing a lot of that. So, I mean, they're just so similar at this point. Everything seems to be lining up for this just to be an absolutely incredible match, but I've always got my eyes on Lenane and Chaos when these guys play.
So Switzerland versus Spain. Interesting.
Ooh.
We do have to draft now, actually.
We do indeed. Ark, why don't you kick us off with talking about the bans, and then the casters can run on over to the caster desk.
So yeah, I mean, Super Beach for Brawl Ball first. I mean, that's going to be a fantastic map and mode for both of these two teams. SK, of course, will play a bit more of a passive approach, whereas FUT will go on the more aggressive approach. Bans in already Cordelius, Shelly, and Nita for SK, which make a ton of sense. I mean, Cordelius and Shelly especially, and Nita, all really high up there in both the picks and the bans. So Barley, Wellu, and Dynamite banned out by FUT Esports. The first draft of Sandy, which I think is one of the best places realistically for him as well. Otis coming in for SK, as again, we saw a great deal of Otis yesterday for those sort of heavy tank counter ideas. I mean, they're kind of laying down the foundations, aren't they? If FUT want to bring out Bull, which is quite likely, as the fact that it's not being banned out, we saw how well SK fared against that. Hence why, as well, FUT Esports picking that Sandy, because Sandy can really kind of add to that issue that you can just cancel out the ball with Hypercharge so easily with the Sweet Dream Stun gadget. So we've seen SK in the past as well, like combine the Gale with that and the Otis to really have something of a countermeasure to those tanky ideas. But Buster, I think it's a great spot in terms of the meta right now. I really like that pick.
Ooh, well, as the second pick comes in for FUT Esports, I'm actually going to hand over to Trav and Sonny. Upstand, please. Make your way over to the caster desk to kick off day 4 of the challenge season with one of, I have to say, the most highly anticipated matches of the tournament. As the music plays and you guys wiggle your way over there, it's FUT Esports taking on SK Gaming.
And even after all that, we still don't have this second FUT pick coming in. Clearly taking a bit of thought into it. Lou is going to be the choice from FUT Esports, and I like that as well, especially with the Hypercharge coming in obviously fairly recently, and Rosa as well. 2 of those brand new Hypercharges being added to the meta at the moment. Back over to SK for this third pick then.
I do love very much that FUT Esports bend out those 3 throwers. As we all know, they're probably 3 of the best picks you can have as last pick, which SK Gaming is on right now. They already stole the Buster in a way, one of those brawlers that we know FUT Esports likes to play, loves to play. Otis as well, so even the Rosa is going to have a tough time there, even though I do feel like Rosa wins the 1v1 as soon as she does have her super. Spike is going to come in last there, another tank counter. Going to be a really interesting matchup here. Super Beach is going to be our first map. Trev, which comp do you like better?
I honestly think they're pretty similar, to be fair. They seem to have a couple of tank counters each, or at least, FUT Esports do with that Lou especially. And I mean, how good that Lou is at the moment is definitely something that's going to be very, very good for FUT here at the moment. As you say, I think Rosa does well once that super's being gained. If they can get Sandy supers along with this Rosa as well, I think that's going to be a huge thing for FUT Esports. And maybe I'm just slightly edging towards them.
I'd never seen a Lou on this map, honestly, so I'm really interested in seeing how well this brawler is going to do here. I'm leaning a bit towards SK Gaming's comp simply because of that. What we don't know, we don't like usually. At least that's the saying in Switzerland. SK with The mid control at the start now for esports already taking over. Lena pushing quite heftily on the right-hand side. OP can't really do much at the moment as Yoshi falls low already. Great gadget though from OP. Does manage to clear Lena, but Drake slots that one in. He knows with one shot Yoshi will go down. And that's a one up already for FUT Esports within the first 20 seconds of the game.
I mean, that was great from Drake, finding that shot even through that Buster Super there, bouncing a lot of them back. Now, just backing off, allowing some space. This Sandy Super is going to be there as well, so another loose Super being cycled out. Uses that gadget as well to get OP quite low, but the Super's there from Lenane, but actually, it's not going to matter at all for SK Gaming. All of them wiped off the map, and FUT Esports wrap up game number 1 in a very fast fashion.
Yeah, seems like the lose seems to work out pretty well. That was one of the quickest Brawl Ball matches we had so far within this series. FUT Esports showing us how strong they really are. Arguably, Brawl Ball also one of their best modes.
Yeah, I mean, that was really, really fast from FUT Esports. Seems to be on top of it at the moment. Definitely bringing out some of their best gameplay and to be able to beat one of their biggest rivals in Brawl Stars at the moment. But OP definitely playing a bit more of a central role this time and moved over to this left-hand side to face off against Semantic. He's going to feed a lot of those supers, but once he gets that barrier up, he's going to be doing a pretty decent job anyway. But just feeding so much at the moment, and Lenane still getting some grounds up on to Chaos and Yoshi. Getting some brilliant shots in as well, and even forces a super out of Chaos. But OP pushing back Semantic, provided a super along the way. Drake not really going to try for this defense, and that should be a goal for SK Gaming as they take the first in game number 2.
So we have both tanks pushing up quite heavily on both sides. Lena going down, Oper winning his lane on the left-hand side, but also feeding Semantic that makes use of his Sandstorm right now. FUT Esports pushing up there. Lose super available as well. Rage places it perfectly. That's already a goal opportunity. Yoshi just catches it in the nick of time. Other Lose super coming down there. Rage just cycling at the moment, but SK Gaming with a perfect defense.
Keeping Yoshi quite low though, and they haven't been able to push this ball up just yet. Semantic trying to find Yoshi in this back corner as well, but now just being pinned straight into this goal. But how much time is he wasting back here? Stopping all the heals as well, which allows Lenane and Drake to come back in. Hypercharge available for Drake right now, but also available for Chaos as well. He's going to throw that down, slow him down as well, and get the kill. And now it's SK on the push, but they've left the ball firmly in that back corner, which is definitely an SK strategy, as we all know, and they have the lead, so who can blame them?
Great use of that hypercharge on the side of Chaos. Now I'm just waiting for the hypercharge of Drake coming out. He does have it available, and now can't be too far of it as well. Again, SK Gaming falling low. FUT Esports gets the ball out of the corner. What is this? Lena sees the opportunity, and he takes it. Well played by him. And what was happening? That was a huge mistake from SK.
I mean, SK being blinded there by the mid-pressure. Lenane's got his hypercharge now as well, just waiting on a super. Down it comes from Semantic as well. But Lenane's still not managed to grab his yet, but this Sandstorm doing such a good job with the star power of resetting all these heals, bringing Chaos so low, and now Lenane flanking around the back, hypercharge activated too. Lose super comes in, the mute's there, but Lenane can tank so much, stuns on both of them, and FUT take the game and the set in quite swift fashion after that first game.
Very quick first game, very quick set indeed. FUT Esports taking this one already, making use of their comp. And now I do side with their comp very much. The Lose Super claimed so much space together with the Sandy Super even more so. Lena doing a fantastic job on the tank as always.
Yeah, I mean, how can SK leave that open? They knew he was going for that ball for so long and still managed to just walk straight up, have a clear pathway to shoot that ball straight into the goal. I mean, it was great vision from Lenane, but SK have got to be cautious of that happening because you know how aggressive he is. You know he's going to try and make plays like that, and he did exactly what he desired.
Yeah, he did. I mean, they were so careful about not getting the pass shot onto Drake or Semantic there for mid that they completely didn't see Lena in the end. It was in their blind spot, it seemed like. Well, first set already down. At this point, it looks like FUT Esports might as well claim this one if they sweep them off their feet like they just did in Brawl Ball. Now, we're going to wait for the next draft, though. Do you think we're going to see another tank come from SK? It's not usually what they go for.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of hope they do because I like seeing these really fast engagements between both of these teams, and a tank kind of forces their hand into doing just that. But it is Bell's Rock on knockout, so maybe there's a possibility of that kind of not happening. Bans being the Grey, the Bonnie, and the Brock from the side of SK Gaming, the Tick, the RT, and the Piper from the side of FUT. So both teams banning out quite a bit of that range, but the thrower is moved out the way from FUT Esports as well. Obviously, still quite a lot, still a throw is quite available, but Bell going to be the first pick coming in from SK.
One of the tanks that we do see very often on Bell's Rock was Fang. He did get a little nerf, so not even banned out at this point. Instead, it's going to be Bonnie, the aggression that you want to ban out. Bell is going to be the first pick here on Bell's Rock. I mean, why not? It's already in the name there. FUT Esports now could go with something with a bit more range themselves, could still go with a Mandy. Otherwise, I don't really know at this point. Just try to go with the direct counter, of course. Nani is gonna come in, and Barley. I haven't seen him in a while on a map like Belfrock.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there was a certain point where Barley was just so good. You know, Canal Grande played a lot, here was played a lot as well. But I feel like that time kind of passed. And bringing it in now, I mean, I kind of question it a little bit, but I do like that Nani brings that range, outranges the Bell, and also going to be able to bring in that Peep as well, which does such a great job of, you know, getting someone low, forcing someone out of position on a map like this. So I think FUT have got a bit of a decent idea here, and if Barley can claim some of those positions behind those unbreakable walls, then it's going to be pretty decent. But you know, if the walls are still broken up, then it's going to be there's a bit of a pinching opportunity there. But Sprout going to come in as that thrower counter.
They do need something that can go up against this Barley. A thrower is going to come in clutch, of course, because Brock banned out. They don't even have the option of opening up the map, so might as well go with a thrower themselves. Against the Nani, maybe Jean is going to come out here. Probably the best counter to the return to sender gadget. Maybe also something a bit more tanky, as we don't really have any tank counters on the side of FUT Esports. Belfrock is also a very open map though, and without that Grey, it's going to be very tough indeed. They're going to pick here Cordelius, which is one of the best tank counters. Do you feel like FUT Esports is still going to dare it?
I don't know. I don't think they will. I think if they just take something with a decent amount of range, then they should be able to deal with Cordelius quite nicely down one of those lanes. But I mean, you know, if a Barley's standing behind a wall and Cordelius can evade some of those shots, then you're going to be able to get the super and play it out quite well. But I'm really not too sure about that Cordelius pick here. Yes, they needed something to account for tanks, right? So you can't blame them for it, especially because Sprout and Bell obviously aren't the highest DPS brawlers. We're going to see a Gus coming in from FUT Esports, and it's been a while since I've seen that. But I think with the comp that SK brought in, it didn't really leave that much for them.
It didn't. Gus definitely didn't see him being played out in any of the recent tournaments, but he's gonna come in here for FUT Esports once again. They did like to play this brawler a few months back when he was still standing very strong in the meta, and he definitely does have a good matchup into that Cordelius that just doesn't have the range really to go up against any single brawler FUT Esports is showing us here.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the both of the thrower picks. The Gus pick, I think, is a really smart last pick as well. You know, pivoting away from that tank that obviously SK were kind of expecting them to come in with. We'll see how that does play out for both of these teams here, as Chaos seems to be taking this left-hand side, which is maybe a little bit unusual considering the throwers are in the mix and in the mid usually. OP now pushing forward towards Dragon. Definitely stepped a bit out of line there, but wasn't really punished by FUT.
OP doing a great job at dodging those shots at the moment. Turbo Tony coming in from Drake, healing up his two teammates himself as well, and now already gets taken out there. Great pinch from OP and Yoshi. Now 2v2 situation with FUT Esports members both being very, very low. Semantic, the last man standing from the side of FUT Esports. That was a quick sweep.
Yeah, I feel like we do need to see OP being a bit more cautious coming into the next one. It was Drake who missed a couple of shots onto him and didn't really punish him for, you know, hopping out of position in that kind of point. So, I mean, Semantic's not going to be too bothered about iChaos getting the shots, as he did already have his super, but Yoshi getting that killing blow and achieving his is definitely not something that he wanted.
Chaos again standing on that left-hand side. They do want to play the Cordelius in mid. OP did a great job at getting some space for his teammates there in the last round. Now can he repeat it again? With the Gus switching lanes, they decide to switch as well. They just want OP on Drake at all times.
Yeah, well, that wall was definitely helping him out a little bit. Moved a bit further up now, and that's going to cut off this left-hand side. Not the best position for FUT, but with some great connections from Drage and Linane over there. It keeps Chaos back for now and pretty much wastes that wall. Still got some gadgets left, but Drage taking some heavy fire. Does have to back off, and a last call thrown over to that right-hand side. OP's very low, and that reverse polarity from Yoshi doesn't find any connections, but complete control in the hands of FUT Esports now.
Some great shots coming in from Semantic and Linane mid there. FUT Esports with the complete mid control. SK Gaming now trying to push back there, doing a great job at it. Even if Chaos is one shot, OP still decides to go in aggressively. Linane does have a super available, but within the Shadow Realm, he can't use it. OP might be able to claim that kill there. Does get one, gets two. Both Drage and Linane have been falling.
I mean, that was, quite frankly, embarrassing from Drage there. You can't miss two shots right when a Cordelius is on top of you. A bit of auto-aim would have fixed that pretty quickly. And I mean, to be honest, that's not a round that FUT should have lost, but SK Gaming are going to claim it, and that's just OP popping off in both of those games there and not really getting punished for going so aggressive. SK Gaming going to claim this one, but still, another to go before they claim the set.
Trev really not impressed with Rage though. You should have seen his face. We're going to head into our second game here. SK Gaming on their way to even out the score in sets. FUT Esports still with every possibility to extend their lead for now. OP again playing it very aggressively, does get the takedown, traded out immediately though by Lena.
Yeah, I mean, they won't be too sad about that trade for the side of FUT Esports there, as SK would have claimed some position if they didn't manage to get it. Return to sender going to be used there, and Yoshi brought quite low. Semantic still looking quite healthy as well, but this wall's going to shut off that avenue and not allow Drake to pinch very well, as Chaos does outrange him slightly. Peep coming in now, though. Damage gears there as well, but actually not going to make use of it. Reverse Polarity did make a connection there as well, and Yoshi still sitting on a healthy amount of HP once more. Chaos not really finding too much ground now, but eventually throws a wall up and pins Drage in, but he misses a couple of shots, but Drage does as well. And this thrower matchup is definitely going Chaos's way at the moment.
I do also believe that Sprout has the upper hand here, especially if it's Chaos on it. One of the best Sprouts we have in the region, has been, at least for the past few years. It's still a 2v2, Yoshi, Chaos versus Drage and Semantic there. Not really a lot of supers available at the moment. Semantic falls quite low there, gets trapped by Chaos. Well played by him now, 1v1 in mid there. Yoshi gets the better out of that one. The first round goes again into the direction of SK Gaming.
I mean, SK is starting to look quite good now, as FUT Esports did quite quickly win that first set, but it seems like SK are going to do the exact same in the second. Possibly even get him another whitewash here if they do take this one down. Chaos against Gus on this left-hand side, and he's finding a couple of shots, but not any more than what he's got already. OP's going to be able to jump surely here, does bait it out there, loops it round, now not going to find the connection and going back towards OP down the bottom of the map, but not finding any hits, and just blows up before finding the connection onto Chaos.
We do have two supers available on the side of FUT Esports now. Rage with the possibility to claim a lot of space there on the left-hand side. Lena tapping, Chaos falling. Even though he did have a wall available, he decided to not place it for now. And that's a 3v2 situation. Looks good for FUT Esports at the moment.
OP juking back and forward quite nicely there, tries to find some ground, but actually gets punished for making that move. Semantic wants his super, and actually a bell shot bouncing between him and his teammate. Finds the last connection, but still didn't manage to grasp that super. FUT Esports now one step closer to evening out this set. I mean, that's going to be a good position for them if they do so. One win away from taking the second set as well. But Chaos does have that wall, considering he saved it last time. We kind of questioned whether or not it was the right idea, but so far it's not really paying off having that wall in this round.
Party super coming down now. Chaos and OP both push back quite heftily. Super coming down there. Great plays coming in from FUT Esports. OP falling as well. Yoshi, the last man standing. Very hard task in his hands now. A 1v3 with 700 HP. Can he make the dream happen? He can't. Rage claims to kill, and we have an evened out score in knockout.
I mean, that's huge for FUT there, considering how dominant SK were for the first 3 rounds of this set, taking the first one quickly and taking that first game or first round of this one in quite a swift fashion as well. It was not looking good for FUT, but now they've managed to get this game back. They're in a position of dreams if they can manage to take this one down and move 2-0 up. But SK are definitely going to have something to say about that. FUT Esports, I feel like they just mended their gameplay throughout that first and second game and really knew what SK were trying to bring at them.
I mean, we had that topic yesterday. FUT Esports claimed to be one of those teams that can do that best, just changing up strategies along the line of the play. When the first game happens, they know exactly how to play the second one, even after losing it. Now, we have an even out score. SK Gaming claims a bit more mid-control. Peep already incoming, though. He finds Chaos, doesn't go down just yet, but he is low, has to fall back there. On the left-hand side, we do see OP claims the kill on Rage. 3v2 once again.
Yeah, that was really nice from OP there. He's finding these routes so well. Yoshi pinned back on the right-hand side, though, but Semantic going to be in a tough position here as OP's got that super, but he wants to save that. Lenane alone versus 3, and now this is a position that SK really like. 3v1, and Lenane not in a good position to be able to make something happen. Super available for 2 of these SK players. Lenane eventually grasping his, so he will just go down now, but doesn't really want to feed anybody else. Actually ends up giving Chaos his as well, I believe, there as well, which is not a good position for FUT now.
All 3 players of the side of SK Gaming do have their supers available now. Lena got his as well, though. Maybe he can save his teammate later on along the line. Chaos placing a wall in mid, just trying to get some mid control there. Another peep missed by Semantic. Great structures from Yoshi and OP.
Yeah, Chaos going to bring that wall back with his gadget there, recycle it. Now Drake having to rotate over there as nobody else can really contest this right-hand lane when the wall's down. Shield available for Lenane here, did save that from the previous game, but not really finding too much from it at the moment. Wall placed in the minute actually does shut them off and pretty much walls Semantic away from his teammates. Might put him in a tough position heading forwards, but FUT seems to be winning this right-hand side here as Yoshi is pushed back. You know, shield's still available for Lenane as well, and the peep gets blocked out by the wall of Chaos.
Well played by him there. Now 1v1 on the left-hand side. Semantic versus Chaos in mid. We have Drake getting the takedown onto OP, revenging himself there from the first round. Now we have 2 supers available from the side of FUT Esports. They probably don't even need to use it as we have a 3v2 situation. Herbal Ton in there. All 3 FUT Esports members looking quite healthy. And with that, Chaos just trying to get his super. Doesn't even get it. FUT Esports evens out once again.
I mean, this is a huge moment for both of these teams now. Will it be 1-1 if SK claim it, or will it be 2-0 if FUT Esports manage to clutch this up and bring this from a point we did not think they were going to be able to win it? Semantic trying to pinch around, gets a shot onto Chaos there, trying to find this peep once more. Last call comes in from Drage, allows them a bit of room, pushes Yoshi back. And Chaos and OP not having the best of times on this right-hand side. After that first round, we're just not seeing the same aggression from OP. He doesn't want to step out of line because of the supers that FUT Esports do have. OP now trying to make the move, reverse polarity use once more, and actually hits Semantic as well there. Chaos now finding some ground too, and Drage wants to move over, but finds himself in a tough position. Oh, the Kooky Bomber just avoided, but they still get the kill up top. Chaos goes down, found out of position by FUT Esports now, and it's a 3v2.
Both Yoshi and OP out of gadgets, can't bring themselves into security anymore. Lenel pushing up aggressively, does have his super available, gets the takedown onto OP. With that, Yoshi's the last man standing. FUT Esports only needs to take down this one more player, and they do claim the victory over Knockout as well.
I mean, SK let that slip. They were up. They were in such a good position in that second game. Could have just taken it there and evened things out. But FUT Esports clawed it all the way back. And now 2-0 up. And you've got to question if this is just a position that SK can't return from. 3 sets in a row are required. And against an opponent like FUT Esports, it's a big, big ask.
To me, it just seems like it came true what we predicted. Cadilla's just not having the range to deal with the opponent's brawlers. And the first game, they did seem to be a bit surprised by the aggression OP were showing, and it did work out quite well for them in the first one. But then FUT Esports does what they claim to do so good. They just change up their playstyle, and it worked out perfectly.
Yeah, it really was some great gameplay from FUT, and I felt early on they were just getting dominated by OP. He was making those aggressive moves, getting those supers and getting the kills from it. But as soon as FUT started to get supers, that's what made it difficult for Cordelius, I feel, because he can't step out of line when there's a peep coming towards him, or when Barley's got a super, something like that. They can just defend that little bit better. And the same with the Gus as well, obviously with the shield. It just makes Cordelius' time so much more difficult, and FUT Esports managed to take the second set from it. As I said, it's such a bad position for SK now.
I mean, we all 3 said it's going to be quite a close matchup here between those 2 teams, both very, very strong looking at the moment. It just seems like SK Gaming has a tougher time within ESL SnapdragonProSeries to beat FUT Esports in the last few times to face off against each other. Here, it was FUT Esports taking it 3-0, so it seems like Barney, from all of the people that doesn't really know the teams as much as we do, had it right.
Yeah, well, I mean, Barney just knows. He just knows. That's what it is. He should have stuck with his 3-0 prediction. He did back off it a little bit as well, I will say. But, you know, he did say FUT Esports were in a pretty good position to win this one. And obviously, at the moment, that's exactly how it's looking. None of us really looking too good for our predictions at the moment, considering nobody said 3-0 except from possibly Banks. But we are on Ring of Fire in that hot zone. Gale, Colette, and Lou going to be banned out by SK Gaming. FUT Esports ban out the Lou, double ban that. Pam and Squeak to go along with it.
Do like to see the Lou double ban this time around. We did see how strong he really is on Super Beach just before. Now, Ring of Fire is one of those maps, if you ever have mid-control, it's going to be so tough to ever crawl your way back into it. Buster is going to open up a lot of possibilities to do just that. Whenever you're pushed out, you're back in your own spawn. If you have a Buster super available, it's going to be a bit easier to come back in. And it's also one of the favorite brawlers of FUT Esports, so definitely a good one here on the side of SK to pick him as first.
Yeah, I mean, who would have thought they were going to bring a tank after the bans that they put out there? Gale, Colette, and Lou. I mean, 3 of the best tank counters there are in this game, all banned out by SK Gaming, so I think we kind of expected that as soon as we saw those bans come through. But 8-Bit's going to be the first pick from FUT Esports. I haven't seen that much of 8-Bit on this map, I feel. It's usually Pam being the one with the turret, but obviously that being banned out, it kind of opens up a bit more room in that mid for a bit more range, and obviously another turret in there as well.
But I mean, he was the second most picked brawler from yesterday, and it's also one of those brawlers that FUT Esports likes to play and shines on, just as Stu as well. I do like those 2 picks together, especially since we can also give 8-Bit a bit more speed with the speed turret from Stu. Now, SK Gaming still has a lot of opportunities open though. Could go with a Bell here just to counteract that turret from the 8-Bit a bit better, or with a lot of damage out, but we still have a Meg available, a Lola. We have so much still on the line that they could come up with here.
Well, they're going to go for a Tara there, and that kind of makes life a bit easier against the Stu. Support from beyond can tank a few of those shots, allow her to push up into a good position to get the pull off. So, you know, I'm never going to complain at a Tara. We know this by now. So I do like that pick from SK Gaming. I still feel like FUT Esports have got a bit of a better comp at the moment, though. The speed that Stu's going to be able to provide to 8-bit off the start until he gets that turret, I feel like the synergy between those is just a bit better than what Tara and Buster have.
How come, by the way, that one of your favorite brawler is the best counter to my favorite brawler?
Because I'm just better.
In what exactly?
I'll let you decide.
Well, Lola comes out after all, so I was half right there. We do have a lot of damage output. That definitely helps against the 8-bit. That is going to be so tanky, doing so much work for FUT Esports. We did see them yesterday on, I think it was Safe Zone, picking this brawler and having quite a good time with it. Now we can still see a tank here coming out of FUT Esports. And of course, they're going to come out with their Rosa once again. Never single time SK Gaming tries to Buster today. It's going to be an OP and Lena matchup, probably once again. The two French-speaking players facing off against each other in the tanks.
I really like this FUT comp. I can see this going 3-0 quite quickly, but, you know, SK, it just feels like a bit of a throw together. You know, it just feels like individually they're very strong brawlers, but kind of together there's not really much synergy there. Whereas I feel like FUT Esports it just feels like a bit more of a cohesive unit.
I agree with you completely. I'm also quite surprised to see that Tara come in. We haven't seen her at all yesterday, neither in the bans nor in the picks. And I'm quite surprised we don't see a Cordelius, an Ems, whatever, just something to counter out any potential tanks a tiny bit better. Of course, Tara will do a good job as soon as she does have super. But Yoshi now already on the lane against Lena, and we see how strong Tara really is, Trev.
Well, I mean, the start from FUT Esports is definitely an explosive one. OP's going to come in there and pull Linane into a bit of a compromised position, but the start that FUT Esports had is so good, and still maintaining this mid control as well, with Rage helping out. OP's going to fall so low so early on, and now Linane instantly back into a good position once more. OP so low, not able to push. Trying to make the flank around the right-hand side now, but this should be something that Semantic and Rage should be able to clean up quite nicely.
Rage and Semantic now looping around, trying to get rid of OP that tries to open up a few windows here for SK Gaming. Still not many percentages picked up by the team in blue here. They just try to get some sort of control in mid here. Super coming in, but doesn't find Lena. Lena, another takedown here onto OP. Chaos the last man standing.
I mean, Hypercharge is ready and waiting for Linane as well. Big play inbound, I'm sure. There it is, he's going for it now. Slow down onto both of them. Turns his focus to OP now as well, but he does get pulled back in. But at this point, what's happening? FUT Esports are just getting all of the zone and they're 80% ahead and climbing, as we still see an SK with no real mid presence here. First steps on since the early points of the game, and Linane pushing forwards once again. Shield popped, and that is going to be the game as he cycles that one out. Match point to FUT Esports, and this is absolute domination.
I mean, what can you add to that? I said it in Field Goal, Super Beach already in Brawl Ball. Rosa is kind of the better tank now that she does have her Hypercharge, does win her interactions against the Buster if she even just has a super. So I don't know why they tapped into this trap twice, picking up the Buster and then letting Rosa just wreak havoc. They don't really have anything against the tank.
Well, something's got to change, and it's not happening anytime soon as Linane's pushing straight towards OP once again, pops that super and gets the kill. But it does look like Drage fell on the backside there. Yoshi does clean up Linane in that defensive portion of the map. Still, Semantic doing such a great job of just bursting them down. OP's going to come up with the shield, but thinking maybe a gadget was missed in there. Pull avail from Yoshi, and now SK in a position that they wanted in the first. Yoshi pushed forwards, and OP just defending this mid player, but actually pulls Linane straight on top of him, and that's not going to help SK at all.
It looks very even at the moment, 20 to 18%, but to me, I just watched Lena doing a lot of work there amongst the rows of SK Gaming. They're just trying constantly to defend him, to not go into their own bushes there. Again, FUT Esports claims the lead here, but it's a lot of a closer match that we just saw in the first game.
I mean, Yoshi did waste his super up top, so started pretty much fresh, getting it back again. Shouldn't be too far off now as Linane feeds him quite a bit there, but OP using another shield, and we just see him resetting that healing in there as Linane gets the one shot in, and it's a much closer game as Semantic not hitting those same shots and actually using the bushes that Linane did develop against them. But Hypercharge now availed from Linane, and there it is. The slowdown should be coming in a second as well. Stops OP in his tracks, gets one, and Linane looking for a second now as Chaos falls low. But Linane does survive this one out, as does Chaos. But pull avail from Yoshi, and it's surely not doing too much if Drake can get that kill there, but doesn't find it. Starting from square one in terms of HP, and Linane is going to find it and waste his pull too.
SK Gaming that took over the lead now again needs some more percentages for esports, claiming lead for now. Semantic just waiting for OP to show up there, gets a takedown, still standing in mid within the cover of the bushes that leaner placed earlier. And leaner, of course, again in the opponent's bushes there, trying to get another takedown, gets taken out himself though. OP falling, and with that we have Semantic claiming the last few percentages, just chilling in mid there, being uncontested in the last few seconds. And we have FUT Esports claiming a victory, 3-0.
Yeah, well, I will say it was a big play from Lenane in that last game, and we said it was going to be the Lenane show, and it was exactly that arc.
Yeah, you cannot let Lenan get his hands on a Rosa, a Bull, a Sam. I mean, there's not enough bans really to keep that man, like, you know, from doing the things that he does. It's absolute wizardry. But, you know, there was that moment, wasn't there, in Knockout for me, where that's where SK could have really turned the tides dramatically. So if they'd been able to just finalize that set, it would have been all tied up going in. And, you know, for somehow, some way, were able to claw things back. And I was really impressed with the way that they did have that turnaround.
Yeah, SK denied their comeback story. Unfortunate. FUT continually show us that they are on the up and up. They are the rising star team within this challenge season, especially, and within the Europe and MENA region. And of course, like Semantic said yesterday in his interview, one of their best attributes is adapting on the fly. And that's exactly what they showed us on Knockout, right, Trav?
Yeah, I mean, you know, SK, the only time they looked good was the first 3 rounds of Knockout. And from there, you know, FUT Esports just completely switched up their tactics, switched up what they were doing, and dominated them once again. Brawl Ball and Hot Zone were just all FUT Esports as well. And I mean, that is not what SK wanted at this stage in the competition, but it's exactly what FUT Esports desired.
Just when they were turning things around. Sonny, we got some stats behind us on the LED screen. They will be on your screens very, very shortly. Can you talk us through these? Because, you know, damage-wise, doesn't seem too difficult. But, you know, when you have Lenan, you have Lenan, Sonny.
I mean, yeah, we have a lot more kills on the side of FUT Esports, a lot more damage. In the end, it all came down to how strategically FUT Esports really played. And getting this much damage, even though they had a tank in their own heads, not really received. That's quite interesting.
It was indeed. I've got to say, Brawl Ball especially as well. You know, it just seemed like whenever we had a lovely moment, which I don't think I'm going to spoil it, am I? Ark, why don't you be upstanding and walk on over to that telestrator and talk to us a little bit more about it? I was actually just about to spoil it as well, because I got too excited, Ark. He doesn't realise I'm talking to him, but I'm looking at you. In a bit.
Honestly, quite the moment for me, really, wasn't it? I mean, how else do we put this? Let's just be as clear-cut as we can. This is Lena, right there. Lenan has also super, just to point that out. This is a completely clueless team that have not noticed the threat at hand. And I mean, it really is so clear-cut to me that they just were not paying attention to what was going on. Lenan there passes through, and this is where, for me, OP really should have been paying a bit more attention to the threat. The ball was in the corner, just around here, by the way, beneath the logo. You know, this is a classic SK strat to pocket the ball, but, you know, at such a stage in the game when you got 1 minute left on the clock, I don't really feel like it was the best way forwards here, but you can see in just a minute, you know, Lenan's focusing his attention, obviously, towards the ball here, and then SK and OP is really focusing their attention onto Semantic. It just doesn't work out, you know. Lenan just gets the ball, SK all over the place, and it's a clear-cut goal straight in, as simple as that. SK just weren't paying attention, and that's the cost.
It is indeed, Ark. Thank you so much for that. We did say at the beginning of the show that the person to look out for at this match was going to be Lenan. And thanks very much, Ark. Nice little feature there on the screen. We did say that Lenan's going to be the person to look out for. And we also said that OP was going to be one of them to look out for as well, Trav. And it seemed like it was going to be a kind of tete-a-tete, as they say. But OP started to make some plays on Knockout, but then FUT just managed to turn around.
I mean, I think Ark's put it pretty much perfectly there in his breakdown. It was a very me-style breakdown as well there.
It really was,
very brutal. Well, you know, OP just seemed switched off. The goal there, some gameplay in Hot Zone as well, and you know, when he stopped going as aggressive in Knockout, it seemed like he just wasn't the man today. And it's a point like that where, you know, Chaos or something like that needs to take over, and it just didn't happen for SK Gaming, and it just seemed like they were completely switched off today, whereas FUT definitely switched on.
Plenty more action to come throughout the day as as match 1 is over, because coming up next we have 2 teams who are both coming back off a loss, both possibly having issues mentally. this mental game is a game that is coming up after this very short break, because we have a team that has only faced losses in this part of the competition. I have written right here. So it's safe to say that they're due a win. It is Humble taking on Team Queso after this very quick break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we kicked off day 4 with an extremely strong start from FUT Esports. But we now turn our attention to 2 teams that need to turn their fortune around. This is a match of the mind, like we've already mentioned. For both of our competitors, they are fresh off a loss yesterday. And this is now or never for Team Queso. But if they can't pull it together, you can bet your bottom dollar that they will be eating a big spoon of humble pie. Ark, penny for your thoughts. Thanks, mate. I enjoyed that. Did you not? Chat, let me know.
Delivery as well.
Thank you so much. The timing, the pacing. Ark, come on, mate. Penny for your thoughts.
Oh, do you really want to know? I mean,
You love these guys. Come on.
just to remind us that Team Queso have had 16 losses. In,
Really?
Yeah,
They-
now 16 after yesterday, yeah.
You mentioned.
One win, just the one win last season. But, you know, it could have gone another way. It went to the 5th and final seat yesterday with Team Queso. It just wasn't to be quite that against VN Esporting. But, you know, I have said time and time again that despite the amount of flack that I keep giving them, like, they are playing the best that they have done all year, in my opinion. for me, today's the day. Today is the day. I think today is the day. I think after yesterday, especially, they'll be reflecting upon that result and knowing that that was a win waiting to happen for them. And, you know, for Humble, I think that they are proceeding through the competition in a very good manner. You know, Luki, Cyclone, Tomsy, and Filippo have again, been that same team that have been playing at their very best at the moment. And the LCQ really did them a big amount of favors in that regard. It just kind of elevated them slightly against the competition. But this, in my opinion, is Team Queso's best opportunity to get a win on the board. You've got to remember, in the next challenge days to come, they've got Reply Totem, SK Gaming, and Zeta Division. Well, Zeta Division might be Team Queso win, let's be honest, at this stage. But nonetheless, very tough matches for them to overcome.
Trav, we've spoken about how many of these teams have like an iconic player or a player that really kind of sets the scene. We spoke about the Nouns, we've spoken about the Opes. Do Humble have a player on their roster that kind of resembles that?
I mean, I think it was meant to be Luki right throughout this year. Everybody was saying he's the next Joker, he's the Wonder Kid. Everybody's going to be, you know, everybody's going to be looking at him for the big plays. But, you know, I feel like he is an extremely talented player, but he hasn't been what everybody thought he was going to be. And I think that's a big, big thing. On the side of Team Queso, you know, everybody loves a bit of Javi. He's probably the main man who is expected to make the plays. So both of them definitely have one of those players. But I just don't think it's to the same level as like Lenar would be, or OP, or a Chaos.
I mean, we have to say something about Team Queso, obviously, like Ark has already mentioned at the very beginning, you know, they're not exactly getting stomped every game. They're taking it the distance. You know, we've got 3-2 against FUT and against VN. I mean, what do you think that they're missing, Sonny? What is that element? Is it just that we have a saying in the UK saying, you can't finish your dinner?
That's the question they need to ask themselves, right? I don't know, I was torn between being heartbroken and mad at them yesterday after losing once again after so many chances for a match point to finally get a win on the table, but they just didn't manage to do it. I don't know if it's communication, if it's they need to put more work into studying their opponents, as Ark already has been saying. This is probably their best chance today of actually getting a win finally, and they can still make it into the season as well if they start winning now, and they need to win every single time now. Is it Javi that needs to pop off? I don't really like that idea actually of having this one player that sticks out. Every single player of course has its how do you say that?
You need every team to have some sort of synergy. It's not always about one player, but you know, it's
every player has its
a spicy
job.
player.
Some of them are the communicators, some of them are the ones to pop off, and so all three of them need to hold it together.
I feel like for Queso as well, if this is their opportunity to get some points on the board, what better way to make a statement than against a team that are actually playing out of their socks during the Snapdragon Pro Series. But, you know, there's one thing we've got to touch on before we go into this draft, is of course predictions, because you're looking at the prediction master right now with a 3-0 for FUT Esports. Thanks very much. Trav, I'll take that hat. I'll put it on myself.
Welcome for that, by the way.
Don't worry about it. Sonny, let's start with you, as you are to my left. Why don't you kick us off with your prediction for Humble taking on Team Queso?
I still do believe in Team Queso. At the same time, Humble did only lose one game so far, so they're looking very strong within the season, and as I just predicted very wrong. I think this time around I just go with what my stats are saying, so I'm going to say 3-1 Humble.
Ooh, stick with the stats. Okay, what about yourself, Ark?
Today's the day. I'm calling it. To get a win on the board. Yeah, I know, right? Just check my temperature to make sure we're right.
You feeling right?
So much stick to this point. You have to go with them.
Well, as far as I see it, if today is not the day, they're not getting a win this season. It's one of the two. I think they've got what it takes today. I think that Humble are playing fantastically well, but I just have a feeling about Team Queso today. After yesterday, they're going to come out the gate swinging. I think 3-1 Team Queso, because they can't close. When it's a 2-3, they can't close. Yeah. And normally it's a 0-3 if it's not a 2-3, so they can't start. So it's got to be a 3-1.
Trav, quickly before I kick you out of the studio.
It's a 3-0 Humble.
3-0 Humble.
It's a 3-0 Humble.
How the tables have turned.
Well, the frame of shame is firmly with Sonny for the time being, but Ark and Trav, please can you get up and make your way over to the caster desk? Get yourself composed, because we might hear some squeaks from Ark if his prediction is going to be correct, or if it gets heated. It's time for Humble versus Team Queso.
Well, dry season, Trav. Drafts coming in thick and fast. Bans are in. Gene, Ruffs, and Carl for Humble. The Grey, the Buster, and the 8-Bit for Team Queso. Nanny Meg, not a bad comment, let's be honest, for all intents and purposes, but at Shelly certainly is going to be a brawler that's just going to sit behind the defensive lines and wait for that kind of play to make itself known, and it's a very punishing thing. Sprout as well, Artie. I do like what Humble are cooking.
Yeah, I mean, in my eyes, I think that Artie might even be one of the best brawls on this map. You know, it's got the long range, and when it wants to be, it's got, you know, the Jackie damage. And that's the thing. If you've got to defend against tanks, it's good against that. And if you've got to get that long range damage, it's good for that too. Tick going to be the last pick coming in from Team Queso here. I think I prefer the Tick to the Sprout on this map, but I think Sprout was just a bit more of a versatile pick from Humble because they didn't have the last.
We saw yesterday, you know, happy on that Tick in a 1v1 versus Rama in Knockout, you know, versus the Bonnie. He still came out on top. So, like, there is that element that Team Queso can bring with the Tick that I quite like, and certainly a survivability if it is Javi on it yet again. But
you just want Javi to play every brawler, don't you?
I do. I mean, he's my guy. He's my goat. You know, when it's an Amber, you know how much I know you smile and dance push. Now it's Javi on Tick this year. You know, I feel like it's definitely that annoying brawler that can just cycle Tick heads in, and especially, you know, if you are in the lead, you tend to go back into your spawn side, and that can be exactly where that kind of brawler can thrive. So far, Filippo is actually in a bit of a state in terms of his HP, and as is though Boss, both of those two sides playing it quite cautiously to come back and not give over their lives. But the Clay Pigeons gadget from Filippo there was strong against Blacksin. That will give Humble the lead.
I say his mech didn't last very long. They did it for Boss there, but Peeps coming forwards now. Wall available to tank it here. Should throw that down onto it. Might even get the cycle off as well, as I believe one wall remaining there. And now just playing this defensive line. Cyclone going to move over to this right-hand side. Try to take advantage of Javi when he moves out into the open. But for now, Javi's going to have a bit of a range advantage, just throwing over this one singular barrel. And the Meg move over to Cyclone.
Well, Luki took a few too many taps there, and that could be a moment where he could be forced back if the follow-up shots are there, which they're not from the side of Team Queso. Boss is trying to creep around this right-hand side angle, really, to try to get back into his mech, and a few taps there onto the RT, but nothing really to write home about. But this super to Luki is definitely going to be that defensive measure that's needed. Cyclone looking to find the angle onto Javi, and Javi might be overextending here just a little bit. Tick in just the nick of time, and that Mythic Gear, of course, going to be adding to that tanky HP, but it is still Humble with that singular takedown, and therefore the lead.
Yeah, Boss got back into mech, but here's Filippo. Does actually choose to break down some of those walls as well. Mech's going to go down, but not really too much else other than that. Surely shouldn't fall at the moment, but Javi's 2 HP. Even uses the last hurrah, but it makes no difference. Does survive it out, but that's because of the missed shots of Humble, not because of his jukes. And Humble now move it to 3 ahead instead of 1.
Yeah, for me, Filippo really is the threat at the moment that Team Queso just have struggled to really deal with. 20 seconds left on the clock, there is time, but the composure hasn't been great so far. Luki's low here will go down. That might change things with the hypercharge coming in from Filippo. Oh, it just eradicates Boss in the nick of time. Not enough chance to get inside the mech. 2-star lead. Javi going in a bit of a desperate measure here in the final 5 seconds. He's got one gadget, he's going to use it. It's just going to try and take on the world. Not going to happen. Humble say no and take the first game.
I mean, I don't think that Filippo super could have come at a better time. He was just getting back into mech as well, and that pretty much would have won the game if a split second longer allowed it. But Humble do manage to take it, and I do think they were the dominant team in that one. It did seem a bit back and forward. But Humble, I felt like they deserved more stars off the start than the only 1 kill that they did get.
I want to see Team Queso be a bit more reserveful in those early moments, that early outset, because that's where Filippo's going to be popping that gadget, those Clay Pigeons to ensure a kill, and just coming back with something for his team to be able to sit back behind those back lines and just wait their time down. Cyclone low, but Boss is going in super aggressive in an all or nothing kind of play, and it's just going to bounce the stars around, but Blacksea is actually going to be bringing them home and has now 4 above his head. Peep coming out as well. Question is now, is he going to connect with it? I think he needs to avoid Luki. Go for Cyclone, go for Filippo. Oh, Filippo low here as well. He might go down, and he does. 8 stars to Queso.
Yeah, Boss goes for the swipe there as well. Head coming in from Javi, but not really finding too many connections. Luki's done a great job of juking up here. Finds another evade as well there, and Javi pushed all the way back to spawn. Wall comes in to stop Boss from coming over and pinching in, and that should allow Luki to get this kill. Javi not going to get hit just yet, and Luki's a bit missing all of these shots. But look at the left as well. Mech goes down, and Cyclone and Filippo start to pinch in. Luki doing a great job of evading still, but they're just not getting the kills. Hypercharge there, and Filippo cleans up shop. Blue Star goes to Humble, and so does the lead.
I don't know whether it's just Team Queso not communicating the threat, but Filippo is the MVP right now. I mean, he has been playing a fantastic set, and there's a connection there on the Peep side for Cyclone, but no follow-up shots are going to be there. Now is the time that Humble have got time on their side, quite literally. They can just sit back, wait this one out, and Filippo, again, is kind of the man that they should probably focus a bit of their attention on. Those 4 stars, he would make a worthy bounty.
Well, Javi's pushing forwards now, but actually goes down. Wall available, but he's just going to tank that one. Filippo uses the super. Clay Pigeon used as well. Gets one and follows up with possible another as well as Blacksy falls quite low. But it's Luki who's looking for it now. Return to sender was used, but Blacksy still falls. Not going to be able to tank out that damage. And now Team Queso have got to push, but they've got to push in a controlled way because that's only 2 stars if they get Boss away from finishing it all.
I just don't understand those moments where Boss is just going head first into Filippo. It doesn't make any sense. You're not going to come out on top against the Shelly at that kind of close range. There could be some timing for something, but Filippo's going to be safe and sound, I feel. Cycling there with a bit of body blocking potential just to ensure it. And the set going the way of Humble.
I mean, it might have not looked that convincing in terms of stars, but I just feel like Humble was so firmly in control there. We didn't see that much from Team Queso to prove their worth in this one. And I think that Humble definitely looked a lot better. Not that Team Queso didn't have their moments, because we definitely saw some stuff for Blacksy, especially at the start of that game to get Team Queso the lead. But it wasn't very long-lived when Filippo just swoops in with his hypercharge and gets kills.
Humble are just playing more aggressively. Look at that. That double take was absolutely beautiful. And timing that hypercharge as well, just in the nick of time there to just turn the game on its head. And the blue star, of course, very influential towards the end. But for me, you're absolutely right. Humble just didn't seem like they were that deterred whilst they were in that back spawn area. They didn't really kind of seem to me like they were challenged very often. And it was just that one moment, really, where Queso had that lead. But you know, it's one thing getting the lead, but it's a completely other thing maintaining it and holding onto it and keeping that set alive. And that's where Team Queso failed. That first set with Humble now is a great start because Humble are going to want to nurture that kind of consistency moving forward into this next one. And being ahead in the early outset, that's what can make teams that are behind crumble.
Yeah, and I think you worded it in a different way, but Boss was just never in that mech. Every time he got it, he just seemed to push aggressively, feel too comfortable with, what, 8.5k HP. It's not that much if you think about it, especially when you get marked up by the RT and the damage starts to rain in a lot more. It just didn't seem like they were in a comfortable position whatsoever. Everything just seemed so erratic for Team Queso, and I think that's what he was kind of punished by Humble.
Yeah, the Sprout as well was working really well for Luki. I felt that was a solid pick by him. And that's kind of like what Team Queso are doing, is they're kind of picking the brawlers which they kind of feel comfortable with. You know, Javi's a fantastic tick, but it wasn't really kind of providing too much for the most part in that set. And it wasn't really necessarily the way he was playing it, but just kind of the scenario that it was up against. And I think that Meg there doesn't really kind of work for me too well in dry season. It's not the best, most kind of like steadier.
Joining the Meg hate, that's what we like to see. That is what we like to see.
It's drifted away from the meta somewhat since LCQ, right?
And I mean, you know, I hate it, so I couldn't be more pleased. I just feel like Meg is just, you know, one of those brawlers where it's just kind of just, you know, you run forwards when you got your mech, you lose your mech, you get your mech back, you run forwards, and I think Boss displayed that perfectly in that last game, to be honest with you. But no, I think Humble definitely on top of this one, and I mean, if it keeps on going like that, then maybe my prediction will be right for the first time in a couple of days.
Yeah, it has been a rough one. I mean, is Meg like the new Jessie now? Is she like the brawler, just like the one to focus the bit of hatred towards?
Yeah, I've always liked Jessie.
Well, I mean,
I've always liked Jessie.
I'm sure you haven't always. I've always vouched for it myself.
Yeah.
I have. I mean, I would like to see her hypercharge come down just a little notch, though, to be a bit more cyclable, because I think that Jessie now is in a really good spot, but just has been a bit overshadowed by some of the hypercharged brawlers. And, you know, that's one thing that you've got to bring back around to that first set was, like, Filippo and the Shelly. You can't really allow that. I mean, that was a big flaw in the Team Queso plan, if there even was one, because we were saying before the show even started just like how much we are finding that Shelly banned and picked, and that has not been a news flash. I mean, her speed was taken down from very fast to fast, but that wasn't really that much in terms of the grand picture. She's always been at the forefront of the meta in the past couple of months, pretty much since May, really, let's be honest. Humble banning out for Hard Rock Mine, then the Riku, the Squeak, and the Rosa. I think the Rosa ban there, quite nice for me. The Spike, the 8-bit, and the Ruffs then for Team Queso. And that first pick, again, of Shelly. We're literally just talking about it, and it's literally left open. Of course, Humble are going to pick it up.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think the Shelly ban's a bit more needed than the Spike and Ruffs. I think 8-bit ban's pretty good if you don't have that first pick, but Spike and Ruffs just aren't like anything too special in comparison to a Shelly. 8-bit I can 100% get behind because that is 100% the best mid on this map, and to get out of the way is definitely a smart thing. But Team Queso are surely going to be following these next two picks. Mr. P.
It's not too late to change my prediction and join Team Trav.
It is.
It's 100%. Okay. Well, I mean, you know, it's a bold idea. I don't mind the Mr. P. I think it can actually work out really well in Hard Rock Mine. Maybe it's actually a bit underplayed in that regard. But, you know, Shelly first pick, you know, I completely agree. In fact, I couldn't agree more. You know, why are you kind of prioritizing other brawlers that just don't stand up to the same amount of heat as a Shelly? Pam, sure, I get it. I like what Team Queso are thinking. And ultimately, if they can make this work, then then I think that this will be the perfect time for it. Pam is in a very good spot. I think kind of a bit overlooked, or underlooked rather, sometimes in Hard Rock Mine as well. So it's certainly going to be able to provide a great amount of healing for the team, some more survivability, which, looking at that first set, clearly they need a bit more on their side. But the problem is, if they start to try to depend too much on that, then that's where they're going to falter. And Colette coming in. 2 hypercharged brawlers. This is my problem that I have a little bit at the moment. Like, we have not really seen Team Queso get their hands stuck in on the new hypercharged brawlers nearly as much as other teams.
The thing is, I mean, neither of those that they've got are really that good against Mr. P, right? Like, you got the porters constantly coming in, it's going to cause Colette a bit of an issue. But as soon as Colette gets any eyes on Pam, it's going to be a very big problem for Team Queso. Karl's going to be that last pick as well, slicing straight through those porters. And that's the answer they needed to it. 2 hypercharged brawlers, go for it. You can handle a Mr. P in the long run, but Karl's something that can do that straight off the start. But I mean, Colette down the mid, I don't know if that's something that I really love.
Yeah, no, I can see that for sure. I feel like the hypercharge, though, is very, very good on Colette. We saw yesterday even some players able to get kills from beyond the grave, and I love that as an interaction. But yeah, it's definitely not my preferred kind of mid. I think there's certainly Bell, which would have been a bit more of a safer option. You can mark up the Pam, who is that tankier idea, and the shots would then ricochet against Pam and the healing station. So I think a bit of a missed opportunity there, maybe for Humble. Maisie coming out. This is the brawler that we were discussing, and Banks was saying that we were hoping to see more of it, and that's absolutely true. I am kind of hoping to see more of her. I don't like her. I want to see how she fares. I want to see teams experimenting and proving us right that she's just not fit for competitive.
I mean, show me Maisie. Show me how bad it is. That's what I want to say. I mean, we're going to say this, and it's going to absolutely pop off now, but I'm just not the biggest fan of that brawler. I mean, overall, I don't really love either of these comps here, right? Like, I think I prefer Humbles a little bit just because that Karl and the Shelly. Colette down the mid can do well against the Pam, but I think overall as a gem carrier, it's just a bit risky.
Well, early taps from Luki are landing onto Blacksea. Third just shy, but it was absolutely on point in terms of aim, and Blacksea's soaking up everything. Wastes gadget along the way, Felipe going in. I mean, what can Team Queso say for this start? It's abysmal.
Yeah, 4 gems in hand, Filippo and Cyclone in the back lines. I'm not liking what Team Queso are showing. So now he's coming in again and going to clean up even better. 2 kills there, and although he loses that position in the back zone, Cyclone's still going to be here, going in on Javi, gets the kill and might even be able to get out as well. Just falls shy of that wall, but gets behind another unbreakable one just in time to survive it out.
It's just all over the place. 7 gems in the pocket for Luki, and Luki's just been playing so, just confidently. So he's got hypercharge now as well. Boss trying to come in there, has super to hand, and that is where Mason can really thrive in this scenario. Instantly taken care of. Felipe just juggling his time straight into the mid now, popping his hypercharge as well. And Humble just look at home here. They're just bringing gems in constantly, and Team Queso have got one in the pocket, and very little to say in terms of the kills.
Yeah, hypercharge ready to go now for both Boss and Luki, but Cyclone trying to get out, misses it actually and gets dashed on, but there's the 10th as well. He sweeps in for it. Nice stuff from him. Super straight through from Filippo. Destroys everything that Javi has worked the whole game for, and now this is not a great spot for Team Queso. You're going to see the spin going in. So Hypercharge comes out, but I don't think he even got it off in that time, and that is going to be another game of Humble destruction.
I think towards the end there as well, I'm not sure the dash went the right way. It could have been missed because it's hard to see, but ultimately, what was so apparent was the fact that Humble were at home. That was not in any stretch of the imagination even a challenge for them. It was a walkover. And after that first set, Queso being behind, you've got to play it a bit slower into things. You can't just be running in to just running into the front lines like willy-nilly. You've got to slow the pace down and start to chip away slowly but surely. And please, for the love of God, take care of Filippo and just try to ensure that he stays more suppressed than he is, because he's just dancing over these games.
I mean, all of them are. All of them are dancing over the games. I mean, giving Filippo Shelly is definitely a big thing for them. Oh, I mean, come on. We need to see more from Team Queso here. They're being walked over by Humble. Cyclone looking like he wants to get this right-hand side under wraps as well. Boss finally showing his face, but not really getting on for it. Mr. P now in the mix as well, but doesn't have these porters, so not going to have the easiest time against Shelly, especially when Filippo's flying under the radar so well. Spin there from Cyclone as well. Boss wants to use a dash, but can't actually find him. And now the pinch comes in once again. Got this super, but actually uses that dash downwards to get into the bush. But 8 gems already over Luki's head.
Yeah, Boss hoping for this kind of turnaround moment play, and I hope that we see it with the gadget combination with the super. But actually does take care of the mid though. Felipe coming back in off the spawn. I don't think they're aware to where Boss is actually at the moment as well. Now he will have just shown his face. Goes and gets the stun off as well to Luki, but they've got the gadget was timed perfectly there to keep the healing coming in, and Luki survives there. Boss goes down, and then Humble defend that tough position.
Well, that was actually gorgeous from Luki. Uses a super to get out of the way of the second Maisie super, and now goes back towards that mid. Hypercharge available as well, but Boss going to use his too. Now this is a dangerous position, but he cleans up the Spirit, doing so much work too. Luki stays alive, gets the aggressor down, and now 9 gems to 4 is what we see in this matchup. But Cyclone's going to go in, bring Braxi really low, and now the Hypercharge from Filippo. Gem spawns on their side, and he sweeps in straight for it.
This is better from Queso, but it's just looking a little bit too late for this set. They've got 6 gems in the pockets to the 10 of Humble, and Cyclone knows they can just go in and just get a ton of HP value onto Blacksea. Luki is safe and sound. I don't think that anyone is going to be able to close the gap on him in time, and this set goes another way towards Humble. 2-0 now, and looking so good.
I'm not sure this can go any more in Humble's favor, to be honest with you. It's complete destruction from them, and all 3 players playing beautifully. You know, Cyclone not getting as much value from the Carl as I'm sure he'd like. He'd like to stay alive in a few of these circumstances, but he's doing his part. And if Filippo and Luki are playing as well as they are, then this is the big thing, you know. And there was a play in here that I absolutely loved. We saw, you know, Luki just dash out the way of one of those Maisie supers, which would have brought him down, coming back to the same position. But after that, Maisie already used up that super, and I think that was just really beautiful to see from Luki in that position. But Humble, I mean, this is not looking good for Team Queso, and they might be a nice little 0-4 here.
I just don't know how it's going this badly for them, considering that yesterday they took things to the 5th and final set with, you know, a team which are looking really good at the moment. I mean, EUR&MENA Esports were the #1 seed last season. I mean, they took them all the way to the 5th. So I thought that after a bit of sleep and a bit of reflection that they could come in today and get a win. And they look, it's not even arguably worse, they look worse than yesterday by quite a wide margin.
But Humble, they're looking good as well. That's the thing, right? Team Queso are not looking good by any means. They're drafting terribly as well. All the picks seem to be a little bit up in the air. But Humble, you know, I said it from the first day. I mean, they're massively in contention for it all in the Snapdragon Pro Series this time. If they get this win, they're going to be in a brilliant position to head to those challenge finals. And from there, I don't really think there's any bounds for them either, because they're just looking really, really solid. And yes, it might be against Team Queso here, but in other game days, they've brought back some brilliant results too.
Well, it's not over yet, but it does feel like it. The way that Team Queso are playing, it just looks like they are completely deflated, and it almost feels like Humble are like playing with their food at this point. I think the drafts are just better. Please, Queso, please ban Shelly. I don't know why it's that difficult to look at a brawler which is #1 in the pick and ban rates and leave it open and get destroyed by it in set 1, in set 2. If they don't ban Shelly, I mean, I can't even speak that I'm that angry. I don't understand why they're not doing it.
I mean, there's no explanation for it. I don't know if you're looking at me for an explanation, but it's not going to happen. I'll say that right now. It's not going to happen. Team Queso have eventually banned Shelly. Your answers, your prayers have been answered, I should say. Not your answers have been prayed. But Gray, Shelly, and I mean, we're going to see the double ban coming out here from Humble, so I don't know if Team Queso have got the first pick. Shelly, Carl, and Squeak bans coming in then from Team Queso. First pick should be coming through shortly, and it is Team Queso who have that first pick, and they're going to go with the Bell, which isn't really a first pick for me.
It's that safe idea. It's the kind of brawler you pick when you don't
lose literally open.
It does say a lot about their mentality towards the draft. You know, Bells is not a bad brawler here, but it's like you say, it's not that first pick idea. I mean, Rosa here is still open as well, by the way.
Oh, they're going to take Lou and Rosa. What can they do? 2
hypercharged brawlers yet again. You know, I don't understand why when there's these really strong, heavy hitting options. There's the first one.
Oh,
Rosa.
50% there.
Rosa, come on, Rosa. I don't kind of understand where Team Queso are playing from. In terms of the draft, it just doesn't feel like it's all there today.
I'm just waiting in anticipation. I'm going to need a Rosa. We just need to look smart for one time in our lives, right? Just the one time. Just the one time. Come on, Rosa. Come on, baby. Let's see it from Humble. But I mean, this second pick is going to be a huge one for them. Obviously, Team Queso are going to have the chance to, you know, get 2 in a row after that and counter a few things out. Colette's still in the mix as well if they do take the Rosa. So they're going to go for that spike, a little bit more versatile. But now Team Queso, I feel like they're going to be forced into a position to take tank counters, take the Rosa, or that's going to be Humble's last pick, possibly.
Yeah, certainly this is an opportunity, actually, for Team Queso to kind of make good on things. I mean, you know, how often do you see an Eve ban on Ring of Fire? It's, you know, a brawler which Team Queso would like. This is kind of why I have some reservations at the moment just with their drafting. Because, like, you know, they do play some out there ideas that just don't really kind of have too much going for them, in my opinion. Amber?
Have you on Amber?
Let's go! I'm always glad to see it, you know? I mean, that is a great brawler pick. Amber has always been, for me, a fantastic pair of hands in Ring of Fire, just to be able to really just avoid those unpredictable circumstances. And it kind of now puts the idea of Rose in a bit of question.
Yeah, I mean, especially because Rose is going to be wanting to build up those bushes in the mid, right? You know, Amber can pretty much just burn them straight down, so I don't feel like that's a bad pick at all from Team Queso, but I still feel like there are some better ones. Otis comes in as well as that preventive measure, so another one of those tanks. Obviously, Amber and Otis are going to be really down a lot of DPS now, so it kind of puts that last tank pick into question for Humble. Whether or not they're just going to go for it anyway, it wouldn't surprise me.
I wouldn't mind a Tara here as well. I don't know that you wouldn't, but, you know, I'm just saying that's a brawler which Humble, you know, could absolutely use in the same idea of the strategy, just to kind of leave in the back pocket and just keep that pressure on. It's kind of like how their playstyle has been evolving this season. They just are waiting in, you know, that stronghold moment to really throw things around. Stu, they're going to come in. Certainly, it's definitely a tough brawler to take down, and with the speed zone as well, getting everyone in off that spawn quickly, you know, it's going to give them that head start which they need to have, and prioritizing the objective, of course, is that important to do. For me, Team Queso they've got a comp. It can work, but they've got to work now.
Yeah. No, I do agree. I feel like both these comps are fairly even. I'm not 100% convinced about the spike, to be honest with you. Obviously, it's got hypercharge, so it makes it that bit better, but at the same time, it was never really seen here before hypercharge, and the hypercharge is just a bigger spike super, right? So it's not like that much of a difference. It's not like a Lu super that's going to instantly stun you from that zone and get cleaned up quite quickly. So I'm not really convinced on it.
Again, you know, this is the third game, and I correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that Queso have had a single hypercharged brawler. I don't know whether they're doing some kind of quest to see how far they can get in the Snapdragon Pro Series without using them.
Played amazing.
It's just, you know, yeah, amazing, I guess, but like, I mean,
does that count though?
Yeah, exactly my point. Does it really count? Well, 12% on the zone so far from Humble as Team Queso the slower to the start, but now with that takedown of Lukey, trying to open up some opportunities for themselves. Black CeeLo though as well, Boss as well, having that right-hand side doing some great work, and now putting himself into a good spot.
Filippo might not have found any connections with that super, but he did a good job of pushing them in the position where they didn't want to be. Well, Javi really dominating Cyclone here. The mute's going to connect as well, and now there's not really any escape for him. Should go down and does. Filippo going to come and try and get some revenge, though. Eventually gets it down. Lu super going to be placed, but the mark straight back onto Lukey. Hypercharge available from Filippo now, and actually going to use his life plant. Maybe going to actually impact him a bit more. That's going to help him, but the heal does pretty much top that back off. And now he's looking for a super as he uses that hypercharge.
Yeah, Felipe not getting the most value of that hypercharge though, and actually low HP himself now, but these shots from Black Sea have got to land. You know, Lukey is marked up here, and that's the time that you can really make a difference, but it is still Humble on this zone. Now that Filippo gets to take down a Black Sea, it's going to make things even worse for them. Boss as well just goes down immediately. A team wipe for Humble, and this is looking bad now. Now that Team Queso have relinquished all mid-control, I feel like it's a matter of time before this game goes the way of Humble.
I mean, they've established themselves, Lu super, Spike super, everything going wrong for Team Queso right now, but Javi eventually does win that matchup, not without Humble doubling their lead in comparison to the boys over on Team Queso. Javi going to try and push around this left-hand side now, but the mark still on Lukey. But why does it matter if he's not getting hit? Eventually some shots going to connect. The Cyclone comes back in, dashing back and forward, surviving for quite a large amount of time, just waiting for all of the players now is exactly what Humble should do, and then a joint push should finish this game off.
Yeah, it's going to be a matter of time. I mean, for Team Queso, this can be done. It can be done, but they cannot go a step wrong in any direction. Cyclone might fall here as well, though. Time is catching up, and if Javi then can get a nice solid mute and they can suppress Lukey on the right-hand side, this is getting closer and closer. Humble have gone and push, and they're not pushing. Felipe's the last man standing for them, and Boss and Black Sea are there. Oh, my word! Team Queso, maybe eat my words. I am all for it as they get one on the board, finally. But is it too little too late? That's the question.
I don't know how Humble didn't win that, but I'm quite happy that Team Queso did, eventually starting to show us something. Now they're going to need, you know, 3 sets in a row to be able to win this one. It's a big, big ask. Well, at least they've started something.
Say how it is, Trav. Say how it is. But that is the first. That is where, you know, a reverse sweep has to start somewhere, right? Exactly.
Well, we'll see if this is the start of something special for Team Queso then, or if Humble will shut them down before they even get started. Now Luki looking for some shots. Cyclone really not having the best of the times against Javi over on this right-hand side. Having to retreat. Fat Splatter was used there and he evades some shots and the drag from behind does get him burnt up, brings him a bit further down. But it's actually Team Queso who are taking the lead in the Bell, really giving a bit of a tough time here to the Lu.
I don't really kind of understand that. Blacksy was like getting Luki down to one shot and then just changed his opinion on it and started focusing on Felipe. I mean, that's a good person to kind of just eradicate and then focus your attention elsewhere. But nonetheless, it is a good start for Team Queso. They've got 40%, almost 50% now on the zone. As Cyclone does then take the mantle for Humble and tries to get back some objective power. Great mark though from Javi. Felipe a bit out of position here as well, but gonna actually come out on top for the most part, getting Blacksy whistled down. But it is now Luki that is gonna start to bring more in, and they've got to shake him from that mid.
Yeah, he's really going to need a super sometime soon because Blacksy's doing a great job of tapping him up and bringing him low. Filippo getting some shots in as well, low Cyclone. Now with a great takedown, but not without him bouncing a shot onto himself there from Luki. Now the super does come down, but he's really not covering any of that zone. Spike super as well, but they've already got such a big lead. Filippo's going to need to do a lot of work here, find some connections onto Javi. They should bring him down, but that shot from Spike does actually miss, and the mute takes Cyclone down too, and this is a great spot for Team Queso now.
Come on, Team Queso, let's go, boys. You got this. 70% now. It's looking decent. Humble have been struggling to get that objective power in this set so far, and that break in the mid as well. Gotta give a big shout out to that Amber, because like that is now exposing so much where they can just see where Humble are coming from. Luki muted out there. That freeze on the zone is going to be great to have, but ultimately Black's just trying to find that little bit of a pixel down the bottom, but why not? This is actually going to be a Team Queso set. I did not expect to see it. It's not over yet for sure. It can still all go fantastically wrong, and that could be the start of a turnaround. The hypercharge from Luki on point. Now Cyclone there. It'll be a terrible way to go, wouldn't it, if Team Queso do not claw this one back.
I was going to say, this is exactly what Team Queso did in the last one. Hypercharge used from Felipe, but no super in time. Now a flank coming around from Javi, and something needs to start happening. Lu gets the super again, though, throws it down. We see Cyclone around the back. Javi's going to go down too, and this might be a reverse of what happened in the last, as Humble start to claw it back, but Filippo getting hit hard, and the bounces on Cyclone are not going to help. Surely Team Queso managed to get this.
Yeah, great taps there from Blacksy. He really did have to land them right then, because that would have been an embarrassment. Now, Team Queso have got some momentum. I've got to be honest, at the beginning of that set, it looked like it was chalked for me. I mean, especially when you look back at that first set and that second set and how poor Team Queso were performing. Now, this could be the start of something. They've got something to go back into this next draft to talk about, some bit of a spirits being lifted somewhat. They've chipped away at Humble, who looked, let's be honest, invincible in sets 1 and 2.
I mean, I needed more from Cyclone. I needed more from Lu there as well. The Stu and the Lu just really didn't seem like they were doing too much. Filippo, on the other hand, he was playing a heck of a game, I will say, pretty much always winning his lane. But other than that, you know, the mid and the other lane just weren't. So he was having a really tough time, and Humble not really managed to finish that one off there. Team Queso start to bring something back. But as I said, it's still a very long road. Even if they get that one, they still need another 2 before Humble get 1. And if Humble revert to how they were playing before, get a bit of a better draft. Not that I thought their draft was bad, because I thought, honestly, Humble maybe even had the better draft there, but they just didn't play it well.
Yeah, this is the thing. It's the start of something, maybe, for Team Queso, but Humble could just quite as easily come in now with a solid draft and just put all ideas to rest. But you mentioned Filippo. I've got to continue that conversation, because he has been phenomenal this season so far. He's been playing so good, and very much that kind of underdog player. This is really shining for me on the side of Humble at the moment. And I mean, I'm going to be that guy. I put a lot of the success that I'm seeing from them at the moment down to him. I mean, you can just see how influential he was in these early sets, and I just got to say, he's been blowing me away this season.
And he was a bit of a wild card at the start of the season as well. You know, we kind of thought he was just a bit of a substitute, same as he was last season. I think he subbed in for them in the previous season as well, and we kind of said, okay, well, you know, Tomsy must be somewhere else. So, you know, one of the players must be somewhere else. But they've kept him going, and it's been working. It's been working really, really well, and Filippo really playing to the best of his abilities in the Snapdragon Pro Series currently. So it is now down to Team Queso, whether they want to get their first win in, what, like 16 or something like that?
It is, yeah. Well, no, they got one win.
Yeah, but when did they get the win? That's the question, you know.
It wasn't a very challenging matchup, was it? I think it was FA and Mr. Dose, if I remember correctly. You know, it's been a long time. I mean, I remember, you know, being in the other studio last year, you know, giving them, again, a really tough time. But, you know, this is why. It's all out of love. We want to see that it is. It's all out of love. Don't you doubt me, Trav. It is. I'm rooting for my boys here today, and I want them to know that. I want them to come out on top. Bells rock. Yeah, I think it's fun to be biased. I'm down. Predictions are important here, Trav. There's more on the line of the casting desk.
Whoever predicts he wants to win.
The Nanny, the Tick, and the Piper bans for Humble and Bells Rock. The Shelly ban, good to see. Team Queso are not too little too late to realize it. And the Jean and the Grey. Bonnie first pick. What do you make of that?
I quite like a Bonnie. I do like a Bonnie. I think it's pretty solid. Has the range, has the option to go aggressive when needed as well, and I think that's such a big thing on a mode like Knockout, when you can pivot on the spot. Same in Bounty, with what I said from RT, whether you want that close range, you want that short range, it helps out massively to be able to switch with the press of a button. So I like that first bit from Team Queso, and a lot of the other good brawlers are banned out, so we're going to see the Sprout coming in now from Humble. They already made it work. They made the RT work already as well, and I think there's some pretty solid picks, especially to stop that Bonnie from jumping in. Yes, you can jump on the Sprout, but the RT is not an option.
Yeah, it's a good starting hand for Humble. There's definitely some vulnerabilities to the Sprout, like you say, and they could actually double down if they really wanted to on those ideas. But certainly the Bonnie is already a good one for it. But the way that Humble played it in that first set, it was really convincing, and they did play it just really, really solidly, and Team Queso just kind of fed into it. And that was Bounty. You got to value your life in Bounty, but you've got to arguably value your life even more so in Knockout. That is the whole purpose of the mode. Grom going to come in. I really like that. I think that makes a lot of sense, actually, because the Sprout being a thrower, matches that with a thrower, it's going to give the Sprout a tougher time. And they do have to do that. They didn't really challenge the Sprout much in dry season for Bounty, and the Grom coming in for that sake, I don't mind necessarily here, but I mean, I wouldn't mind also some long-range approach in regards to the RT. I mean, I wouldn't mind to see a Brock, but most likely with Team Queso, probably maybe like that Bell, which they do feel happy with. And there it is.
He's on form today.
Yeah, well, this is why we're here,
Well, back over to Humble for their last pick now, depending on what they pick. I feel like it's got to be something a bit more long range, right? Or they could go something completely different, just go aggressive, to be fair. They haven't really got that many defensive measures against something like a tank. Bonnie doesn't have the biggest DPS, same as Grom, same as Bell. Well, they're going to go with a Byron, which is definitely not what I would have expected.
It's a better spot, but I mean, it's, you want to kind of have a brawler to combine with it, to get those big heals coming in, to put yourself into a more aggressive spot and a more vulnerable spot as well, to keep your survivability in check and to go more on the aggressive. There isn't really that brawler to do that with. I mean, maybe the Sprout could get themselves a bit further forwards and survive a couple more Grom shots along the way, but I mean, it's not in a bad spot. I mean, having additional heals is always a good thing, let's be honest. And I think that for me, it's not my favorite pick in the world. It's not my least favorite pick. It's just an okay idea that just doesn't really seem to have much synergy in this comp. But certainly, in a game where it is so important to stay on your feet, I mean, if Lukey keeps tapping, that could be a problem.
Just wants to try the new skin. That's what it is.
Yeah, it could be that.
But yeah, I mean, he started well against Boss, but now Boss is definitely fighting back. Gets another connection in there as well. And Filippo through this mid, doing a good job against Blacksea. I think a couple of connections did force him to heal up, but now we see Blacksea doing the exact same thing to him. It looks like Cyclone's dominating the left.
Well, Filippo just trying to keep whittling down. Boss struggling on his right-hand side very much so as the Baron just outranging that Bonnie. The slow and sluggish pace of the Bonnie is just not really ideal in this kind of matchup. But if they can alleviate this pressure from the left-hand side, focus maybe a 2 versus 1 scenario onto Lukey, getting ahead of ourselves a little bit here as the battle still commences in those mid areas, but Boss is definitely having a tougher time than his teammates.
I mean, Lukey even got the splash onto him there as well. Wall now available for Filippo, found some connections and completely ignoring the left, but Cyclone's dominating. That's all that needs to be said. The right's cleaned up as well, but now this is a position that Grom can clutch up in, but he is marked up, and that's going to be 2, make it 3 beautiful shots from Filippo to get him down.
Yeah, Humble looked very confident in that early outset, and I kind of feel like a lane swap might be in order here for Team Queso because the way, I think that's exactly what they kind of have to do in this scenario. Boss rather, was just getting very little done, and now he has super. So if he times this well and can keep Cyclone and Filippo apart and just kind of come in at the right time, it could make it that early 3 versus 2 if he manages to land the mark.
Yeah, Cyclone got hit pretty hard there as well. Javi definitely having a better time here. Reverse polarity comes in. Oh, he finds the connection. Cheeky there from Javi. The mark is not going to find its way onto Lukey, and Cyclone playing this mid, just not really doing too much, but not really giving Team Queso any lifelines either.
Filippo's a little bit apart here from Cyclone, but there wasn't any attempt made on the side of Team Queso. I'm sure that Humble are very savvy to the potential of it, as again, Javi just trying to force back Lukey somewhat. Their Boss popping the Sugar Rush. Now Team Queso making a bit of a play. Super coming from Blacksea, is going to find the connection, and that is the 3 versus 2 early on.
Yeah, well, we're going to need some heals there from Lukey, but he's not going to find them. Cyclone just looking for the gas now, but all 3 of them have the super, so give it a go, Cyclone. Nah, he doesn't really fancy it, does he? But evened out now as Team Queso bring a round back.
Come on, Team Queso, you got this. Every time I do get a bit of a lift when they do manage to just have some resistance and some adaptations, because a lot of the time they don't do that one thing, but they have been objective enough to swap those lanes, put Javi on the right-hand side, and it worked out better. Now Felipe is taking a mid position now, and that's going to cause Boss to have to reconsider himself somewhat as to how he's going to be going in here. But nonetheless, taps are flying left, right, and center. The mark from Javi solid there onto Luki, and that's going to be a much better trade-off as far as Javi's concerned. But everyone's still standing, a lot of utility as well left on the map, and Blacksy, if he can time this well, could be able to get something in that mid area onto Filippo.
The mark makes such a difference on that lane as well for Javi, but Cyclone going to get Boss down, and he's just being sloppy with it. Not good from Boss whatsoever. Needs to be up in a situation like this where everything is on the line for them in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Now, we do still see Luki marked up, but it's going to be needing to be a great couple of taps from Javi, and that is not a good spot for them to be in. Cyclone's going to get Blacksy down as well. Javi, the last man remaining, and it's going to be match point, heading the way of Humble. We'll see if they can finish it off in the next.
It was just looking too good to be true, wasn't it, really? That was such an important round for Team Queso, you know, that really, really was. It would have deflated a lot of pressure, but now Humble are in the best spot they can be to wrap this one up here, end it here. They do not want this going any further as far as they're concerned. And, you know, I think that was the way to handle that final round as far as they're concerned. But certainly for Team Queso, it's not over yet. They've got some promise, and they have shown that they can make this comp work, and it is a pretty balanced draft for the most part, and that's where, in those early two sets, they, in my opinion, had the weaker hand. This time around, it's a bit more balanced, but the skills have got to match.
Yeah, well, the gadget from Boss gets him in a better position. Now, we do see Luki of this right-hand side having a tough time, but Blacksy takes a shot to the face, marked up now as well, but Filippo backed up, sent back to the spawn, and evading a couple of Brock shots, but getting hit by a couple more. But look how wonderful Luki's doing over this right-hand side. Again, it's the same from game one. And the adaptations not being made by Team Queso yet again.
Yeah, Blacksy just having to come into a bit of a helping hand. Javi, in the meanwhile, they're keeping Cyclone so incredibly low, and that could have been a massive result for him if he was able to just secure that takedown, and that's really where, for me, Team Queso have got to focus their time and their attention. Blacksy goes in, and that was a perfect wall to prevent it. Filippo really did have to land that mark, and Blacksy's so low now as well. He'll fall. Boss gets the pick up, though, and that could be a huge turnaround. Luki's in the gas. Cyclone left alone. Oh, my word, 2 versus 1 now. Team Queso could bring this back, and they do.
Cyclone just didn't fancy trying to clutch that one up. So close to Boss going down on that right-hand side, but did manage to get it. Now Team Queso back in the mix. Only need one more to even things out in this knockout set. But we do see Boss with a super. Came a little bit too late for him to splash himself and Boss to even the game out. But Team Queso need to make something happen yet again.
Tough position for them to find themselves in. Boss is getting a lot of shots here from Luki. Has a great connection. He should trickle down as the poison. Surely going to finish him off. He's still alive, though. He must be so low. It's actually Blacksy that goes down in the mid, leaving it as a 2 versus 3. And Javi being marked up here as a result of this shots into Cyclone. Yeah, he's going to get completely aggressed, and you'd expect to see nothing less. 3 versus 2 now. And this is going to be a Humble round. Team Queso now fighting for their lives. They cannot miss this next one.
I mean, what a wall from Filippo. It started everything for Humble in that one. Allowed, you know, Luki to push down the right-hand side, dominate Boss. Filippo got the kill himself through that mid and has another wall in hand as well, looking to do something very, very similar. But Boss, this time moving to the left once again. It's the adaptation that they made in the second. But whether or not it'll work this time is a big thing for them, as now only 1 round between Humble and the game.
It's those really tough moments where Team Queso have got a lot of pressure on their shoulders and they cannot falter. Huge taps on the right-hand side onto Luki, and that heal's going to be coming in now, keeping him quickly back into the mix as the wall goes down from Filippo. That's going to then rule out for the meanwhile, then in that mid area, just leaving Boss a bit vulnerable and having to try to land some shots on the Cyclone. A wall to the right-hand side. Blacksy just cannot get a break here as Humble just keep the control alive and keep forcing back Team Queso towards the gas coming in. A big, bad spot for them to find themselves in.
I mean, it was not a great spot for Blacksy whatsoever, but Filippo did mess up that last wall. It does cut off Boss from helping out through that mid, but some great shots follow up now. Blacksy, one shot doesn't fall. Splash on the right, though, and down everybody goes on Team Queso. 1, 2, and 3, and Humble clean up and take the win 3-1.
I really was rooting for my boys today. I mean, this was the time to shine, but for Team Queso, they could not do it. Humble keep themselves looking so good in this competition. Sally, break it down for us.
Everything was adding up today for Humble. They did take this win 3-1. I did say at the start of this that I need to trust the stats today, and 3-1 was exactly what I was predicting, so no surprises there. All I can say really is at least they didn't lose 3-2 today. Team Queso still not with a single win on the board.
Oh dearie me. That right there, that was make or break for Team Queso. Let's be honest, they were clinging on by their fingertips, but Humble have now driven the final nail into the coffin. 0-4. We haven't even had anyone qualify into the challenge finals with 4 losses. I don't even think it's possible, if I'm being honest. Statistically, I don't think it is, Trav.
I'm not sure. I think maybe that if there's like a 5-way tiebreak for the spots, something like that, it's technically possible. But what's the likelihood of that happening? That's the question. Very, very little in my eyes. So I think, you know, they're all messed out. And I mean, even if there is a possibility of that massive tiebreaker, I think they're going to lose the next 3 anyway.
I'm going to add to that. I'm going to double down on my prediction here today because I was rooting for Team Queso, and you know how much of a rarity that can be. I'm going to say that I predict that they don't win another game this season. I think they're going to end on a 0-7 because the matchups they have to come are their toughest yet, arguably.
You're a savage, Ark. I can't believe it. Team Queso, again, we could break it down from the beginning. Team Queso making kind of rookie mistakes in the bounty, and it looked like Boss was just having a really rough time. Do you feel like it was just a bad draft on his point, Sonny?
That's always the question. Draft certainly plays a huge role. We say sometimes 60 to 70%. It didn't look the best in Bounty, but it's always still winnable. As we did see before for FUT Esports, for example, just turning things around after losing the first game and then coming back into the game. It's usually what we don't see from Team Queso. They start winning a lot of sets and then all of a sudden start losing them. Today it looked even worse. I don't know what's going on with Team Queso at the moment. The off-season Team Queso that we were rooting for all, like in the few days right before the season, we were all talking about, hey, Team Queso might even make it to the finals. Something is missing.
Ark, Humble, Team Queso stats on the LED screen, but prior to that, we saw Maisie.
We did, but did we like seeing
about that?
Well, you know, it answered the question for us, didn't really, you know, it just didn't really feel like it made much difference on the side of that hypercharge being implemented, but certainly for Humble in that final set, the supers were being cycled far, far better, and sure, there's an element of that which comes with the Sprout, but I just felt for the most part that utility was just better spent in the hands of Humble. I think Luki played a fantastic right-hand side lane, keeping those hills coming in time and time again, and you know, Queso did make some adaptations today. They were swapping some lanes, they were getting some better drafts, they were banning the Shelly. It just took 3 sets to see it. You know, but we need to see that happening sooner for them. They left those things happening far, far too late, for me at least, in terms of that series.
Well, if you missed any of that series, we're going to have a clip that's going to be broken down on our telestrator from Sonny. If you can make your way over there while production plays a little jingle, as we all love. I just feel as well like Queso were just lacking synergy, but it started to kind of pick up a little bit in Hot Zone. But Sonny, over to you.
Well, I was hoping to show you an amazing clip of Maisie, of course. Sadly, it wasn't happening. We also talked a lot about how certain players stand out of the team, which I'm not a fan of. I feel like every single player needs to pull his weight. But I also chose a clip of Luki because he was standing out to me in this set. It was in Hard Rock Mine, as you can see. Luki, here on the left-hand side, getting pushed from the mid and to the left-hand side lane from Boss here. Now, what does Luki do? Just have a look at how he uses his gadgets and his super to get the shield, protect himself also from the second stun coming out of Boss. He's slowed here, using a gadget, staying alive just barely with 1,300 health here. Very good job at that. And then we see here as Boss decides to use a second super, cycling it. Luki actually uses a super to get out of his way, getting the takedown there in the end with a nice paint from Cyclone. Second clip here, same situation here really. Luki using a super to get out of harm's way, getting the takedown, getting the 9th gem as well. But real play overall, that's how you play Colette perfectly.
Thank you very much, Sonny. That is how you play Colette perfectly. And who were we talking about leading into this matchup? We were talking about how individuals can have such a huge impact. We've spoken about Ope, we've spoken about Lenan, and when you even said it, didn't you, Ark? You said Luki coming into this match.
Yeah, I mean, Luki's been playing really, really well. Filippo, I think, as well, has been a shining star this season. I feel like everything's starting to look much better from the side of Humble. It's a more reformed Humble. Last season, we saw a great deal of scorelines ending in a 2-3, just coming shy. But this season, they've just upped the gear very slightly to be able to ensure that those wins hit the board, hit the mark, and that's exactly what they're doing. And I mean, you mentioned it earlier, Trevor, we mentioned it last week. They do stand now a fantastic shot at making it into that top 4, making it to those all-important challenge finals.
Well, Team Queso have made the journey for themselves that much harder. Nigh impossible, but the show must go on because we're going to have 2 giants entering the arena. An undefeated Nouns Esports are going to be going up against the Mobile Masters champions, Reply Totem, after the break. See you in a bit.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Barney and I'm joined by Sunny, Ark and Trav in the studio, and we've got 2 matches remaining today, and this match could make some heads turn because Nouns come into this series 3-0 and Reply Totem come in 2-1. So this is a chance for Reply Totem to level the leaderboard. Trav, I'm going to come to you first because you and Ark have both lost a prediction today. So the dunce hat is on, but also you're eating a sour sweet. How is it, my friend?
Light work.
Light work. Ark is struggle. Ark is on the struggle bus right now. Are you okay, mate?
No, I'm struggling. It's awful. I've got a throat infection as well, to be fair, so it's probably worse for me. But like, you know, I haven't got this.
That sounds like an excuse.
I haven't got this cold exterior that Trav seems to be able to do here. Like,
absolutely nothing.
Sounds like an excuse. Ark, yeah, you got the frame of Shane firmly in your hands, but who is your money on when it comes to these 2 teams?
oh, this is a really tough one.
It's not.
Let me move this over a little bit. It's really hard to talk. For me, I don't know. We saw some great promise from Reply Totem yesterday. I think they really did turn things around in a bit of a better way for us to be feeling more confident about how they might fare in this scenario. Nouns are the front runner here. There's no doubt about it. I mean, they are the easy takeaway from this in terms of predictions if you want to go down that road. And I think that would not be a stupid thing to do at all. It's the right thing to do in this scenario. But I think that Reply Totem may have got over the hump just a little bit, from yesterday. They were looking a bit better, but this is going to be their biggest test. I mean, this is every team in this competition's biggest test so far.
Sonny, we're going to dial into these teams' play styles, aren't we? Because Nouns, typically the aggressor coming into these types of matches. Totem's synergy, though, is looking better and better. They weren't off to the best start, but now it seems like they're getting it together. How do they approach a team like Nouns?
That's a really good question. As we established yesterday as well, Nouns Esports do know their opponents to the last hair. And Totem, they always have been shining with team communication, with chemistry. We had some amazing Brawl Ball goes from them because they just know exactly he's going to throw his Dynamite Super in the next 2 milliseconds and then I can shoot in my shot. What such plays come out of Totem, maybe that's what they need to face off against Nouns. I do feel like against a team that studies you so well, you also just need to come out with some surprises. Maybe don't go with the brawlers you usually go with. Definitely a tough opponent here, Mota, P.E.K.K.A and Firecrow.
A fantastic run in the challenge season so far, Trav, but they're not without its hiccups. A win is a win, let's be honest, but Nouns, they don't look undefeatable. Is that a word? That is a word.
It is a word.
Trav.
It is a word. And I think that they're not undefeatable, but I don't think Reply Totem are going to be the team to do it. I think at this point, it's going to be very tough for any of the remaining teams who they've got to face to be able to beat them because they are on an absolute tear. And to be honest, I think they're going to pretty much dismantle Reply Totem if they play the same as they have been over the past few days. Reply Totem, yes, they've been playing better, but in my eyes, Nouns are just the team to beat. I was going to say in this region, but they're not even from this region, and I think that's something that's very worrying for future competitions like World Finals, as I already mentioned.
Split 1, Open Cup 4 and Open Cup 6, Nouns took the victory both times over Reply Totem Arc. So, I mean, we're setting up a possible revenge story for Reply Totem, but if Nouns are this good, I mean, what's going to have to go wrong for Reply Totem to do this? What are Reply Totem going to have to outdraft them? I mean, that seems like an obvious choice, but I'm just trying to think of any kind of semblance of how a Reply Totem going to do this against a team that looks this strong.
It's not going to be easy, that's to say the least, put it that way. I mean, but we've seen these moments where Reply Totem do fall a bit down in the dumps, but they do fight back quite well. And that's just because they've been together for such a long, long time. They're not a team that kind of have these bickers and these kind of like moments where things aren't going great and they just don't talk to each other. They just tend to work through it as a squad. And, when it comes down to the kind of previous scorelines of Nouns as well, there were close matches in their cup qualifiers. They did lose to Nouns twice, but they were 2-1 scorelines. So they did go the whole distance, and that gives me some hopes and promise. Certainly there's a lot of adaptations that Reply Totem need to remember and approach Nouns with, but I just feel like they are that really aggressive team. Nouns are kind of what I saw Reply Totem being more like last year. That's kind of their play style, is like when Reply Totem were at their prime, but they are still that same team. They can get back into this game, and I just have a bit of a feeling that today it might be that day if they get things right.
Small margins, people. Small margins. Trav, talk us through the beginning of this draft, and then I'm going to send these guys over. Actually, you can start getting up, wandering over. I want you to shout your predictions when you get over to the caster's desk so that I can write them down. But Trav, kick us off.
Well, I'm going to say 3-1 to Nouns as my prediction. I'll quickly speak through the bands. Bonnie, Eve, and Meg for the side of Nouns. We've got the Eve, the Piper, and the Belle from the side of Reply Totem. We've got the Lola and the Shelly picks from Totem so far. The complete roster of Nouns Esports is the Nanny, the Artsy, and the Brock.
Okay, Ark and Sunny, take it away.
I'm going to say, I mean, Nouns are the easy option. They are the obvious choice in this. There's no doubt about it. And I'm probably going to regret this. But because Travel's spot on the money with Humble in the previous game, I kind of have to go against him just so we're kind of even again. I'm going to stick with my boys Reply Totem today. I think they might be able to pull it out of the bag, but it's not going to be given to them easy. I'm going to say 3-2 for them.
Whereas I'm going to stick to my strategy today, I'm going to stick to the stats. So I'm going to say it's going to be a 3-1 for Nouns Esports.
Easy bet.
The draft is in right now. Well, sometimes you have to go with simple and easy. We don't need to be all so complicated. We have the bands and the draft in for Out in the Open with a Shelly, Lola and Sprout on the side of Totem. Now, is that the surprise I was talking about? I don't know.
It's certainly one of those things where I think that regardless as to what way you look at this, Reply Totem need to be a bit cautious into this battle and, you know, take things a bit cautiously and slowly at the beginning and just find their pacing first and foremost, because at the moment Nouns are playing at the best of any team in this region. That's just the reality. Good shots from Maro on the right-hand side to open things up, and already Reply Totem getting a bit of a good stance now in the mid.
Maro pushed up very aggressively on the right-hand side, pressuring back Motep and Pekka. He can take down any of them if he just dares to come close. On the left-hand side, Firecrow going down there, 2v3 situation now. Pekka and Motep need to get a pinch going, but with Pekka's pressured so much by Maro, it's not going to happen. Motep falling on the left-hand side, Pekka falling as well. All three members of Reply Totem still standing there, claiming the victory of the first round.
Well, good start. Certainly not necessarily as convincing as we were thinking so far it would be in the favour of Nouns, but that might change things as well. That peep did really come at the best of times for Motep, and Maro now in a very tough spot to make this happen. If he can just find something to trick his way around it, make it 2 versus 2, then Team Totem to have an opportunity, a chance at best, but no way now. That was a fantastic shot from Motep. That's going to leave Maro in a tough spot that he just cannot get out of, and will be tied up in terms of the rounds.
Just like that, Nouns Esports completely turning things around this time around, winning the game. Peep coming in already now, trying to get a connection. Maro does get hit, gets immediately a follow-up from Pekka in his face, taken out 2v3 this time around to the favor of Nouns Esports.
Definitely a tough thing to come back from in the back lines and as a 2 versus 3, but let's see what Team Totem can try to muster up here. There is a wall available to Joker, but it's going to be so difficult. I mean, look at this. Nouns just standing really quite still because it's got to come from Totem. The players got to come from their side, or this game is going to be over for them. And continuing on to the set, let's see. I mean, there's just very little at this point that they can really throw at it, but that was a pretty valiant attempt. I mean, Motep went down to low HP, and regardless of that, though, it should be quite an easy clear up for Nouns.
Such a dominating game in the first one. Reply Totem claiming the victory over the first round. Nouns Esports turning things around, learning how to play against the comp, and then returning the favor in the second and third round here. Very well played by them. Both of those teams based in Italy at the moment. We also have no ping differences. That's what we usually hear from some of those teams, that Nouns Esports just really likes to play those ping-heavy brawlers to their favor. Now we head into the second game. And again, it's going to be Nouns Esports opening up the map, having an easier time at getting into it. Reply Totem struggling a bit, already falling. The first member, Choker, already out of the way. Maro now standing alone.
Yeah, Maro's standing just completely still on that top left-hand side, and going to pop now the gadget. It's got a lot of value for it. Pekka and Viker just too close to the other. He will actually get the takedown. 2 versus 2 now. This is actually achievable. Peep going to connect though with Maori, and that will keep him low HP. A big, heavy hit though from Maru. Will fight back somewhat. Motep getting sprayed down as well now by Maori. Let's see what will happen here, as just chipping away gradually, slowly but surely. Viker juking though, nicely done by him, but the HP going to be whistled down as well. Hubble might come out, Totem might come out of this on top, but as quickly as that, Maru goes down, leaving Maori all alone, and that is the clear up. That's just Nouns being able to just keep so calm in the situation.
Motep was doing that alone there in the end. Pekka too low to do much. Firecrow now pushing up again. Peep coming in, getting the hit onto Maori. He's just healing up in the back lines, and Maro on the top right doing what Reply Totem is doing so often, just waiting there for the perfect opportunity to jump in. But I feel like Nouns Esports, as well prepared as they are, can see that one coming. Maro actually decides now to fall back here, go back to his team and don't jump in.
Yeah, it's a good strat, but ultimately what Reply Totem have done now is kind of give up that total amount of control in the mid, and I mean, it's a really tough map just to do so, and there's a bit of a gamble that just did not pay off, and now they're going to struggle to get out of this as the Peep comes in, trying to find the connection, as the rocket rain from Pekka did find a couple of shots, but they're going to be able to survive it on the side of Totem now, but the gas will be far away, and there's not really in this game at the moment.
You can just make your life such easier when you have something to break up the map, like Pekka did at the start. Nouns Esports standing strong in mid, not giving Reply Totem any space, getting 3 takedowns in consecutive row. Very well played by Nouns Esports there. I think that was a bit of a draft if there, simply because, as I said, you need something to break the map, or you need an Eve or a Carl. Those two brawlers have been banned out. Nouns Esports making the first sets their own.
A very good round for Motep. I mean, I liked a lot of these peep connections time and time again, just really making sure to get the value in for his team. And Reply Totem honestly had some opportunities for themselves that really could have gone the other way. And that just says a lot to me about their mindset coming into today. They just didn't, they weren't able to bring themselves together enough to be able to bring back around here and there, which they absolutely should have done. They'll be kicking themselves, I think, looking back at some of those matches, because there was times when they really should have given a bit more of a back and forth with Nouns.
Definitely, and as you said, Maru trying to jump in there on the right-hand side, he just didn't give his two teammates any possibility to push into mid by not jumping in the end. Nouns Esports immediately claiming the mid control and just never giving it back to Totem. In the end, they just played it a bit cleaner overall. Now, I still think Totem has what it takes to at least take a few sets. You even say they still have what it takes to take the win. Let's see if they can turn things around on Kaboom Canyon.
And we saw this from them yesterday. You know, Heist was a good game mode for them. It did give them somewhat of a bit of breathing space. Yeah, I mean, the Chuck worked out fantastically well. I wonder whether they'll consider it here. It's a lot open of a map, which sometimes doesn't necessarily cater towards it. But the bands are in. It's going to be Eve, Bonnie, and Colette to the Tick. The Tick is a bit strange, by the way, for Kaboom Canyon, but the Tick, the Kale, and the Piper, and the first pick of Nani.
I mean, maybe Reply Totem knows something we don't, and Nouns Esports loves to play Tick on this map. It does offer some control, but it also doesn't really do damage to safe. Maybe it was a misclick there. Nani coming in as first pick, though. That definitely wasn't a misclick. Nani, one of the best brawlers you can play on this map, teleporting onto safe, getting some safe damage in. But just so thus, Bonnie here, always able to jump into action, getting some safe damage done. And then the Griff again to open up the mid to get that easier way already into mid right from the get-go. Again, one of those maps where you just want mid control.
I'm so stumped by this Tick ban, honestly. The only thing that I can think of is that they valued the Nanny so highly is that the Tick head can knock you out of controlling the peep. I don't really understand it. And even then, I don't think Nouns were going to pick it. That's the thing. But, you know, we'll see. The Lou is a much better shout. Certainly can have a lot more in terms of defense potential. But if they are kind of working up towards a Chuck, I mean, I don't know whether that comp is going to necessarily synergize too well. I think it could work. But nonetheless, I mean, it's just not my kind of favorite strategy. I think that sometimes, yeah, a ball is a better shout. Like, for me, that works much more. But it's not going to be the easiest of things to work forwards. And that so far, Nouns are already kind of playing into the role of let's open up the map. And the ball's going to have a tough time with that. Certainly, if Nouns play the long game, they might even pick Colt because they were playing that so well the other day, and that was what realistically allowed them to keep the ball at bay. Tara, though, I mean, it's not my favorite, but it certainly has a place now in Heist, and some at home disagree with that, but those shades on the safe, if left untouched, can just shred through it, and, you know, the game can be over very, very quickly if that sort of, you know, situation occurs and there's a bit of a team wipe and a bit of an open door, and Nouns walk through it. I mean, that could be some serious HP value.
True, the pet gear has been buffed, but I think you can see in my face how surprised I was by the pick. I would have loved to see the Colt incoming. I like the comp of Totem just a tad bit more. Yes, Nouns Esports has a lot of mid-control with the Terra and the Griff, but both of those brawlers are not at all able to do any safe damage from the far. Whereas, of course, on the side of Reply Totem, we have the ball that is just able to dash around with the hypercharge now, even more so. And then the Lu does enough for mid-control for me. Both of those brawlers with hypercharge. Reply Totem really seem to dig into this new meta. Joker already with a first takedown on the right-hand side gets almost taken out there himself, and there's no single scratch on both of those saves so far.
Yeah, Pekka's on a very, very good spot at the moment on that top left-hand side. Firecrow has jump as well, and he might just choose to go in here and just get some more time as Maori has got his work cut out as the shades come in now, and it's just him there. But Joker is on the safe with Maori. Maori's going to be low HP, immediately taken care of, but some good early damage. And it actually gives Reply Totem the lead, but the second round of gadgets coming for Pekka, and his teammates can't be far behind now as the connection is there. He's just a bit short change there as Maori was still invincible, who pops the hypercharge to be able to get through, but now Motep seals it up, and a very close game though nonetheless.
Very, very close here at 44 to 41%. Nouns Esports
wow.
with a slight little lead there. Pekka trying to claim back some mid-control. Joker, though, with a hypercharged super still standing there. Nobody dares to take a step on it. Peep coming in there. Probably a teleport following any second now. Mori immediately falling, but it did get some damage onto safe. Reply Totem claims back the lead for now. But now it's time for Nouns Esports to push back.
Yeah, great cycling there from Joker. So much value for it. Pekka, they're going to clear up Maru very, very quickly and easily. And there's all three members of now Nouns on the safe. It's got to be a defense or nothing at all here for Reply Totem. As quickly as that, the safe goes down and the game goes the way of Nouns.
It was a perfect pushback in the last few seconds, waiting out Mari to teleport, immediately shut down, not able to do enough damage to give Reply Totem the win over that one, and then pushing back all three together with a Terra Super in their hands as well. And the comp does seem to work out better than I was expecting here. Reply Totem, so much range in their hands, but they do let Nouns Esports come way too close.
Well, this early moment is where Reply Totem can get something of an early start, because the more the Griff's on the map, the more the walls can get broken up, and that's just going to be bad for Totem. As again, Pekka already in that left-hand side. Some shades coming out now as Motive comes in. Mari going to try and go for a bit of a base race, but Pekka took down Joker. All three members of Nouns are on the safe. This is done as quickly as that. Reply Totem have dropped the ball. This one's over. It's done. 3% remaining. Motive's going to be able to sit over Super. What was that?
Motep saw that one coming in, and he was just spinning, knowing he would get his super in the next shot there, claiming the victory over this set in a 2-0 sweep there. Very well played by them. You just can't ever put the tank on the brawler that needs the super the most. Every single time we see Maru being on the Bonnie, Firecrow immediately getting super, jumping in there on the right-hand side. It just opened up so many possibilities for Nouns Esports. Reply Totem, I still think that Raft was really good, but they just didn't make it work at all.
Well, for me, it's all about Pekka. You know, he's in that top left-hand side the entire time. And, you know, I can understand Reply Totem getting a bit, you know, stressed by the situation, but they just didn't respond in the right manner. You know, just going onto the safe with the ball and just trying to force it is not going to help out anything. And, you know, credit to Pekka. You know, again, with that Tara final pick, which many are kind of underestimating the strength of, but, you know, to get in that position, to be that threat, to have that gadget, and to be given the space to use it, that's the problem. More often than not, it was left in a 1v1 scenario, and you know, you get to see on the kill feed, as soon as he won the interaction, those shades are on the safe. It's gonna go down, and towards the end, you know, that there's that 2 versus 3 that Reply Totem just had no leg to stand on. And what good is a bull on the other side of the field where you got all 3 members of your opposition dealing damage? I mean, that was one of the closest games we've ever seen.
Again, it was one of those maps where you need mid control. Again, Nouns Esports were the ones to have the brawler to open up the whole map to get the better start. They did that twice in a row now, already out in the open now in Kaboom Canyon as well, getting an easy start now in the second game of Kaboom Canyon. And immediately rushing on to save, getting super as well from Mari on the tank. It was just played out perfectly, and they knew to the nail which strategy they need to play in which map.
Well, a new draft coming in for Field Goal and Brawl Ball, and the bans are in, the Shelly, the Lou, and the Primo. For Nouns, unusual to ban the Primo because they tend to often play it for themselves. Willow, Dynamite, and Barley for Reply Totem. They do not want to deal with throwers today, but already the Rosa is a scary brawler to look down at. On the other side of the field, the B, of course, is going to be a great countermeasure, which they're just taking away from Reply Totem as their answer. But you know, certainly in terms of response, Otis might not be the worst of ideas for Reply Totem. Meg, I don't know whether it's really it for me. Into the B as well in mid. I mean, that could be just a very quick out of mech kind of scenario to find themselves in. And Cordelis is a solid answer to the Rosa. They had to have that answer to the Rosa. But I mean, already, I don't know how I feel. Well, actually, no, I kind of do. I don't like the mech. I'm not a fan of it.
It just seems to me like Reply Totem tried to react whatever Nouns Esports is throwing up against them, at least with the Cordelius they do, but then I agree with you, the mech just isn't it. Against the B, it's getting countered very tough. Nouns Esports even has a last pick now that can be just as good. They decided to go with a tank here though, not the best into Anita and the Cordelius. They could have went with a lot of more counters into those two even, but they decided to go with Ash, and it's probably working out just as well. With the B double tank comp, they're going to dominate field goal.
I mean, the Cordelis is going to have their work cut out for them. I mean, they should have a pretty decent matchup into the Rosa, into the Ashe as well even, but the Nita as well, but it's going to have to bring in a great amount of work for Reply Totem here. I mean, this could be a 3-0. As far as what I've seen from Reply Totem today so far, they haven't really given me much confidence, I'll be honest. And, again, my heart was saying Reply Totem today, but my head was always saying Nouns. And I don't know, it's not too late to turn things around, but again, it's going to be a really tough thing for them to be able to bounce back from there. Down 2 sets, let's not forget.
I mean, it would be the second game today that we thought would be really, really close, ending in a 3-0 potentially. Great push, though, now by Reply Totem, getting the ball in a good position here, pushing very aggressively now also on the right-hand side. A Getcha coming out of Mari, cycling his bears there. Motep still standing, though, just fighting the bear for now, but he is still on the field. Mari trying to get the ball. Pekka, the last man standing from Nouns Esports, the last man defending the goal. Mari fumbles the ball there. He could have just walked it in, possibly.
There's miscommunication happening all over the place for Reply Totem, but they should be able to secure it now. Definitely not the cleanest of moments for them, but a goal nonetheless, and that puts them in the lead. 1 minute 30 on the clock, though, and certainly a plenty amount of time here for Nouns to find a response. As Maru very low somehow, though, comes out on top, and Pekka, top left-hand side, Joker low. He will go down as Motep pushes his way forwards. The ball almost made its way there to Pekka.
If that pass would have went through, that would have been a goal from Pekka. Didn't quite work out, but Nouns Esports still have 1 minute 15 left. That's more than enough time to still turn things around in this first game of Brawl Ball. Potentially already the match point game if Nouns Esports manages to claim the victory over that one. Firecry Motep now pushing up very aggressively on the left-hand side, both falling though. Great defense from Live Totem.
Ball, though, is now left very much out in the open. Joker's got to go in onto Pekka, who is in the realm of Pekka. Actually comes out on top. Firecrow there with the rattled hive. It could be, he's got one more left, I think, and that might be the perfect time to bring out a second, to be honest, and keep the pressure on as Mari goes down. Even Joker just there for the defense, and the walking could be absolutely here. Joker goes down, and it's going to be a tied game in terms of the goals, and not what Reply Totem wanted to see happen. We've got 30 seconds now remaining, and just in terms of overtime, in overtime, that's going to be a very, very tough one for them to bounce back from here.
They definitely have to better come for overtime, but do they even get there? For now, Reply Totem still standing strong there. Pekka surviving the shadow round from Joker. Great tap coming from Firecrow, left and right. Mari's falling. Maru, the last man standing also. 10 seconds is all that is needed for Nouns Esports to claim the victory over this first game, getting the match point.
Yeah, that was the moment that Reply Totem had to stay firm, and it just didn't happen. They were just making a lot of mistakes. They just do not look like themselves at all, and it's kind of sad to see, like, honestly, when we look at just how successful they've been, last year, this year as well. It's just not looking like things are working at the moment in any way. Just like the drafts are fine. I don't really have a problem with the drafts necessarily. I'm not a big fan of the Meg, but nonetheless, normally Reply Totem have got the skills to make it work no matter what. And that is a clean sheet there as Mari's been able to walk this one in. A very, very early goal. It's going to buy down the clock a little bit there as well. In 20 seconds of time, a great start, but maintaining it, that composure that's needed is where it's been lacking for me.
Firecrow now trying to push up with the gadget. Hits Joker on the left-hand side, opening up Pekka. A great possibility to push up there, trying to get rid of Maru's mecha as well. And again, Nouns Esports with a lot of aggression. Mari with an answer, though. He does have his bear. Can't really go up against Motep here. He's dodging that bear quite quickly. Finally, taking Maru out of mecha, pushing up now. Pekka and Motep, two very strong brawlers, both just scared of Joker's shadow realm, but it's misses. The pass comes over. Motep walking it in with a super great plays coming in from Nouns Esports.
Yeah, again, Reply Totem just not able to keep the scoreline ahead in their favor and just buckling under the pressure. Mari on the right-hand side is doing decently well against Motep, but immediately Firecrow comes in for the support, and that's where the communication is for Nouns. Mari's low, their Joker's in a battle in terms of the realm, but the ball's still in the mid here, and that might not be the best of places for Nouns. They might have been able to actually tie it up there, and then Joker does not come out of the realm on top again. And that's a really tough thing that I've noticed in this game. Time and time again, he's losing those 1v1s, and it's not really the best of things to see. Pekka, Motep, Firecrow, they are getting really hunkered in. It's just, in my opinion, a matter of time before a goal.
Really can't afford to lose in a Shadow Realm when you're the Cordelius. Other Shadow Realm now incoming. Maru passing the ball to Mauri, and they just manage to pass the ball away, getting it out of the way. Mauri potentially even able to walk it in, decides not to. Of course not, if Pekka and Motep both respawning, both tanks back on the field, both were super available as well. They're going to be very quickly pushed out of that spawn again.
Now the pushback is there. Joker gets the win there, and Pekka will go down. These bears are being cycled fantastically well by Maori. Stunned through the wall as well, but again, they're just struggling to break through the armor of Nouns. However, if they can just stay here, going into overtime and just keep cycling these bears, it's a matter of time, but Nouns do tend to fight back, and it's a matter of time sometimes that Reply Totem will lose that control. Let's see if they can start to break through these defenses and get one on the board.
Motep popping his super once again, trying to go aggressively against Mario. So Viper has an easier time now. In overtime, they should have the better comp. We mentioned it before. Beach is such a good brawler to have in your hands in this open-up map here. Reply Totem immediately gets pushed back here. Joker again tries to go into the Shadow Realm. Should have picked the B in my opinion. Motep just walking through on the left-hand side now. If he gets a pass through to Firecrow, this is going to be a goal.
Oh, just shut down in the nick of time. Pekka low as well here. The ball should be pushed forwards quickly. So here by Reply Totem. Bear full HP as well. Maori could have probably gone for the super shot, but they want to play it slow and steady. Bear going out yet again. And Nouns are trying their best to defend this. Joker forcing their Motep into the realm. Maori comes with a huge swipe, and it should be a goal for Reply Totem and a game. Able to defend off against a match point, but how long can they hold on?
Is this where Totem finally finds their way into this game, striking back, turning things around? Still, they would have the possibility, but it is still match point for Nouns here. I kind of felt like we'd see a different kind of Reply Totem today. They normally look so convincing in Brawl Ball. Now this time around, they seem to fumble the ball, like passing it back and forth instead of just going for it.
Oh, when they defended that ball, I was certain it was going to be a goal. I don't even know how they managed for it to not be. But let's see, again, as they are on the ropes. 2v2 now, though, and it has been deflated as Firecrow and Pekka just now have to come back a little bit here. Pekka goes on the aggressive, finds the takedown there onto Maori. Joker just trying to force the ball forwards a little bit here and try and make a bit of a champion moment play. He's got now super to hand, will force probably Motep into the realm. It does so. Will they come out on top? That's the question. Does just about 240 HP, but it'll be an easy clear up if this Rattled Hive connects.
Firecrow pushing up on the left-hand side. Certainly doesn't have enough HP to survive that one, falling there to Maori. Now Pekka, the last man standing in front of the goal of Reply Totem, still trying to get some time in for his two teammates to come up. Pekka still standing there. Getcha coming out of Maori. He still has one left, but it's not going to help him if Nouns Esports push so aggressively time and time again. Now two supers available from the side of Reply Totem that could do something with it.
Yeah, Maori did well there, I've got to be honest, but I'm still not enjoying this Meg pick. I don't really feel it's doing the most amount of work for Reply Totem. Not the way it's being played, but just what it brings to the table. A stun there from Maori, just caught their Motep off guard, and he's been cycling so many bears this game as the ball being pushed further and further forwards. A huge swipe from Maru, low HP for Firecrow. Pekka doing pretty well on the right-hand side, but for how long? A huge slow there from Motep. Hypercharge available to him now, but that might just have been enough for Nouns to get this ball out.
Another miscommunication though. Maori clearly wanted to pass that ball over to Maru. Maru didn't walk it in, and now it's Nouns Esports pushing back again. I was praising them for that good team communication, but today it doesn't seem to be their day.
All left out in the open as the rats will come down for Pekka, and that's, you know, a tough thing for Maru being out of mech to have to deal with. We saw him struggle in overtime previously to this, and did manage to defend it this time around. Another bear for Maori. I'd love to get a bear count as to how many he's been able to bring in. Ball to Joker, a bit of a shining opportunity, but Motep is really causing a problem on that right-hand side. They have to deal with him first. Firecrow now has super to hand as well, but he connected onto Maori, who has been a thorn in the side of Nouns this entire time. For me, this game has been all about Reply Totem, but as we approach overtime, one mistake and this game is over, and it will go the way of Nouns, so they cannot drop the ball now. Going into overtime, they stand a solid chance. Motep goes down, Firecrow and Pekka are low as well. This is going to be potentially a set here for Reply Totem if they don't mess it up.
Totem dominating this round, having full control, but so far not a single goal has been happening through one situation. No, Motep in the Shadow Realm, pass to Maru. This time it hits, and Maru claims victory for his team here in Brawl Ball. 3-1 could be still on the line here for Nouns Esports, but for now, Totem turned things around here. Maybe that's the start of a reverse sweep. I don't want to call it too early, but Reply Totem seem to be coming back slowly.
I don't know how Reply Totem won the set. I'll be honest. I do know how. It was Maori just bringing in bear after bear after bear. Maru, I mean, played a good game, but the Meg pick just was not it for me. It really did not do justice on having to defend up against a really tough comp that Nouns brought to the equation. I mean, Rosa, B, I mean, these are really hard-hitting brawlers, and we saw just how much Reply Totem struggled up against things in the early moments, but they were able to find somewhat of some plays, some moments for themselves, took back a bit of control. Again, that scrap to defend that ball, I'd love to see that back in slow motion, because I do not know how it was not over then.
Maybe Trev chooses it as his telestrator moment of the day. We will figure out later on. I do really feel like Totem needed a few games to warm up. They did look a lot better in that third and last game, but as you said already, I don't really know how they won this set. Nouns Esports seem to be in the saddle a lot of times here in this round. And the mech, I'm still not a fan, but it did work out, so I guess we were wrong.
For me, I mean, it's probably a great sign, if you're rooting for Reply Totem like some, that they were able to come out on top with a comp that I just didn't see them doing so. So they might take that in the same manner going into Canal Grande. I mean, I think the bounty is probably not the worst of modes when you are behind in this fashion to try to force that fifth and final set. The bans being the Nita, the Shelly, and the Lou for Nouns, for the Eve, the Rosa, and the Jackie of Reply Totem. The Jackie ban here, very underrated, by the way, because it can get so much value. Now that Hypercharge is the thing, I don't doubt that that's a solid approach from them. Sanity, bit risky. I do like it here, but it certainly can be one of those brawlers which, if you struggle to get Super 4, not necessarily going to be the best of brawlers to sort of have on your side if the range approach is there for Nouns, but somewhat can provide some unpredictability. The Willow as well, it works here. I don't mind it. To the Cordelius, though, and the Buster of Nouns. Aggressive ideas compared on the other side of the field.
Interesting to see once again that Reply Totem, despite having the last pick, banning out 2 tanks here. So we really are still in a tank meta very much here. Grey and Buster is going to be one of the best synergies you can have, just teleporting your tank in, going in very aggressively. With the Cordelius as well, just his movement speed alone manages to get him to his opponents. Against the Sandy and the Willow, also not the worst, can also jump over walls and getting into Willow's face with... You usually don't want that as a thrower. Last pick now for Reply Totem. They do need something to still deal with the tank. They don't have enough DPS on their side so far.
For me, the problem is Pekka, because he'll be on Cordelius and he will just be going into the spawn and causing a huge problem. And I really hope the Reply Totem are ready for that. Primo going into that, I don't know how I feel. I mean, they are a great team with it. They really are, but I mean, that can just be feeding so much utility over to that Cordelius to cycle over and over, as we've seen Nouns do so beautifully in the past. And it's just a worrisome thing that Reply Totem are picking that tanky approach into, arguably the best brawler. I don't know. I was hoping that Reply Totem had a good approach with that kind of like the thrower and like the slow and steady, but also unpredictable approach. Now the Primo's there. It could be that Brawl that just kind of feeds in to what Nouns are cooking, and it is Pekka. Of course, it's Pekka on the Cordelius. I worry.
We're heading into our potentially last set here. Nouns Esports did have a match point, didn't manage to turn it into the end of it just now. They are in the lead though. Now Blue Star still on the side of Reply Totem. Every single member of Reply Totem have fallen already. Maro going in very aggressive again. 2 takedowns here. Never mind, Viper teleported to the left-hand side. There's the second takedown though. Motep falling quickly. Reply Totem taking over the lead once again.
Absolutely loving the El Primo pick. Never doubted it for a second. Just coming out with the goods there is Maru, and yeah, exactly why I said all the time that this was the way that Reply Totem needed to go with things. Taken care of eventually now, though, in that bottom left we just saw off screen. Now the stars are tied, but that blue star is still with Reply Totem. As the Sandstorm comes in, again, this is where we need to see the value being obtained off the back of it to warrant it as a pick, and they are crossing over the lake pretty well. The stun is beautiful there. Perfectly timed assassination, and Reply Totem actually win the game off the back of that play alone.
They do manage to reach the 20 stars, the cap in a bounty. We're all played from Reply Totem there, sweeping them off their feet this time around. They are certainly back now, and I say it way too often, but I'm going to say it again. Regardless, sometimes comfort picks go over meta picks. So yes, Buster looking very strong on paper, but if you just have a member like Maro on your team, you just need a Primo and you're going to win the set or the game.
I mean, it's a statement and a half, isn't it? When you look back to the previous challenge, we can see how Pekka was playing so impeccably. So with that Cordelia's pick, but to Maru then coming in to cause the ruckus that he did, I mean, unbelievable stuff. But now, Nouns are savvy to it. They know what's up. We're coming in a little bit late to the match, and actually it's going to be 7 stars in Nouns' favor to the only just the 3 there of Reply Totem, so they are behind already, but forcing forwards themselves a little bit into the spawn side, and let's see how this fares.
Reply Totem pushing Nouns back into their spawn. Nouns still being in the saddle here. They still have a great lead in their hands at the moment. Firecrow, the Super, Motep and Pekka as well. All 3 members of Nouns with the possibility to go in very aggressively any second now. Reply Totem just kind of waiting for their moments to shine at the moment. Getting their supers certainly will help. Joker still trying to get his. A Sandstorm would come in handy right now.
Problem is there's so much lacking of range, and Reply Totem can't really chip away, as then Pekka forcing into the realm for Maru, and it's a decent lead now. 9 stars to 3 as Maru dives in just in the nick of time, but does not manage to come out alive unscathed. 13 stars now. The walls are crumbling down as Nouns are just savvy to the strategy, and in this bottom left-hand pocket, what can Reply Totem realistically do here? There is a Sandstorm now for Joker. That might help out somewhat, but with 30 seconds on the clock, not the most amount of time to do it.
Most important Super though on the side of Reply Totem manages themselves to get in close and comfy with their opponents. Maru does get a takedown, gets swept off his feet right away though. Firecrow timing the shots perfectly, always getting the takedown onto that Willow whenever she comes out of that dive. Stun from Joker is not going to do anything. Motep can fall, he knows that. He plays it very aggressively, as even his death wouldn't change a thing.
Yeah, it would require 2, both Pekka and Motep, and just the remaining of Reply Totem just unable to join the party as quickly as they needed to in those final moments. Nouns now back onto match point, but we saw previously in the last set that they were there, and Reply Totem were able to fend it off and did so well under pressure. Well, now they've got to do that all over again, and as convincing as that first game was, Nouns adapted. They changed their approach, and Reply Totem's strategy was just completely there, just bare to be seen. Let's see this time around whether they can make it work again. Good stun from Joker, a lot of early utility. Maru going to fall though, and that's going to deflate everything. Bit of a trade though, it's actually going to work out in favor of Nouns. 3 stars to the 2 and the blue with Reply Totem.
A bit of a better start for Reply Totem regardless. Nouns Esports not already in a great lead. Reply Totem have them again back in their own spawn. Walking Kane coming, not doing much other than giving Firecrow a super. Motep trying to get rid of Joker there on the right hand side. Does manage to get the takedown, doesn't get traded out. That's a great lead for Nouns Esports even. And we have the 2nd match point already. Keep in mind, if Nouns Esports wins this game, it's over for Reply Totem.
Yeah, wasted gadget there for Joker. Sandstorm goes down now, but this does need to be something big. As a beautifully timed super there from Firecrow. Maru coming out of the dive there and just was not able to make anything of it. I mean, this is exactly what happened in the previous game. Nouns used the Walking Cane to break open that wall, and just Reply Totem led into it yet all over again, and it's looking like deja vu as just 2 stars still Reply Totem. They struggle to get this team wipe pinch that they're so desperately looking for on this bottom left-hand side.
Love to see the interactions between Firecrow and Maru at the moment. Every single time Maru decides to dive in, Firecrow times his shot perfectly. Motep against Maru now on the left-hand side. Maru does claim the victory over that 1v1, but it's still not enough stars there. Pekka getting another takedown, 14 to 6 stars. Such a tough game here. Reply Totem only has 30 seconds left to turn things around here, and they need a team wipe.
Yeah, it's 10 stars in there, but it does require a full team wipe, and Joker going down though, adding to the bunch above the heads of Nouns. It's looking going from bad to worse, and after all, such a fantastic start of the game for Reply Totem. It's all gone badly wrong. It's all done. It's over. Nouns will take it 3-1. A fantastic performance from them, and they stay on top 4-0.
And I don't want to say it again, but who said 3-1 in their predictions, Trev?
Who would have thought? Who would have thought I'd be right? It's the first time in a while, I will say as well.
You?
For the first time.
Hey!
Well, I said 3-1.
Me too!
You both did, I know. And you're not supposed to be able to say the same scoreline, Trav.
Hey.
Just kidding. I know, but you know,
absolutely none of that.
Sticking to the stats seemed to work out today. Honestly, Nouns Esports look a bit better on paper for now. Reply Totem have 2 losses, 2 wins. It's still open for them to make it to the finals, but it's a bit of a tougher road. Nouns Esports basically already qualified.
Right, you are, Sonny. Nouns come out on top. Reply Totem have been put in their place. Nouns just seem to be steamrolling this challenge season. Absolutely impeccable performances. Arc sitting firmly with the frame of shame and having a great old time. Reply Totem unable to regain any sort of notoriety, though.
You want another sour sweet?
Oh, shame. It could have gone to the 5th final set. It absolutely
also could have been done in 3.
And it could have been done in 3-2, exactly how I predicted. It didn't quite work out. I mean, the thing was that Reply Totem just didn't kind of adapt around the fact that Nouns then were just completely aware to what they were trying to go for. They needed to then just try to keep a bit more unpredictability at play. They just opened up so much to that left-hand side, and you saw how much they struggled to break through time and time again. It just wasn't going to work, and they let that happen. The walking game broke everything open, and just the lack of range and everything just wasn't going their way towards the end.
We also really had a nice showing of adaptation from Nouns in Knockout as well. They kind of were trying to figure out how to approach Reply Totem, managed to figure it out, and Sonny mentioned that it was possibly a draft issue, but then once they figured it out, it was great. So this is just a showing of, you know, real kind of excellence and understanding of the game coming into this, and understanding of your opponents as well and the way that they play. But Trav, before I continue to blow smoke up the Nouns Esports players, we've got some stats that are about to throw up on the screen of that match, and talk us through these, please.
Well, I shall. In terms of stars, a lot of them went the way of Nouns Esports, and the damage did go their way as well, but it did seem a bit closer than this, especially with Maru on that Primo is just so good. Some of the plays that he was making, super, just over and over again, cycled, but just still wasn't enough for them, and that shows how good Nouns are at the moment. Even faced with that many brilliant plays by members of Reply Totem, they still come out on top.
Me and Trav even mentioned to each other off screen that, you know, when Maru was popping off with Primo in that bounty, the observer didn't even know what to do. The screen was going up and down, trying to follow him, but then obviously people were respawning at the top of the map, and it was carnage. And Nouns just seemed to overwhelm Reply Totem in the end. I feel like it wasn't even like Reply Totem were put on the back foot too much, because they started to find their rhythm, didn't they, on the 3rd map? But it just, you know, Nouns just kind of were doing Nouns things, Arc.
Yeah, they are the team to beat. Yeah, there's no doubt about it now. And, you know, I wish they'd gone with that in terms of predictions, but I still have faith that Reply Totem can bring things back around. But there are clearly issues still kind of lurking around that they've got to start to iron out. You know, there's some drafting questions that I have. There's certainly some communicational issues that I have regarding how they're playing at the moment. And just I hope for their sake that they can make the challenge finals. I mean, we were, you know, having question marks as to whether they would even make the season. They managed to do that, but their path wasn't the most challenged on the way through, to be honest. But, you know, if they don't make the challenge finals...
What about FA India, mate?
Kebab. I mean, these are two teams that, you know, realistically they shouldn't have any issues with, and they didn't. But, you know, again, this is unusual. It's unlike them to be struggling this much.
Kind of went the way we predicted. Just Nouns showing up once again. But our final match of day 4 is almost upon us. We're going to have VN Esporting facing off against another team that is yet to put points on the board, and extremely unexpectedly as well. It's going to be Zeta Division right after this very quick break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Ark, Sunny and Trav join me in the office. We have just one match remaining on the card for today. An aggressive VN Esporting going up against a crippled Zeta division. Ark, how do they get out of this slump?
Well, they have to. There's no way around it. They absolutely have to now. It's do or die for them. And, historically, they have had some very consistent results, on the side of Zeta versus VN Esporting. The one that really kind of did make us, remember what happened in Season 3 was the big 3-0 that VN Esporting were able to achieve against Zeta, against all odds. That's what gave them the #1 seed. But everywhere else, Zeta have normally come out on top. Certainly when you look back at the BSC, there was just that one instance really where, things went their way, and it just feels to me like at the moment, the way that Zeta are in this kind of rut, they have to get out of it. They simply must start to make some changes, or it's just going to be all over.
Yeah, Zeta are going to have to combat this aggression somehow from VN Esporting, and I feel like the best way to do that today is to play them at their own game. Aggressive. What do you think, Sunny?
It's a really interesting matchup overall. We have kind of the same situation over this SK and FUT Esports with EUR&MENA switching the team. Here we have Rama being a player of, not Zeta division, but it was his co-players here, and knowing too well what they do like to play and what they don't like. And so do they know what Rama usually likes to play. Rama is the drafter in the team of VN Esporting, so they should know too well how to counter him. Let's see if they manage to do so. VN Esporting would have the possibility to kick Zeta division basically out of the competition. Statistically, yes, it's very unlikely. They could still make it into the finals. We talked about it before, but Rama would certainly like that, I think.
Yeah, VN have been looking strong for over the past 3 days of competition, but once again, not unbeatable, Trav, as Humble have already showed us.
Yeah, the thing is with VN Esporting, and the same with Zeta, Zeta haven't been themselves. That's the thing, and I think once they start to become themselves, and there's no more wiggle room. They've got to become themselves today once more if they want to get a chance to go into the Challenge Finals. They have to do that, but VN Esports as well, it's not the same roster that beat them in the previous season. It's a not completely different, but one player can make the biggest of differences, and especially when it's a player like Nob who is so skilled. Nothing to say about Buzzco, but he might just still need a bit more time to settle in, I feel, to be able to still get big results against big teams. But I just got a feeling that Zeta are going to be able to make something happen, and they have to. So with the backs against the wall, I feel the only way is forwards.
Well, I'm smelling what you're selling, but we talk a lot about mental game, and if we are considering the mental game coming into this, Zeta are on the back foot by a country mile. Ark, does Zeta have it in them? We know that they do. Let's be honest, we know that they do, but do they have it right here, right now, when VN Esporting are just going to come at them with all-out aggression? We know that their play style, that's what it suits. Are Zeta good at kind of analysing this all-out aggression and then playing off the back foot?
Yeah, I feel like they are that team that can do just that. And I feel like, that's kind of, it's VN Esporting's biggest strength, but it's also one of their biggest weaknesses. They can overcommit and they can kind of find themselves falling a bit face first. And going into Kaboom Canyon, the draft is actually going to be coming in. And the bans for Zeta, the Bonnie, the Colette, and the Eve. On the side of VN Esporting, the Tick, the 8-Bit, and the Lola. So quite liking things what I'm seeing, but is it that Tick versus the Nanny? Is that what that's about? We saw that with Reply Totem, and I kind of questioned it a lot, and it's exactly the same thing here for VN Esporting. Banning the Tick, picking the Nanny. I think it must be the Tick head cancellation from the peep side of things. It can kind of interfere and interrupt it. That's kind of like the only thing that I think is consistent across both of those two series. But the Gale coming in for Zeta, definitely bold, going to force them into the map really quickly, but ultimately it kind of loses the effectiveness when you've kind of got the map opened up anyway. So I'm kind of a bit on the fence regarding the Gale, but
I thought you said the Barney, and I got really excited. So,
sorry, mate.
Yeah, sorry about that. But Trav, Sunny, please be upstanding. Wander over there. I know I've sent you over there quite early days, but you can have a slow walk. It's up to you for the final time today and to surpass the halfway point in the challenge season. Casters, take us into our next match, which is VN Esporting versus Zeta Division.
both of those two teams really need those points incoming. Certainly Zeta Division that are 0-3 at the moment, coming in with a Gale and a Mech. How do you like that, Trev?
We know I don't like Meg. That's as easy as that.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
just
why I know,
really
that's why
not a
I
big
asked
fan
you.
of it, and especially on a map like this as well. I feel like it's a little bit dodgy. I don't hate the Gale. I feel like there's better options. You know, something like a Griff can break these walls open just the same as jumping over them. So I think, you know, the Griff we saw coming out of Nouns definitely paid its, well, was definitely worth it being picked. But Gale, I just feel like it's not really that. We saw it being picked by Navi last season, and it really didn't do too much. Lou, I do like. Obviously, Hypercharge, very, very solid at the moment, and accounting for a tank as well, because that's usually what you pair with a Gale to jump straight over that mid.
I'm just not going to bet on any money on any of those teams today because I got called out for it yesterday by VN on social media. But if I had to, I would put my money so far on VN Esports comp actually. Kaboom Canyon looks like one of those maps where you can just rush and get mid control. Lou's there for the mid control, the TP of the Nanny, and the Chessie Hypercharge is going to come into clutch when it comes down to rushing on the side of Zeta Division. So far, a lot of control. They certainly do want to pick another tank here, otherwise why even play the Gale with the jump pad?
No, I agree. However, I do not adhere to being pressured on Twitter, so I'm going to be going firmly with Zeta Division. VN, you called us all out, and I'm not having it. Zeta Division, I'm siding with them today. Brock is going to be the last pick as well, choosing to kind of pivot away from those tanks, just break up this wall instead.
Makes sense.
It kind of makes me feel a little bit like, why the Gale? It just seems very pointless. Obviously, yes, it could have been good against tanks, but there was better stuff that was good against tanks at that point anyway, I feel.
Gale was their first pick. It doesn't work in this comp specifically, as they also now have the Brock that can just open up the map. So the jump is certainly unnecessary. Still, I do like the Brock pickup as last pick, otherwise they would have just fed into that Lou and Chessie way too much if they would have come in now with a Bull or a Daryl. In the end, again, it seems to me like the Zeta Division comp builds a bit. It's just a reaction to what VN is throwing us. VN has the comp that they wanted to play. That's why I still kind of tilt towards it. But let's see how things are going to go down. Wall is broken up. Jump pad still placed. Zeta Division definitely has two openings in the mid right now.
Yeah, well, I do like that opening, but kind of makes the Gale pointless. As we have mentioned, Lou Super going to come down, and it does freeze up. Now he's actually going to jump straight into the freeze. Not sure what that was whatsoever. Very, very questionable. But Brock's made his way into the safe, so I'm sure they're going to be happy about that. Bit of damage coming down, not too much. I think maybe only one hit connected there, and a bit of that built-in incendiary getting the rest of it down.
So far, to me, it feels like VN Esports needs to start to connect those shots. Bosco so far already 2 supers down. Not a single super from Rama or Mebius so far. Let's see if they're going to get it anytime soon. There's Rama's super, certainly teleporting in now, if not prevented by Gera there on the left-hand side. He does try to prevent it. Rama gets the takedown, immediately gets taken out by Noe though. That's the final push up here. VN Esports finally on safe, getting some damage onto it. There's the first Chessie super, but still Zeta Division is in the lead.
Yeah, it's pretty much evened out now. Jesse's staying on this safe, and they really don't want to provide a hypercharge here, or he's going to get a lot done. Rama going to TP towards that safe as well, get some damage. They're just going to choose to leave him, go for the base race as well. Brock's going to be raining down that super, getting a lot of damage, and now Gale going to be joining him as well. Not the biggest DPS brawls without the Brock, so that's why Busco's focusing him. Not much coming down up top though, and now it's just Meg and Naui. Rama came back for the defense. We are going to see Meow just surviving out a little bit more. Busco might not want to waste the super, but does choose to use it there. Gets the stun out. Meg isn't going to go fully down though, just coming out of that mech and buying a bit more time for his teammates to come up and get the damage done.
Rama hitting some shots now, finally gets another super there. Bosco with the hypercharge. That's the push that VN Esports was waiting for now. Mebius with another super under safe. That should be done by now, but they're still struggling a tiny little bit. Defense is there for Zeta Division, but it's not going to be enough. 5-0 in the end. A very close matchup there. I'm going to call it. If they wouldn't have a Gale there, with that push they had, the save would have been done within 30 seconds.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. Gale just seemed so pointless from them. But even having that Gale, they still were in the game. They only lost by 5%, and 0-5. It goes to show that maybe Zeta Division are bouncing back when it comes to gameplay, but the draft's still not where they want them to be. We'll see if they can get a better start this time. It did seem like Busco was fed a lot early on throughout the first game.
I think that was the perfect description of where Zeta Division is at the moment. Draft could get a bit better playstyle. works out just fine for now. Firmly holding on to that mid control once again. EUR&MENA Sporting just trying to get their supers, but there's the save slowly trickled down by Noe and Gero from the far there. Gero doing a fantastic job at just chipping down the save. Every single time he does manage to get a shot onto it, it's at least 4%. EUR&MENA on that save as well. Noe on the left-hand side, still fighting against Rama, still standing strong. Maybe the Gale works out better than what we could have imagined here, just as a mid-control.
I mean, well, now he's going to be always trying to TP up there, but the knockback from Naui just in time. Meow's done so much throughout this, and he's actually made Mebius waste that turret defensively, which he's not going to want to have done. He wants to use those on the safe with that machine gun coming down, but Gero getting some shots in, some great damage, nice little grass break there to try and reclaim this control. But Rama finds a beautiful shot in. Hypercharge was activated by Buzzco, doesn't have a super yet, so feel like that's maybe a bit wasted, and only 2% added to the save. Bit more now, Hypercharge coming in for Jesse, but it gets absolutely melted down. Feels like a waste yet again, but a loose super comes, and that's a big thing for VN at this point.
I feel like it's the first hypercharge we saw from Mebius, but it definitely didn't work out as well as he thought. Still, EUR&MENA Sporting able to claim back the lead here. Just now, Zeta Division with a great super from Gero, turning things around once again. Still in the lead now. 20% is all it would take for EUR&MENA Sporting to turn things around, but with the defense that Zeta Division is throwing us in again and again, it's going to be so tough. Rama falling, Mebius and Bosco both one shot, and Zeta Division still standing strongly in mid.
Yeah, Gale definitely seems a bit more valid throughout this game than it did in the previous one. Gero just coming back and healing up, waiting for his moment to shine and get the damage on the safe. Rama going to be able to get another super here as well, but Gale has this knockback. Surely got to try and use it, going to bait out Rama's TP there, and he puts him directly in the line of fire of pretty much all three of them. Gero, another super onto the safe. That brings it even further down. They're getting the kills as well, and he still only just falls. 20 seconds on the clock, and they're going to need 23% damage and a bit more with Zeta still on the safe.
Noe and Meow still defending there. 10 seconds left on the clock for EUR&MENA Sporting to turn things around. Mebius is falling. Bosco is one-shot Rama without a teleport at his hands, at least not in time. And that's Zeta Division claiming that round.
I mean, that was much better from Zeta Division. It actually looked like Gale was doing something in that rather than just being there. And although they might not be using these launch pads, the slow and the knockback when we see Nani trying to teleport is so strong. And it's a really great thing for Zeta Division to have in their arsenal. But we'll see who's going to take this first set in the next game, whether it'll be EUR&MENA Sporting moving one up, or if Zeta Division will try and bounce back from this dreadful position they've been in all season long.
Certainly very promising that we already go to the very last game in the first set. It promises to be a close game here once again. And Zeta Division standing in mid at the moment, not giving EUR&MENA Sporting any chance of claiming that mid control from the get-go. Bosco again hitting some great shots. Double takedown there. Gero and Rama both falling. Now Meow, Mebius and Bosco now in a 2v2 situation, but Zeta Division in favor here, still with mid control.
Well, there's the peak, tanked by now. He doesn't let him TP through. Bosco trying to move forwards, but it is VN in the lead, and pretty much only just one Brock shot will have given him that lead. Now he's trying to push through his left-hand side. Gero pinching through this mid. Very helpful to have that wall broken up. Meow's just feeding Mebius super over and over again, and at this point he's going to get hypercharged pretty early on, and that can be a big game changer.
Super from Bosco coming down once again. Gero almost frozen, just gets out of that in the nick of time. Shots now coming in on Noe. He has to fall back there on the left-hand side. Zeta Division always has to fall back, but they're still somewhat in control. EUR&MENA Sporting not able to get a single scratch onto safe of Zeta Division, not able to find a breakthrough. Now finally a teleport comes through from Rama. He does manage to get the single shot onto safe, but it's not enough.
And the hypercharge as well coming in from Buzzco does get the kill onto the Brock. Meow coming back in now. And still, they're not in the lead regardless of that push with 2 hypercharges used. Super being used from Buzzco, though, does get the freeze regardless of no hypercharge being in use. And now Rama has this super as well, can move forwards up the map, TP if he wants to. Buzzco's going to throw down that super. Does get a little bit of a connection onto Meow, but not the biggest one, just zoning rather than anything. 500 left for Rama, does survive, has to back off quite heavily though, and still that super available. However, after all that control, they're still at a percentage deficit.
VN under control of the mid, didn't last for long though. Zeta Division claim back the mid control once again. Teleport from Rama coming in, some damage onto safe now, but Rama immediately gets taken out. It's only a 6% lead, certainly something that Zeta Division can clean up pretty quickly. 30 seconds left on the clock now. Zeta Division with mid control once again, some more damage onto safe. They are in the lead trap.
Yeah, he really needed a double stun there, but it's actually going to be Gero caught up, and it's only 20% of the lead that they do have. Mebius got to be close to another super to be able to get get this win as the hypercharge is going to be the big thing. Hypercharge used, but not got a super just yet. Using this movement speed, now picks it up, but he's got to survive it. And he's actually thrown it to a point where it's not going to hit the safe. Trying to get some beams onto Naui, but there's just not enough time. EUR&MENA Sporting falls short, and Zeta takes set 1.
EUR&MENA Sporting, you can't say they didn't try. They did try to push in time and time again. Zeta Division losing the first game, then winning the second and the third, learning how to play their comp perfectly with the Gale even, which we weren't a fan of completely. And I say time and time again, this map is all about mid control, and if you didn't believe me by now, after this game you have to. Even with that Gale, it worked out so well for Zeta Division, just holding on to mid control, chipping down the damage every now and then, especially Garo there with a lot of damage.
I mean, the thing is, the Gale just wasn't really there in game number 1, but game 2 and 3, it played so well. It just chose to just play on the defense, and I think that's exactly what he needed to do from the start. You know, the launch pads might be useless, the rest of his kit might be useless, but he can knock back, he can do some slowing with his main shot, and I think that's huge for them on that defensive side. Whenever Nani wanted to try and TP in, he was either giving him a knockback or he was moving back for that defense, because he's probably the best person to do it at that point.
He certainly is. Now, I'm really wondering what EUR&MENA Sporting is going to show us in the next round. In my opinion, they did have the better comp, talking about all this mid-control, and I still felt like they should have been able to win that one. With the Nani just TPing through, Zeta Division just played it out so well every single time, getting rid of him as soon as the teleport was happening. And then the other two, I mean, Bosker having so much control, he was cycling supers like crazy, but it still wasn't enough to push Zeta Division away out of that mid.
Yeah, I mean, it just did not seem good for them at all. They had a few pushes here and there, but it was, you know, usually because of those hypercharges just being used, and they barely even got any value out of those anyway. Lou, yes, got a little bit of value, had some moments, got some freezes, but Jesse, I think maybe 2 hypercharges were actually used with the super, 1 used without. And the turret was just taken down so quickly. They know it's the main thing that they need to bring down, so they just focus it, and that's exactly what they did. They just dealt with it really fast, and it really wasn't that much of an issue for Zeta.
Question is now, is Zeta Division really back, or was that just a lucky punch? Next map is going to be split, and now I could see a Galen coming, and it would make a lot more sense. Even as a first pick, you can still go with anything afterwards, and the trumpet is certainly going to help. EUR&MENA Sporting on the other side, they looking a lot stronger at the moment overall. We didn't talk about predictions before, that's why I asked that. Do you still put your money on VN or Zeta Division in this one?
I had Zeta from the start, you know. I just think that they needed their moment, and like they can't go any further back. So from here, they've only got to go forwards if they really want to make these challenge finals. And I think Zeta are a team who definitely deserve to be there after the year they've had. To fall short would be very disappointing for them. We've seen it done before by FUT Esports after 3 losses coming back and qualifying. So I think Zeta kind of have to do the same if they really want to not be a bit of a joke heading into World Finals. Split is the map though on Hot Zone. Zeta's bans are the Grom, the Gale, and the Grey, and then we see VN's bans being the Mortis, the Grey, and the Dynamite. Don't want that Dyna in there. Going to take the Barley as the other option of a thrower, but Rico being the choice from Zeta Division as their first.
Both brawlers, two brawlers that we see on this map time and time again. Ever since this map has been introduced into competitive, those 2 brawlers have been on the map. Barley very good, especially if you don't have a Dynamite against you. Probably the best counter, so definitely a good ban out here, as well as the Mortis and the Grey from the side of EUR&MENA Sporting. Zeta Division, Rico on the left-hand side still needs something for the right side now to deal with the Barley. I could still see a thrower incoming, but they banned out the Grom themselves, maybe a Sprout later on. For now, it's just going to be Pam that can deal well against any tank on the right-hand side.
Yeah, I think the Pam's quite good as well, healthy for when the Barley does come over to your side as well. I think that's a big point for Pam on the map like this. I'd really like, you know, a Stu or something like that if they want to break up some of these walls. It gives a pretty easy break once you've got that breakthrough gadget going. You've got to obtain your super first, though, and that's the biggest issue when you're playing against a Barley. It's just so difficult to get that first super. But it obviously is back over to VN with 2 picks, and we're back to Zeta for their last. Cordelius will be picked up just in case Zeta want to go for a tank for that last pick, and Ruffs to go along with it as well. Maybe want to combat the Rico around some of these walls.
Very surprised to not see a tank coming out of VN themselves when they already have picked up the Cordelius. Interesting to see Vien now decide to go again for a very passive comp. We talked a lot about it yesterday, where they were saying we love to play aggressive. That's all we have in our hands, aggression. And now they go with a comp that is very much the opposite of it, just trying to play it very slowly. As soon as Ruffs, of course, has the supply drops, they do a lot more damage, have a bit more HP in their hands, and might be even able to claim the victory over the Pam there on the left-hand side. Zeta Division now picking up the Edgar's last pick. That is still an answer you can go with here against the Barley, and the Ruffs will have a bit of a struggle against the Cordelius, but if he chooses his targets wisely, it will work out.
It's bold, but I don't hate it. I really don't hate the Edgar. We've seen it being played by numerous players who do manage to make it work on this map. It's just very hit or miss. One mistake and you can be out of rotation in terms of that super, and then from there it's just all downhill. But Zeta Division, I feel like they're one of the teams who can make it work. And obviously, being 1-0 up and everything to play for them is definitely going to be that motivator that they need.
Well, let's see if the motivation is there. Zeta Division could take the momentum into this second round as well. And they do need some points on the board, so we would wish it for them. Now we have Meow on the right-hand side already winning their lane. Garo versus Bosco on the left-hand side. Bosco trying to hit some shots, does manage to get some, but Garo still too much HP in his hands to survive it. Mebius clearing out finally, not collecting any percentages. He decides to go immediately to right-hand side, playing it aggressively, trying to get no into Shadow Realm. Does manage to do so. He's just wreaking havoc at the moment, not caring about collecting any percentages.
And now he's coming back into the mix now, but Mebius will be too. Hard landing back on the left-hand side there. Star power of choice from Gero, and he does get the kill. Meow and Nowie both dropping on that right-hand side, though. They do have a slight percentage lead, which gives them a bit of an advantage. Now both taking each other's home zone, so that's not going to be good for either team, but that slowing there is really nice coming in. But Mebius going to have to choose to take one of them into that realm, and he did take Nowie, which leaves Meow to be pretty much beaten down by this Barley, but a soup comes out and he does take out Mebius, but it is a trade, and this might just about even things out.
Very important trade there. I pretty much just had my eyes on Mebius and Garo so far, simply because they are the ones that do the most work at the moment, getting those takedowns. Mebius again clears out Garo there on the left-hand side, immediately tries to go back to the right-hand side. EUR&MENA Esports now actually managed to get the lead. It's a very small one. They need the right-hand side, otherwise it's going to be Zeta Division taking the lead over pretty quickly.
Yeah, Gero brought into the realm now, though, but that should give a bit of time for Zeta to extend this lead a bit further. 5% now, and they're both going onto each other's home zones, but obviously it makes it a bit easier for the Edgar to just cycle it out and get this percentage bit by bit, rather than the members of EUR&MENA Esports who don't have that same ability to just jump directly over that wall. Now we're helping out a bit now as well, and the three members of Zeta Division all on the left-hand side, but Gero's going to come in, clean up one, try and stay a bit longer on the zone to get that extra percentage. And it is a 7% lead now instead of the 5 it was before.
Mebius knows he has to be the one to push in onto the right-hand side. His two teammates left alone to defend Gero there. Gero decides to defend himself now. Mebius taking him into the Shadow Realm, probably winning that interaction, but still no more percentages collected on the right-hand side. The clock is slowly trickling down now. 40 seconds left on the clock, and it doesn't look like EUR&MENA Esports has the brawler they need to push into the right side.
A great trade there as well. Buzzco falling low, and this should leave a perfect opportunity for Gero to head straight to the left-hand side, and that's exactly what he does. Evades a Barley shot there, keeps his percentage going up, and Rama can't find the connections onto him. Eventually getting some shots, but he get the heals in the meantime. 98%, and one more jump, it's all it's going to take, but I don't think there's time on the clock for VN to mount this comeback, even if they wanted to, and especially with Meow pinching in now. He's going to bring Mebius down surely and take this percentage all the way to 100. Well, not quite just yet, but Gero's going to do it himself, and Zeta Division move another game up.
EUR&MENA Esports knew that the timer was running out. They needed to get onto the right-hand side lane, but they just couldn't. Mebius falling there at the bottom lane. They had no chance of winning that interaction. Pam just, as you said, very healthy, standing on that right-hand side and not really ever going down. The Edgar doing a bit of a better job than the Cordelius so far at claiming those kills, but overall a very, very close match.
Yeah, well, side changes here, and Mebius just getting his super off Gero, kind of sliding in this radius of his circle that surrounds him. But obviously there was a bit of a lane swap, and it's going to be Ruffs and Barley over this right-hand side now, but Pam's going to make the rotation around and try meet Mebius in this combat. Jump comes in, but he's going to take him straight into the realm. Mebius actually jumps away as well. And I mean, that's not really doing too much for either teams. Gero's going to come back out in the middle of the zone and surely be able to get two here. But Rama does retreat nicely, slow plays down as well, super on top of him in that last call. But Meow just letting Mebius have this side until Meow comes back around for the pinch, and they should clean him up. But that has given him a bit of a lead.
Mebius doing so much work on the right-hand side there, claiming a lot of percentages already of the opponent's side zone there. Garrett trying to do the same now on the left-hand side. Finally, Bosco manages to win that interaction. VN Esporting looking a lot stronger in this one, claiming the lead for now, 20% almost it is. Noe and Meow still trying to defend on the right-hand side. Mebius having Noe in the shadow realm, but if he comes out, he's not going to stand for long there, 2v1.
With the Barley helping him, he might stand. Down he goes, but he did have that super just before he died, which gives him a bit of a saving grace here, and Guerra's pretty much got to stay in this zone for the entire time. Goes in a bit of an odd time there. Does manage to get the I'm losing my mind here. I've lost the Brawl of the Roughs down, but overall it's not really that much of a big thing, as Mebius going to clean up this right-hand side. Meow's going to fall as well, and I mean, they're getting the percentage needed. They don't even need this left-hand side, but Buzzco's going to try and defend it out just in case they lose the right, but I can't even see that happening.
What's this team? VN Esporting seem to be completely switched out, claiming the last 5 percentages now, getting a double kill once again. None of the members of Zeta Division still alive, and with that, VN Esporting manages to turn things around, even things out here in Split.
I mean, that was a lot nicer from VN Esporting there. The first game, it was pretty even, but this time it was all in VN Esporting's hands, and that's literally just from one mistake from an Edgar. If you make one bad jump, everything goes downhill from there, and that is definitely not what Zeta Division want to happen in this third game of Split. They're going to double down, left-hand side this time. Gero and Naui coming around, but still providing Mebius with the super, and Meow not having the best of matchups against the Barley.
Very wise from VN Esporting to put Cordelius onto Edgar at all times here. Actually leaving Bosco alone now. Gary wins that interaction, of course, with a 2v1 now. Mebius taking Noe into the shadow realm, winning that situation just barely. For now, VN Esporting is in the lead, but Meow also decided to not pick up any percentages on the right-hand side. So this is going to be claimed back pretty quickly.
Gero did get another super there without even using his gadget, but Scrapsucker not going to really be doing too much. Great super from Meow, though, to get a lot of damage in. But he didn't really find too many shots there onto Rama, who's really being that thorn in the side at the moment. Gero's going to be baited out of a jump as well, and that is not going to help them out whatsoever. Now Mebius moving over to this right side. Meow hasn't even been capturing it. That's the issue. Does get the kill. But, I mean, VN seem in such a stronghold position at this point.
Rama putting down a Barley super on the zone. Meow still can't claim any percentages on the right-hand side, having it under strong grip so far, but without collecting any percentages, you can't win hot zone. Gero now finally standing on the left-hand side against Bosco. That just gave himself a supply drop. Gero decides to fall back there, running away, and Rama and Mebius are running away with the percentages on the right-hand side again, playing this 2v2 perfectly. Mebius falling now, Bosco as well. That could be Zeta Division fighting back.
Yeah, a bit of a turning point now as Zeta do manage to make something happen, but Cordelius going straight back onto Gero, which he's not going to be happy about. He's avoiding some shots really nicely. He does get a super, but he's going to get taken into that realm. 2 mushrooms being accidentally picked up by him as well, and now he's taking an aggressive stance on this right-hand side because he knows that's the side that VN need. Want to keep them back off it, but Rama surely just throws a super down onto Meow here, and they push onto the zone. That's exactly what they choose to do. But now he definitely being a bit of a thorn in the side here.
Bosco still defending the left-hand side. His 2 teammates claiming some more percentages on the right side. Getting the takedown onto Meow, certainly very important here. Now he tries to loop around, gets taken out himself now. Only 10 more percentages for VN Esporting, and they would be able to even out the score in sets here. Gero again standing very good against Mebius, dodging some shots. Mebius still in the zone, though, only 1% left.
I mean, wall's broken. Barley can surely just walk on here, or Cordelius in the long run. Super's out on there as well. He's got his super to take one of them out of the mix, and he's just going to stroll straight on there and even things out, making it 1-1. Zeta Division started strong, but it's about the ending in a set that matters, in VN 1, 2, and 3.
It just literally returns the favor. VN Esporting won the first round in Kaboom Canyon. Zeta Division turning things around completely. Now in Split, just the same thing. It looked very dominating what Zeta Division was throwing us in the first game, but VN Esporting made it look like a stroll in the park in the second and third game.
Yeah, it really did seem very, very easy for them. As soon as they kind of moved Cordelius constantly over to Gero, or at least he was making some plays on the other side, whilst Gero was kind of doing nothing on his own. Few jumps wasted in there as well, and it definitely came back to hurt him in the end. There were some good plays along the way for Zeta Division, and I don't think we can count them out of this just yet, just because momentum's going to be with VN at this point. But they looked very dominating in this set.
Yeah, I liked what I saw from both of those teams. Honestly, Zeta Vision seem back. They certainly look better than what we saw from them in the first 3 match days. But so the VN Esports team now fighting back after losing Kaboom Canyon certainly didn't really hurt their mental. We're gonna have a 4th set here for sure. So this time around, not a 3-0. We had enough of those today. We're gonna head into Gold Arm Gulch next, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of Gold Arm Gulch, to be honest with you, but I'll accept as a map between these two teams. It should be a pretty good matchup, I feel, on that map. Knockout's a really good mode for two very evenly matched teams to be back and forward, and I think it's going to be quite enjoyable between these two. I mean, the storylines that happens between the players, as well as you mentioned before, Rama obviously moving over, and Zeta Vision, they've had a really tough start, an incredible year, but a really tough start to the SPS Season 4. They need 4 wins in a row now, and VN looking to just shut them out of the competition entirely. And I mean, there's no better way to say thanks for dropping me rather than getting them out of the competition, is there?
Yeah, that would hurt a lot, certainly. Well, both of those teams would need those points. VN Esports looking a bit healthier so far. Again, we can't count Zeta Vision out completely yet. We did have FUT Esports last season, for example, also starting with the same fate, and in the end turning up as 2nd place overall in the Challenge Finals. Zeta Vision winning Season 3. I would be very surprised to not see them in the finals after that.
Yeah, no, I would as well, but at this point, it's really becoming more and more likely as the days pass, or as the game days pass, I should say, because Zeta Vision just not in the best of spots at the moment. Their drafts just seem to be all over the place. The gameplay doesn't look bad. They have their moments, they make some huge plays, but the draft is where they seem to be really having issues. And I'm not sure that's whether down to the coach or whether that's just down to the team, but something needs to be changed.
Yeah, I don't know what it was there. I didn't hate the draft completely. Like the Cordelius, they were a bit scared, I think, of VN Esports picking up a tank here. Cordelius couldn't do as much there at the start, and then, yeah, Edgar's last pick, you said it was daring, but it wasn't wrong. So Zeta Vision still looking strong in their draft even, but let's see what they're going to show us now in Gold Arm Gulch. Picking up the Shelly as first pick, we did see that happening before and it did work out, so I don't hate it.
Yeah, no, I like a Shelly. I think it's a really solid pick. Overall, possibly the best brawler in the game at the moment in terms of pick and ban rate. It's just always up there. The hypercharge is so good as well. The Buster, Tick and Meg bans, I think they're pretty solid from Zeta. And then others on the other side as well. We've got the Grey, the Buster being double banned, and then the Tick being double banned as well. So the only differences here are the Meg and the Grey. And I'm not sure if that's kind of just like targeting certain players on the other team, but I like the bans regardless. Eve going to be VN's first pick.
Don't hate it. Gold Arm Gulch has some water. Wherever there's water, Eve is going to come in clutch, potentially. Mechban, I do think it's kind of targeted towards VN Esports. They do like to play this brawler. Now, alongside the Eve, they could go with something with a bit more range or aggression. Just in terms of aggression, you can't really go with much against the Shelly. Bonnie could come into play, maybe. Otherwise, I certainly would go with range, and so do VN Esports. Deciding to go with the Nani so far. Don't hate it. Again, one of those brawlers you can't go wrong with.
Yeah, Nani's being played so much today, especially. I feel like it just really just coming out time and time again. It's a very solid pick, though. The TP, you know, whether you take that, Return to Sender, they're both very solid gadgets. And at the same time, the Super, the base kit, everything pretty much just lines up to be a very solid brawler. The range is what the real big factors, though. We're going to see the Sprout coming in as Zeta Vision's second pick, though. Bit of a thrower thrown in there. You can't really blame them for it, especially against the Nani. You need something to kind of fight out against it. And Nani's kind of like the king of the long-range brawlers.
Now I just think we're going to see a thrower from VN Esports as well, or something to deal with that Sprout. He's going to have so much map control here in Gold Arm Gulch, one of the best brawlers in my opinion. Jean then as last pick, of course, gonna be an immediate answer to Return to Sender from Nani. So Zeta Vision did have an answer to everything VN Esports was showing us so far. They can't go with a tank now because of the Shelly. They can't really go with a thrower because of the Jean. Maybe a Grom could work here thanks to the Watchtower. You have something to place up against the Jean. But other than that, I don't really see a lot of options still left.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't really that many options. That's the thing. I really love this. I mean, the Jean Shelly combo it dates back till the start of the start of time, or the start of Jean, at least in the game, I suppose. But Grom's going to be the pick, and you said, you know, they need a thrower, and that's exactly what they brought to the table. Grom being the answer to the Sprout, and I think Grom's very solid on this map. pretty good on all things. You know, the watchtower being brought in, you can see in some of the bushes. Grombomb's incredible towards that late game in comparison to Sprout. I mean, Sprout can block people out, but Grom can really shake some stuff up.
Yeah, and if you want to call me out again, call me out for doing the draft for you. You're welcome there. I do like that Grom as last pick, again, something that can go well against the Jeans. Shelly's going to be a bit of a struggle. She can obviously open up the map. Not going to be the best time for throwers, but as Zeta Division have a thrower in their own hands, it's not going to be favorable for them either. No, immediately trying to go up that left-hand side lane now. Meow already falling quite low there. Needs to fall back into the heels of Garo. And falling!
I mean, he didn't last very long. Rama doing a brilliant job off the start, but now he's trying to even the score using that clay pigeon, but nothing really came from it. Except for a bit of damage, might have got a bit of that super charge. But now EUR&MENA Esports go from a very aggressive position early on to a very defensive one as they just back off, as a 2v3 is not a position that Zeta Division are going to like.
EUR&MENA definitely in the better position here. Garo and Noe at this point just trying to get their supers. If they manage to get Garo's supers already in the first round with a team pool, they can turn things around, still getting a takedown surely, together with the help of Noe there. Garo now facing off against the Grom, not being a lot of help here in terms of getting super. Then EUR&MENA playing the slow game here. They know they can just wait for the smoke to come in, and potentially Zeta Division does need to come out of those bushes.
Well, they need to push forward now, but it might just be an acceptance of defeat as they go into the gas, and Garo looking for his super. Did get a shot in there as well, but it was Naui who managed to get his in the end. EUR&MENA Esports looked very dominant throughout that. Just the Shelly with the super though on the side of Zeta Division. EUR&MENA, I believe they did have a couple of supers charged up. At least they've got that Ram one and the Peep coming out now.
It was a very important takedown as well, as now is the person that needs to hold on to control. He's falling again, so no control at all for Zeta Division. Still no Gene Super in their hand. It looks very dire here for them. EUR&MENA Esports taking out the Sprout twice in a row here definitely is the brawler to go for.
What can you do about that? A Grom Bomb and a Peep used in synergy perfectly to get the kill. Now it's the same situation as last time, but this time now he does have a super, might be able to make something happen with a super and a clay pigeon. But at the moment, can't really get much ground on Rama here as he's just staying behind these walls and keeping him back.
2v3 situation. This time around, Zeta Division can't just fall back into smoke. They know they need this kill. Garo using a gadget there. Still not has a super as its hands. What was he doing in the first game there? Just always playing against Rama that hides behind walls. Now finally, Gene Super, he does manage to get a pull there, but both of them too low to do anything. All three members of EUR&MENA Esports survive. 1-0 for EUR&MENA.
I mean, now this is looking very good for EUR&MENA at this point, moving another game up, or at least one game up, considering it's 1-1 in sets. But EUR&MENA Esports just looked so brilliant throughout that. I mean, they got an early kill in the first. It was, you know, it was what it was. Rama just did really well. But the second round, where they got that early kill on the same member as Zeta Division, and how influential of a piece that Meow was as well. The Peep and the Grom Bomb used in synergy was just gorgeous.
Yeah, in the end, Grom works out perfectly for EUR&MENA Esports, so there was a brawler that they could answer with still to such a rounded off comp here from Zeta Division. This time around, Meow playing a lot more aggressively. It does seem to work out in the end. Again, he needs to survive in order for Zeta Division to have control and to get a Garo super. That's what they really need to take the win in knockout.
Exactly. We'll see if they're able to get it. But at the moment, Garo really hasn't done too much with his supers. He got one G-pull and pretty much just hit it onto a pointless target as he still had that watchtower to tank some shots, and the rest of his team were helping him out as well. Garo eventually pushing forward now, trying to work up his super, but yeah, and now he's taking some heavy fire to the face, and this is going to be a super place as well. A Peep coming out, that's going to be a tough position. Band-Aid's not there in time, and Buzzco cleans up Naui. Meow now looking for some shots in, but not finding them. Garo so low, Vengeful Spirit's used, but where is that going to help? It's not at all, and EUR&MENA move another round up. One away now from their set, moving up to 2.
Meow still able to get a wall though. Let's see if he can do something with it. Finally, we do have a Sprout wall. Could also save him against the Peep if Buzzco has it anytime soon. Zeta Division getting a lot more mid control. EUR&MENA Esports playing it very passively. They know they only need one more round and they do claim the win over this set as well.
Well, shots flying out from Rama now. Meow not finding too many connections. We do have these babies available from Mebius now, can place down and spawn those in. Definitely a big help against all of the members on the side of Zeta Division. Single projectile brawlers is not what you want to be facing the babies of the Eve with. Garo taking a bit of fire now. Rama trying to get some shots in, looping over the top, and now he just staying so passive. Such a back and forward game here. But at the moment, Zeta just are not having the highs that VN Esports are having. Gene pull available, but can it find a connection?
VN doing such a good job at not feeding the Gene at all costs. Now finally does have it in the second round. Let's see if Gary can do something with it. There's the hatchlings coming out of the Eve now. Certainly going to help VN Esports pushing back in mid there. So far, nobody's falling, but Rama maybe smooth one shot, get the takedown onto Noe and Garo. Their 2v1 situation. Yao gets the wall. Bosco with the return to sender. What a play!
I mean, that couldn't have come at a better time. He released his shot, and then instantly the gadget was pressed. Hit him with a quick little no you. You're going to be the one going down, and we're going to be the one moving up to 2 sets as VN Esports move 2-1 up against Zeta Vision. Brilliant play there from Buzco to get the return to sender at the perfect time. I mean, it was a good pull in there from Jero. But at the same time, you're not really going to be doing too much against the 3 of them in that position. And it just seemed like a losing game constantly for Zeta Vision at this point. It is very much not only make or break in this game in this next set, but their pretty much whole season bounces on it.
We had 3 of my favorite plays amongst this whole season in this round alone. The pinches between the Grombomb and the Nani peep, and then here in the end. What a perfectly timed gadget there from Bosco. Very well played from the side of VN. And I'm kind of scared for Zeta Division. If VN wins one more round, Zeta probably won't be in the challenge finals. There is still a possibility. We have a second team with no points so far, but it's going to be very tough.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough. And it only doesn't, at that point, it doesn't just kind of depend on them. It depends on everybody around them as well. Everything has to line up for like the most gruesome of tiebreakers ever. And I just don't feel like that's going to be happening. So, you know, Zeta losing this puts them in an awful position to go to the challenge finals. But VN, on the other hand, it put them in a pretty decent one. And we know that they want to be returning there, want to kind of show up with their full roster this time instead of the sub that they did have in the previous one. They want to show what this team has to offer. And with no World Finals on the cards for them, this is all they've got to play for, and they're going to really want it.
Yeah, but as you just said, Zeta Division should be in the height of their whole season, and they looked so strong throughout the whole year. Now, in a 0-3, and losing 2 games against VN, that I don't think VN has been coming out on top very often against this team. So it doesn't look like Zeta Division at the moment to me.
I mean, it's a big, big moment for Zeta Vision. They need to show up. Their draft needs to be perfect. The gameplay needs to be perfect because at the moment, since that first set, they haven't showed us anything, really. Everything's been very VN-sided. And don't get me wrong, that first set wasn't exactly dominance from Zeta Vision either. VN, they looked good throughout pretty much the entire duration of it. So a lot needs to be done for Zeta Division here. They need everything. The stars need to align perfectly for them to win this game. And then even if they do, you know, they need another 3 games in a row after that as well throughout the rest of the season. And I doubt it.
Let's see how well Zeta Division is prepared for the next set. Double Swoosh is going to be our map, and it's one of those maps where VN does like to play a Stu, Rama on it, or the tanks on a lane. Zeta Division banning out the Rosa. I already like to see that, but leaving open the Buster. So they did do their homework, but only half.
Yeah, well, the tank's still on lane, as you say. We might not be seeing that Stu through the mid as they don't have these next picks, but definitely going to be seeing this Buster down one of the lanes. I mean, the Shelly, Rosa, and Sandy bans from Zeta Division. They don't want to see that Rosa, and I cannot blame them for it. Shelly, Amber, and Colette bans from the side of VN Esports. And good, solid bans from them, I feel, but Zeta Division do have these next 2 picks, or next 3 picks, entirely can go against this Buster, and he can have a very difficult time. But it's bold picking a tank first, I feel, and Nita's going to be the answer to that.
I do like the dancer. Nita can work ways here. Also in terms of control, whenever you push back, you can just throw in your bear, press the gadget, and you're probably going to be back in your lane. Now Zeta, will they pick up another lane, or will they decide to go with a mid here already? Stu's still open, which isn't the best pick into a Buster, but again, if you give Stu and Buster to VN Esports, isn't it already over?
It might be if they actually do manage to get this Stu as well. They're going to take the Grey. I like the Grey. I think it's a very solid pick. It's been banned out quite a lot today, I feel, and especially in this matchup with the maps. They're pretty much lined up perfectly for it to just be banned out pretty much every single round and match. So I do like the Grey pick here. It provides some great loopholes through, you know, past Buster onto the gem carriers and that kind of thing. If Buster's dominating, you can still clutch up the game with one of those TPs into a nice position and some good heals along the way. So can't complain at these 2 picks from Zeta.
Definitely not here. I do like the Grey as well. The teleport offers so many possibilities. Would have also been a great pick for the side of VN, just to teleport your tank in. I mean, yeah, you're welcome for the draft, I guess. Again, Stu is going to be picked up here for EUR&MENA Esports. No surprise. Again, Zeta Division, do your homework. Maybe Nouns can teach you. I don't know what's going on at the moment, but they need to know that VN wants to play those two brawlers. Now, maybe they know it and they decide to give it to them because they have the perfect answer as last pick.
You better hope so. You really better hope so, hadn't you, really? Otherwise, Zeta are going to be in the mud right now, and 0-4 if they don't manage to pick this up somehow. You see, the thing is, you know, I like both sides of this draft, though. Yes, this might be what VN want to reach for. It might be what they desire. But at the same time, this Zeta comp is not bad whatsoever. Otis is going to be the last pick as well, and that rounds out the comp very, very nicely, I will say, for VN Esporting. Zeta, on the other hand, still got one pick left, and it's going to need to be something special.
It's going to need to be something to answer my question. Why leave the Stu and the Buster open? Zeta Division, please tell me. And we're going to find out any second now. Can't be a tank now that VN Esporting also picked up the Otis, but it is. Against the Buster and an Otis. I don't know how good she is now with the Hypercharge. We haven't seen her. She has been banned out every single time. We didn't really see her being in play this week at all. Maybe the Hypercharge will make her just as valuable as they need her to be. Because if this set is going towards the direction of VN, Zeta is pretty much out.
I mean, we've seen a couple of times throughout the challenge season. You know, yesterday I think it was FUT who played it, maybe on Canal Grande, or was that last week? I'm not sure. And we also saw it being played in Brawl Ball at some point as well. It seems decent. Does it seem good enough to beat this comp that VN so heavily desired? I don't know. There's going to have to be a very special moment for them. A nice slow with the Hypercharge, a nice TP, and everything's got to line up right for them. But I still feel like Zeta have a bit of a chance in this one.
Heading into a game already, great working King coming out of Garo there. Rama still surviving though, the speed helps him to evade that shot as well. Helping out Bosco now on the right-hand side, effectively winning him the lane there. Noe falling, Bosco now on the push-up here, trying to go up against Garo. Meow is waiting for him though, getting the takedown, and it's still a 3-2 gem situation here.
Rama coming around the right, gets pulled in. Not going to be going down, though, as he does have a nice dash out. Maybe it's going to come and help out as well. Buzco might find his way onto Meow here as well. And Bear, 100% wasted there by Meow. Speed zone placed down yet again. Gems should be pretty much evened out in a moment, but Buster going to place this little thing down on the right-hand side, on the left-hand side, a little barrier. But that's not going to stop Noe from just strolling straight through it.
Well played by Garo and Noe there on the left-hand side, playing it together pretty much. I also see Meow doing a lot of work on the Nita so far. Hypercharge now coming in from Noe, not really timed perfectly there. He doesn't get to take down onto Bosco, but Zeta Division still looking very good with the 7, now 8 gem lead here.
That was close. Garo almost goes down in a really bad position to do so. Meow trying to move up this right-hand side. Maybe it's obviously going to be outranging and having this bush advantage as well. VN need to make a move. There's the pull-in, and that's the move they might want to make with the pull-in back from Noe to clean up shop. And it's going to be the Nita with all the gems in hand. Noe gets one of them down as well. Fat splatter behind, and that starts the count, but it is reset as VN Esports can get one of the kills. But now Garo just going to go for it again. TP out this time, though. Survives on, and a walking cane straight into a Nita Bear stun is not going to be what VN wanted.
Meow and Garo are the targets now. 10 seconds left on the clock for Mebius. That is still the last man standing there. Probably not going to reach them in time. Bosco misses out Garo as Meow has 10 gems now. He would be the man to take out. They don't manage to do so. Zeta Division evades the match point for now. Very well played by them. It felt to me like VN Esporting was always just defending either the Jackie or the Nita amongst their own rows.
It really did. It really did. And Zeta Division played that beautifully. And this is what we mean, you know, if you've got an answer to something that VN so heavily want, let them have it. Play your game. And that's, you know, it's what Banks mentioned. Do they just need to let VN play their game and take it straight to their face? It seems like that's what Zeta are doing here in this double swoosh. We'll pull back there from the walking cane. Rama's going to dash to the right-hand side. Try help out Buzco in the same fashion he did in the last one. Pneumatic booster going to be used there. Bit of extra speed for Noe. You get pushed back into the spawn. Buzco uses a little bit of a pointless barrier in my eyes.
Garo also a pointless gadget though. In the end, it does feel like Zeta Division laid out a trap for VN Esporting that they just walked into. Having an answer after all, Jackie works out a lot better than what I expected. Falling on the right-hand side though now, Bosco finally manages to win his lane, but Zeta Division already with a lead here of comfortable 3 gems.
Made that 3 as he does get the one off the side. Now Rama surely trying to be answering back, but the walking cane in does go down to 1 shot, does get TP'd on 2, and now the move from Zeta starts. Now he's going to pull him in, hide behind this wall, and another gem dropped. Meow looking for something special here, but actually gets caught out, brought very low, and that's not going to help them in terms of control, but the 8 gems is definitely going to help them out as they have quite a hefty lead here on VN.
the value we usually see VN Esports pressing out of the Buster and the Stu, it's nowhere to be seen. Rama really struggling to get hold of some of those gems as himself and his two teammates just always try to get Zeta out of their own bushes. Countdown is there already. Noe with the suck onto Rama and Busco. Doesn't manage to get the takedown. All three now pushing up there. Need to take down onto either Meow or Garrett to still reset the countdown.
And a massive boost from Navi. That should clean up what needs to be done. The pull back in straight into that need to bear stun. Gera's going to TP forward and get the job done. Zeta going to take set number 4, even things out, make it 2-2. And they are not ready to give up yet as they need this set number 5 back in their bag to be able to keep alive in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Huge stuff from Zeta Division to not let VN run away with it.
I got goosebumps, honestly. I love to be wrong in terms of draft. Even if I predict something perfectly, if the other team then manages to surprise me with a pick like Jackie, absolutely love to see that. So thank you, Zeta Vision, for that. I learned something new today. And Zeta now on their way back. It's not yet match point for VN Esports, and we're going to go all the way to the very last set. So Zeta Vision still holding on to their bare lives.
And we saw it a couple of times there as well. The Jackie pull back into a need to bear stun happened a couple of times, and I thought that was a really cool little duo mechanic that they managed to get going fairly often there as well. It was definitely working out time and time again, and that's something the Zeta Division just do so well. You know, they can draft what they want. We might doubt it, but at the same time, they're going to make it work thanks to their incredible mechanics and team play. So even if their drafts are lacking, and to be fair, I don't really think that one was, they make up for it in other ways.
That's something we also said at the start of the season 3, that Zeta sometimes really surprises us with picks. We are like, no way they can win this set, and they still do. Even if they lose the first game, they usually just come back very, very strongly. So team play makes up for a lot in that team. And if the draft is also good, decent, which Zeta sometimes may struggle with, it's even better. That was a clean 2-0 sweep now in Gem Grab.
I mean, it was really nice from Zeta Division. It's very back and forth this game. They win the first, lose 2 in a row, and then they bounce back when they desperately need to. Zeta Division not ready to give up this season at the Snapdragon Pro Series just yet. Vienna desperately wanting to run away with this win for the sake of that leaderboard. Getting another one up on some of these teams and moving a bit higher up on that leaderboard is a huge priority for them because they want to make those challenge finals and prove a point. Zeta Division, they're playing this very well, but whether or not they're going to crumble under the pressure of this last set, because now it's one set, their entire season bounces on just this, that is going to pile down a lot of pressure on these guys.
A lot of pressure. You can reiterate it once again on Zeta's shoulders here. They did feel very comfortable on the draft that they just showed us, but so did VN Esports. Usually they have the Stu and the Buster that they love so much, but they just didn't really feel it today, it seems to me. So maybe Zeta Division, even in the better position now, coming out of a win now in this 4th set, might also bring them the win over the 5th one. And it's a bit more of an important one for Zeta Division as well. So they should be winning that one. If VN Esports gets a perfect draft though on pinhole punt, maybe we're going to see Zeta Division taken out by their old teammate.
Yeah, it'd be sad for them, but at that point, Rama would be very happy, I'm sure, if he does manage to knock out one of his, well, a couple of his old teammates out of the competition. And you know, I mentioned it earlier, VN, this is the only thing that they're going to be playing for the rest of the year. They don't really have many other competitions, so getting all these wins, getting towards those challenge finals as early as possible is going to be exactly what they desire. Zeta Division, if they don't make it, they've still got Worlds, and that's 100% a priority for them as it is. But we're heading into Pinball Dreams. Draft starting to come in. Zeta Division going to ban out the Otis, Squeak, and the M's. VN Esports getting rid of the B, the Buster, and the Roses. So they don't want to see any of those strong tanks.
I do feel like Zeta Division has the first pick here, seeing those picks, those bans so far. Let's see with what they're gonna come up with. Cordelius, one of those brawlers we see on this map quite often. Maybe Lou even incoming now that Squeak is banned out. You just need something with a lot of control. Crow, of course, also one of those brawlers. He did get a little nerf, so I don't really think of him anymore, but it seems like it didn't hurt him too much. We still see him quite often. Of course, with this slow, he's going to complement any long-range brawler that might be coming in later for Zeta Division as well.
Yeah, I mean, this Crow, I do like it. It's pretty versatile, slowing down, you know, getting damage over time, revealing people. It's a very solid all-round pick. First pick, for me, I don't really know too much, but Zeta Vision clearly have a lot of faith in it. Whether or not that means anything, considering the drafts recently have not been that great, is a different story, but Spike is going to be the answer from VN Esports and to start things off. Hypercharge obviously is going to be available. Makes it that a little bit better, but in terms of Hypercharge, I feel like Spike's one of the weaker ones.
I agree with you. Spike is okay in general though, so that doesn't really hurt him too much, that the Hypercharge isn't the best one. Not like Maisie, we talked about so much today, that neither her Hypercharge nor herself really have any footing in the current meta. Meg gonna come out now when Zeta Vision doesn't ban her, VN Esports decides to go with her, but I kind of have a feeling that Zeta Vision knew that. Maybe that's another trap laid out by them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really hoping that Meg does lose this, to be fair, because we don't like Meg around here, at least me.
We?
Yeah, I mean, we is me. But, you know, Zeta Vision, you're going to have some pretty strong picks. Now, Spike, very solid, very versatile. Meg, it's another one of those versatile brawlers. You know, it doesn't really have the most counters, especially with that B banned out as well. It's one of the ones that does have a bit more of a say against it in terms of bans. So, Lola going to be the brawler picked. This is pretty weird in my eyes.
Is it? Lola has always been the #1 counter to the Meg. You should know that from all the people because you don't like that brawler. Lola
It doesn't need countering half the time.
It's not that bad. Lola has the amount of damage that they need to get rid of the mech that Meg is usually in. So definitely good pickup here for Zeta Division. Also offers a lot of area control, and Pinball Dreams again is one of those maps where you just need mid control. We did see Zeta Division pop off on Kaboom Canyon today already. Pinball Dreams might just be their map here. Sandy coming out as last pick here is good against the Spike. His plant isn't gonna really help him there, but overall not enough range to deal with any of the brawlers that VN Esports could still pick up here. Probably not a tank as they banned the 2 best.
Well, I mean, I guess they're probably going to be maybe leaning for that ball, and that's why the Sandy's come in, a bit of a preemptive measure. Still decent overall, you know, it's not that bad, even if they don't bring in a tank, but they're going to choose to bring in that Carl. Going to have a bit of a range advantage on that Sandy down one of those lanes, but also, if it does go aggressive, still going to feed quite a lot. So, I mean, Sandy's going to need a lot of sandstorms to win this one, I feel. But overall, I don't really have that much of a favorite draft in my eyes here.
I just don't like the Carl pickup. If Zeta Vision already has the Sandy, you can get him so easily out of his super with the Sandy. Probably one of the best counters, and one of the reasons why we don't see Carl as much anymore in the meta. There's so many gadgets nowadays that can get rid of his super, stun him out of it, sleep him out of it, whatever. We have Lola, Crew, and Sandy versus Spike, Meg, and Carl. I favor Zeta Division's comp this time around.
Yeah, well, I'm feeling pretty even across the board here, but we'll see if Buzzco can make it work on the Meg. Gero going to be over the left-hand side against Rama here on the Spike, but we're using Fertilize instead of Curveball. Not really going to find as many connections because of that. But Gero looking for Buzzco here, wants his super. Rama pushing down this left-hand side really nicely, and Mebius getting some great pinches. He's out of mech, but the aggression coming in from Rama is making up for it.
Great aggression coming in from VN Esports overall, already in front of the goal of Zeta Division here. Garrett, the last man standing, does manage to get the stun out and manages to snack that ball away, pushing it to the side for now. Great defense from Garrett.
Yeah, nice stuff there as well. Meow now trying to pinch down Rama, gets the shots in. Gonna burn down thanks to the sandstorm and the damage coming in from the Crow, but now we got this ego as well, going to add a bit of damage to what he does bring in. So he's going to make it a lot harder for Buzzco. Gero coming in, trying to find his super. Does get some shots through, but not got his super just yet. They did just use it and didn't get that much of a cycle off it. Meow now he's just trying to avoid these non-curveball shots of Rama, and it can't be that difficult, but Meg pinching in, Carl pinching in, that makes it a bit harder.
Buzzco, Rama, and Mebius now all three pushing up there. Meow falling, Garrett, the last man standing once again. Can he get another great defense in? Almost. No, he can't manage to get that ball out of Rama's hands there. Great pass over. Rama manages to get the first goal. 1 minute for Zeta Vision now to turn things around.
Yeah, they've got to find that answer now, but it might have to be one of these stuns, but Gero doesn't have that many left. He's tried to use them on so many defenses. Rama throws down that hypercharged super into the mid, covers so much ground, gets rid of so much of this grass that they can fly under the radar in. Gero trying to find some shot through, yet again didn't cycle that well from using that sandstorm. So needs to start from square one to get that back. It might have to be just a bit of a stun, sweet dreams kind of play to try to get this ball in the goal, but Buzzco and Mebius just playing this defensively beautifully.
Meow needs to jump out of the way there, using his super defensively. Mebius trying to go in aggressively, but probably falling now to Meow's toxic. Buzzco falling as well. 3v1 situation now. Rama, the last man standing, trying to defend that one. No, he just reclaims the ball there in the nick of time, passing over to Gero. 15 seconds left on the clock, and Zeta Vision manages to get an even score.
I mean, the Mythic gear almost clutching up there, slowing it down so much more. But Meow just trying to get in the way of the pass through. Maybe it's trying to find the opening super shot available as well. Uses that onto the ball, but does actually go for the kills rather than doing anything else. Gets the ball as he comes out of it, scores the goal, and VNE Sporting head into match point.
That's the first match point we see today, actually. Zeta Vision did manage to turn things around quite well in the third and fourth set. And now in the fifth one, doesn't look too good for them. To be fair, I don't think Brawl Ball has ever been one of those modes where Zeta Vision were shining the most.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't find it really that bad what they were doing. They made some great defenses, some good offenses, but overall it just seemed like VNE Sporting were quite heavily in control of that one. Busco tried to go for the swipe there, but did get brought out of net before he could use it. Meow and Naui on the back foot quite heavily here, and a massive point for them. Now need to get this ball off, but maybe it's going to be able to pick it up as Rama passes in that ball, moving 1-0 up in 24 seconds they scored in, and Zeta Vision on the back foot yet again. I don't think he'll be on any more of a back foot here.
Very, very quick go there. Gero does manage to get his super, but does fall as well. Mebius kind of fumbling there with the flying hook. It doesn't even matter. Pass over to Rama. That's VNE Sporting winning that one, 3-2. Zeta Division is on a 0-4 in this season 4.
I mean, Ark, let's get a bit of a word from you, because that is absolutely huge.
Disastrous, isn't it? I mean, hugely disastrous. I mean, a massive result, of course. No doubt about it for VNE Sporting, but for Zeta Division. You know, the Season 3 champions, the #1 seed for the EMEA region in the BSC now, with not a win to show for it. I mean, no one could have predicted this. Even the predictions master, Trav, I'm just going to say, no one could have saw this coming. And for Zeta Division, I mean, they've just got to be in such a low place right now. I mean, their chances of making the challenge finals now are just like slim, if not impossible.
I mean, the series was shaping up to be absolutely fantastic, especially to round out day 4. Zeta desperately needed the points on the board, and just, I'm not going to lie, the last map was pretty anticlimactic, Trav.
Yeah, no, it really was. Zeta really didn't show up at all, and I don't know if the draft just seemed a little bit off, but I didn't mind the draft, really. I didn't think it was that terrible. They had some great defenses, had a moment on offense. I mean, they scored pretty much the only chance they had on offense, bear in mind, but VNE Sporting just seemed so dominant in that last set, and the sets that VN won were all their side, but the sets that Zeta won were pretty back and forward, I feel.
Yeah, that final map just goes to show this kind of strategic playstyle that we've been talking about regarding VN. It's all aggression. VM just went straight into Zeta's face from the moment Brawl Ball began, Sunny, and it just completely overwhelmed them.
I even liked the comp of Zeta Vision better in that one, but this time around VNE Sporting got the brawler still liked, and this time around they made it work, not like in Double Swoosh just before that. Zeta Division, I really feel bad for them. Once again, we're ending the day on a 3-2 loss, where I didn't see one incoming, honestly. Zeta Division losing 3-2 also means they have been fighting for the last, 40 minutes and losing after all, being 0-4 now. I'm so sorry for you guys.
Yeah, the stats don't lie, and they're going to be on your screen very, very shortly. Ark, do you feel like team synergy might have been an issue, or do you feel like outdrafted, like Trav's already mentioned?
I mean, towards the end, like Trav mentioned, the maps that Zeta won were the ones that they just kind of played slower and took their time with, and it just felt like they got overthrown at the end, and their composure just wasn't there. Quite a similar game when you look at the stats, in all honesty, almost identical, but just the way that VNE Sporting approached it was just far, far better, and it's just such a shame, really. I mean, you know, look at the scorelines for Zeta. I mean, everyone except bar yesterday's being that 0-3 sweep, at 2-3 scoreline. I mean, like, every time it just seems like they are becoming that team that just cannot close, you know, and for me, just the team that you would least expect to be in that position. I'm kind of a bit lost for words. I'm a little bit sad for them. I'm sure, no doubt, for them that they are really kind of like in a position where they just can't figure out where it's going wrong right now.
Bit down in the dumps, I believe. And also, Trav, you were talking about how Zeta might be having that hyperfixation on Worlds maybe later on in the year. Obviously, I don't want to give them any excuses in that department, but hey ho, Telestrator is coming up very shortly, so shortly that Ark's going to start getting ready. Make your way over to the Telestrator, my friend. I want you to break down one of those iconic moments from Zeta against VNE Sporting. It really was a good match. It went the distance. Zeta, unfortunately, just not being able to clutch up.
Yeah, for me, there was a lot of chaos, for sure, in this Gem Grab series. I want to just draw attention to Gero here because, like, I mean, the speed of this man's farms was unbelievable. And, well, let's break it down. Keep an eye as well on Tanawi. He'll come in very clutch in just a moment. But ultimately, it's this escape mechanism that Gero has here to get away with the gems. I mean, that is just ridiculous, the speed in which he was able to do that. But it does mean that he has used those dimensional doors, his super, so he doesn't have it for what he actually would need in just a moment. And again, keep your eyes on Naui and watch his positioning. He's going to be taking this kind of pathing through here to come in clutch to save the day, actually, because Buzzco makes a really great observation here as Gero overcommits a little bit here, pops the gadget in just the nick of time and gets the gem carrier taken care of in just a moment coming up. And it really did open the doors for a potential turnaround here for VN Esports, and there's the pull in from Buzzco, who initiated it. But again, now he's coming in here, forcing his way forwards, gets double kill, and carries on here to then continue to just suppress Mabius. It was really such a clutch moment here. You can see the amount of damage he dealt and the chaos that unfolded. Gets the gems taken care of here. It opened up some space, some time there for Meow to get the gems. Not quite, able to be stayed in the pocket. It was reset, but again, look at Gero here. Unbelievable timing here. Just able to get 2 taps onto Buzzco to then earn super to get away. It's honestly such a close one. You got to pay quite close attention to it. 1, 2, and out. And that is the key really here, is making sure that the gems are with the side of Zeta. And it brought them to the countdown, which then unfolded. But it was just unbelievable plays.
Thank you so much, Ark. For me as well, a very, very nice moment happened on Knockout, didn't it, Trav? We had Buzzco using that return to sender at the absolute pinpoint perfect moment right at the end of the map. And it just kind of seemed to go their way. Like these matches, it comes down to these small margins like we keep talking about. We've got the pinnacle of skill set when it comes to these teams, these 8 remaining teams in the challenge season. And I feel like it's those small margins that really matter when it gets to this point in the competition, right?
Yeah, I mean, every margin matters, right? And I mean, they've only won by 1 set, so it was a very close series all the way throughout, but it did seem like VN were in the control for, 4 out of the 5 sets. Gemgrab may be the one that Zeta Vision really seemed in control of, I felt. But overall, VN just played as a team better. Some of the moments, when they hit the peep, the Grom Bomb came down and they got quick, easy cleanup in Knockout as well. It just seemed like VN were the superior team today.
Well, we've had 4 days of competition here at the challenge season, so let's have a quick look at how the leaderboard is shaping up after those 4 days, because we only have 3 remaining. Sunny, why don't you take us through any possible, I say possible upsets. I think we know what the upsets are at this point, but who's looking particularly strong for you?
I mean, obviously, Nouns Esports already sitting on 4 wins now, clearly the breakout there. And then we have those 2 teams at the bottom, both lost in yesterday's and today's matchup against VN Esporting, both in a 3-2 game. And then we have a lot of 3-1s all across the board there. Every single one of the other teams can very well still make it to the challenge finals. Humble, FUT Esports, VN Esporting, Reply Totem, and SK still have every opportunity to make it to the top 4.
They do indeed. I tell you what could be a spicy matchup, Ark. Zeta versus Queso. How are you gonna how are you gonna call that one, friend?
I mean, imagine if the one game that Queso win, because I'm just going to call it, they're not going to win more than 1 at this rate. They'd be lucky to win 1. I mean, imagine if that is the game that they win against, of all teams, Zate's division. I mean, that is a prediction, again, that no one could have saw coming. But, I mean, I just got to say, I was really hoping Team Queso would bring something home today. I was rooting for my boys, I call them my boys now with like that. But it just wasn't a showing, really. It was, definitely worse than yesterday, in my opinion. I really hope that they can kind of come back and just get 1 on the board. Just get 1. At this rate, they're looking like they could be scraping the barrel to even get that.
Just get 1. Just get 1. Ark's just furious. Right, if for any reason you missed any of the matches today, make sure that you catch up by watching all of the highlights across social media. Just check your chosen platform in the lower third of your screen right now and follow at ESL Mobile to stay up to date with everything at the Snapdragon Pro Series. Now, as we close out the day, I've got to say, a bit of a shout out from the top of the day. FUT Esports have been playing fantastically, especially for what I was saying as well, and hyping up in the pre-show that SK Gaming were coming back. They looked like they were back on form. Yesterday they played amazing, and 3-0 swatted down by FUT Esports, Sunny.
Yeah, definitely comes out as a surprise. I was the only one that still thought SK would take it after all. But yeah, I clearly took the L on that one. It didn't seem like they were able to beat FUT Esports at all today. I still feel like FUT Esports and Nouns are the 2 strongest competitors we have. So I definitely keep my eyes on those 2 teams.
Well, we're going to take a very quick look at the schedule for next week, because our next day of matches is going to be taking place next week. And in that week, we're going to have 3 back-to-back days. It's going to be phenomenal. Arc, talk me through who is looking like, okay, Zeta SK to kick things off. Spicy?
It could be a match that Zeta can start to whittle down SK, but again, Zeta's chances now really do hang in the balance, and they're basically now hoping on the downfall of other teams, aren't they, really? EUR&MENA Esports versus FUT Esports, that's going to be quite an interesting one for me, but Nouns Esports versus Humble, you know, that I feel is probably my favourite of the day. Nouns, obviously, on a 4-0, really are showing this region all it's worth, and Humble, as the new underdog in town, that are just showing everyone how it's done. Team Queso versus Reply Totem as well to round out the day, but certainly the spiciest one, in my opinion, probably matches 1 and 3.
1 and 3. I feel like Nouns and Humble both got off to a really good start, and I feel like Humble are starting to show some cracks, so if Nouns can expose them, then it could be curtains. But if anyone could beat them, Humble definitely seem to be one of those teams at this point in the Snapdragon Pro Series. So, to round out the day, I know I normally come to you guys and I talk about some final thoughts. How are you guys feeling about the day? How are you feeling about next week as we round out the challenge season? But instead, right, as I've already mentioned, we're going to have 3 back-to-back days to finish the challenge season next week. So, I would like from you guys, who you think the final 4 that go to the challenge finals are going to be. Sunny, I'm going to come to you first, ladies first. Please give me your prediction for the top 4 who you think are going to go through, and I'm going to lock in these predictions. I'm getting my pen, the pen of destiny. Let's go.
Well, as I said already today, I'm going to stick to the stats.
Yes.
So, FUT Esports and Nouns Esports are 2 obvious choices right from the get-go. I also have my eyes still on VN because yesterday and today they struggled a tiny bit. They didn't manage to take a 3-0 win like FUT today, but they did always come out as the winner when it was a 2-2 situation. So they feel pretty comfortable with that, and against FUT Esports next week, it could be going all the way once again. So maybe VN Esports even winning that match. Now for the 4th one, let me check who we still have in the range there. Usually I would say Zeta, but that's probably not going to happen. Totem not looking too healthy either. I don't really know. Yeah, I'm going to go with Totem.
Totem.
If you haven't seen them at all in Season 3, they need to come out now.
Holding you to these decisions. Trav, samesies. What are you going to swap out?
I'll swap a little. I'll keep it short and sweet.
Ooh.
I think we're going to go for the Humble. We're going to go for Nouns and FUT. I think they're the kind of front runners at the moment. But I've got SK. They're coming back. They're coming back 1 and 3 right now. 3 wins in a row and they're there.
The comeback kids, as I called them at the beginning of the day, and then I got slapped in the face by FUT Esports. What about yourself, Ark?
For me, Zeta Division.
Oh, yeah.
I got to start with Sunny here, I feel. I think that they are the likely candidates. You know, for me, you know, Zeta now in the position that they're in that match with SK, I think that they might bring something out the bag just simply because there's nothing left to fight for, really. And when you've got nothing left to lose, I mean, ultimately, you know, that's where results can come out of nowhere. I think SK at the moment are in a bit of a spot where they've really got to, like, land the mark on every single matchup, and that's going to be a tough order to have in those final days, but I think it's definitely going to be one of those 2 things. I think either SK are going to bring out all the tricks next week and sort of be able to push their way through, but I just think that VN Esporting at the moment, for me, are being quite consistent. More often than not, Humble, you know, FUT Esports and Nouns, that's kind of where I'm thinking.
Okay.
Don't allow him to choose.
You just choose 5.
Yes.
Don't
allow him.
Every team.
I think we should just let it fly and, like, you know.
He needs to decide.
Over every team. You said this. I've written down the same as Sunny's because you basically said the same as Sunny's. He's not allowed to.
No, I'm literally speaking the same as Sunny's. I'm not having it.
Okay, fair enough. Age before. Not age, that's fine.
Respect your elders.
Fair enough. Do I fall in that category? Anyway, thank you so much for watching day 4 of the challenge season. It's been absolutely phenomenal. First and foremost, I'd like to thank my fellow talent, Ark, Trav, and Sunny. You've been absolutely brilliant today. Thank you to all of the production for putting this together. It's fantastic. And thank you especially to all of the players for competing your hearts out so far. Remember, we've still got 3 more days. But most of all, thank you so much to the viewers at home for watching and supporting your favorite teams, keeping the chat alive and encouraging them all as they go along. Like I've already mentioned, next week we have 3 days left of the challenge season and it's going to be back-to-back. The action is going to not stop and it's going to be phenomenal, and then the challenge finals will be soon after that. But until then, my name is Barney and I'll see you next week.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha, look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.